unlucky. You're just way better off doing that, and to get in the money. You're not going to win the tournament, but you may get into the money.
But it's a little bit like day trading. It's like a job, and it's time, and at least if it's a clean poker room and nobody's smoking cigarettes, then it's like you can really experience that experience. But I just don't play poker. I don't do anything. I don't gamble in the stock market anymore. It's like I don't do anything other than having digital communications. Apparently, all your dopamine. I mean, it's just such a trick. It's so smart, but you can't reverse engineer it because it's that good. So, but it's just a blown up version of your cell phone, and it's costing you money to play your cell phone. It's like stupid. But I just got back from the Serb Fest. If you want to go to my YouTube, you can see some gypsy Serbs dancing, eating sausages, drinking Serbian beer. It was so much fun, and I gotta say, so many beautiful people, and the music and the food. It's magic. Serbia, 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 Serbia.
Oh, no, there we go. No one knows I'm a photographer, and I have an online magazine where I go to events and write write-ups and articles and take pictures and stuff. Are they gay events? Not this time, Mojo.
I do want to say something about being stupid. There is like an aspect to life where overthinking and having chronic thoughts and all the anxiety you can create doesn't change the future. So in that way, to retard yourself or to become stupid, meaning that you're no longer thinking but you're an objectivist or you're in the real world or a solipsist or a stoic in a way, like that type of perspective or personality could be a superior approach to game theory. So, Clown House is like a road raging clickbait trap to essentially see. This app is very smart because it relies on us to counter hypnotize each other. It doesn't actually do anything. It's on us to counter hypnotize each other. It doesn't actually do anything. It's a fucking conference call. But because of their real lives, they come on here and they do this road rage dopamine game. But in a way, it's like a holding facility for people. So it's like you're not really making any money being here, but other people are extracting your activity and replatforming it to monetize it. It's like, what are you really doing here?
I don't think anybody's monetizing anything on here.
I mean, I'm trying.
The scammers did early.
That's a long time ago.
Like Gary the Giraffe, Gary Henderson, the felon scammer.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
JT Fox, Grant Cardone.
Grant's still scamming people.
So I've got Ty Lopez.
How they Grant scam somebody?
I've got Ty Lopez videos, Grant Cardone videos. See, Ty Lopez to me is like one of the worst because he claims he can give you 16% monthly yield. Cardone and his ads don't necessarily show you, I think, a monthly ROI, but literally his older videos, he's like drunk, coming out of a casino, flying out of a plane. Like literally, you could tell he's totally intoxicated with like all these women running around. I mean, he kind of knew how to advertise, but it's all education business. It's all publishing industry. So you could call that a scam. But I met Matthew Lesko, who sells government secret books, how to get government funding for this and that. And he's got all these government published books that he reformats and republishes. Matthew Lesko. I asked him once, I was like, what's your secret, Matthew? He goes, lots. He's like a publishing and a direct response legend.
That's a good point. I would say, though, that Matthew is probably done. You make a good point.
Because if Google does business with it, Google essentially says, okay, we don't care about the legality of your advertisement or your business proposition or biz op. Like Google makes a lot of money from what you could technically call fraudulent or deceptive advertisers.
That's true. And even if you look at like Grant Cardone's online profile, even his Google knowledge panel is like at the level of like Tom Cruise.
We'll see, like fake book. I don't know if you know what Billy Hayes marketing is or whatever. He's like some San Diego guy who shows you how to start a Facebook media agency and things like that. It's just all a biz op opportunity. But he like parodied Wolf of Wall Street. Like I have filmed these people who put these biz op. They're very sophisticated and very good. Edited videos. And the thing is, it's the same thing as like running for Congress or Senate. It's all basically a performative experience, and that's kind of the scary part about reality, where it's like, what, everything is kind of a scam. Scientology, the IRS, I don't know, like the military is like its own different aspect, but there's something about, like, I'm looking at all these books in my apartment. Like, I'll probably never be able to find the time to read all these books, but like, I just consider it like a collection. But what I'm saying is, there's just so much cumulative media from the past 100 years in America that it's a lot of information and data, and all the AIs are woke and they don't give you the contrarian position. I am complete.
They will give it to you. You just have to ask for it. Now you can use AI to give you a sense of the chapters, and you only read the ones you are interested in.
Well, I asked, what are 10 entrepreneurs to those startup ideas? And the answers were kind of funny.
What were the top 5 ideas?
I think the number 1 was asteroid mining. It's just so stupid.
Oh, shit. That's ridiculous. Would that require you to enter outer space?
Did you see that the U.S. government is planning on funding a nuclear reactor on the moon? Did you see that news article that came out?
No.
Oh, I could find it or Google it for you. But yeah, the U.S. government is going to build a nuclear reactor on the moon.
Oh, God. Did you also see that they're working on technologies to grapple in outer space to try to knock it?
But this kind of, if you look at the overall perspective over like the last 8 years, when Space Force, right, everyone thought it was stupid as shit. But now they're talking about bombing or destroying satellites. You've seen Elon Musk, Starlight, fucking cut off service to Ukraine. Like, you've seen the way, I hate it because I'm not a Trump supporter by any means. But I almost want to understand why there was an intent to have some sort of military.
What?
I'm trying to think of the word, militarizing fucking space. It doesn't make any sense. But when we're talking, it doesn't make any sense when you talk about militarizing space. But when they're talking about building fucking nuclear weapons on the moon, or blowing up satellites, or cutting off internet access by satellites, sadly, it actually makes sense to militarize space.
To the moon, like a couple years into development. Would anybody here have the balls to fly to the moon?
I like my feet on land.
Not enough.
But also space
Okay.
has been.
Also, in my defense, I'm also a little shell shocked because I just went through 2 different rooms that said Roger was dead. So I'm also like, I hate and love Roger,
Wait, let me
and
ask
he's alive.
Sarah, let me ask Mojo a positive vibration question here. Based on your survey of Clubhouse users and
Did you buy him fresh batteries? Because I don't know how he has positive vibration
well, I'm asking
unless
him.
he got fresh batteries.
I'm asking because he claims he wants to cut Social Security. Like he's got some major cuts that he wants to make to the budget. But I'm just wondering, like after doing a very thorough survey of Clubhouse communication, like if this was, the micro or the smaller statistic of the overall American statistic, would your cuts affect, like people here on Clubhouse or the United States? How does Clubhouse play into, budgetary and, allocations essentially?
Well, I think that my confidence that people are okay and can be self-reliant has been shaken a little bit because of my experience here on Clubhouse. So, if anything, Clubhouse has made me think that perhaps we need some sort of safety net for these fools.
Because there's a lot of Clubhouse users who are jumping from Clubhouse to Uber and Lyft, Clubhouse to Uber and Lyft, Clubhouse to Uber.
Well, hold on. I think there's one thing we need to look at is that it's not just, and I completely understand where folks come from when people are just living off the government from an excuse. Or what other people deem as an excuse, like because you're bipolar, you can't function in the workforce, or, I mean, you probably see more mental disabilities than physical disabilities of why people can't function in the workforce. And I'm making up that bias on my own. But that's what I've seen personally, is that there's more mental disabilities than physical disabilities as
If
an
you
exemption.
can't-
Would you classify alcoholism as a mental disability?
No. Not at all. Fuck you.
So wait, if you spend, $200 a week at Costco.
Me and him have a history. Depression and anxiety, I understand to some extent. I understand debilitating anxiety, like I can't drive on the fucking freeway, but that doesn't mean I can't take the back roads and drive an extra 20 minutes.
Stay on topic. What's the title of the room? Who is the stupidest person on Clubhouse?
Anyone who voted for Trump.
You and I haven't taken the survey. It's time to vote to view the results. Who is the dumbest person on Clubhouse? Bima from Chillism.
Separate presidential administrations?
I'm pretty certain that's the same bitch.
Yeah. Talk about it.
Well, they were asking who's the dumbest. I don't recognize any of the names they're saying, and that's the one person I could remember on here that I would really slam dunk it on.
Who was saying that I was dead?
Well, I did open a Roger Mayhem room once titled, I have a family emergency, or no, something like that. And I was like, I need you to mod the room. I've got a family emergency. And then they're like, oh, absolutely, Roger. Yes, sir, of course. So then, I don't know, then, after that, the whole Roger Mayhem movie experience exploded after that one event.
There used to be a classic troll move where you would jump into a room, somebody else would get there, and then you would put a crazy ass title, like just super offensive, and then mod the other person and then leave, and then they're stuck in a room with people about to come into it, and then it looks like they're the ones that created the room with the crazy title, and then you screenshot it and then show other people that they did that room. That was one of the
Call me like that, Roger. I would have been there all day.
See, that's the one thing about live streaming yourself on this app. Like, it's a little bit like lying. You don't have to remember anything you said. It's like, if you live stream everything, well, then there's like total transparency, total mirror effect. It's just a question of, who you are, what you're saying, and what you're listening to. But like to live stream your experience in a way, like there's, a kind of a reverse engineering aspect to it.
Well, it depends if you're a manipulative person that's trying to push an agenda or if you're just a genuine human being. See, I can never be caught in a lie because I don't lie. I always tell the truth. And sometimes those truths can be contradictory, but I'm not scared to admit that I contradict myself. I'm always going to say what I have to say. When
Sarah,
people are trying to manipulate and lie, they can put stuff in their own shit.
Sarah, what do you think my agenda is here in this app?
Do you want an honest answer, Roger?
Yeah, I want to hear
No.
I want you to go as deep as you can go.
I think that when you started out on this app, and I first met you about almost 5 years ago, you really wanted to spread a message. It really hasn't been that long. And I can pull you up on Instagram where we were dirty talking to each other. But
oh, please show me that. That'd be amazing. please show me that.
Not bad dirty talk. We didn't send nudies or anything.
Please screenshot this stuff. I want to see this.
I don't even know if Instagram will show it because I never used Instagram. We just pretty much admitted we were fuck each other. That was it. Not too dirty at all. Especially not social media wise. But jokingly, okay.
You're saying that I said I would fuck you?
Yeah, we were joking. Okay, I'm not saying dead ass like we had. This is 4 years ago. Okay, this is COVID. Like, Clubhouse is still beta shit. And I'm only here because someone sent it to people. I feel like he's been, I don't know how on this website because I don't see how people agree on. And every room I come into with you, like, you seem more about baiting for fights than what my opinion was, and I gave it. So I'll shut the fuck up if you're done hearing it.
What is the fourth rule of the house?
I don't think I got an answer. All I heard was that somewhere along the line you've got some Instagram conversation with me is what you're claiming. Where
and that's
I said
no, that
so
literally proves my point. Is that you act like you didn't hear anything.
Can you show me this, please? I want to see it.
Hold on. I will. But let's act like I never said that. What my whole point was.
How can you act like that? That's the most intriguing thing you said.
Whenever I originally met you on this app, you seemed like a very intellectual man that wanted to fucking point out the injustices of our society. And I feel like now somehow, I don't know how, the only reason I could think that you changed up the way you did is if you're being funded. The only way I could think that you're being funded.
You think the Mossad is funding me?
No, baby. What I'm saying is if you're using Clubhouse to network to YouTube and Instagram and companies.
By the way, this is being streamed to YouTube, courtesy of my partners at John Kitover for Congress.
So exactly what I'm saying. Companies that
Sarah,
are going
would
to
you
pay
like
you
to be an
for
AI campaign
interaction.
optimizer for the campaign to elect John Kitover?
Instant reaction is suck my dick, but what?
I have an AI job opening for you that I think it'll be perfect for in the campaign to elect John Kitover.
Okay. John Kidd sounds like someone I probably don't want to elect.
Well, vote
Also,
John. Vote Kitover before the debt comes
how do you
over.
how do you get an AI job?
So basically, you come on this social audio chat app. All work is done through Clubhouse in a conference call, and you actually post things to X, YouTube, Instagram. Do you want the job?
So is it AI learning through that conversation?
Absolutely. It's a publishing position.
It's the
Company, a
business that
vodka
you would
company.
be offering royalties and all kinds of benefits going along with it.
There's plenty of
Not
benefits.
just show up and talk shit and argue so AI can learn from your fucking shit.
It's all
Because
unfunded
at the end of the
liabilities.
day, everyone thinks AI is going to learn from itself. AI doesn't learn from itself. It learns from the programmers.
You might not get your
And that's
benefits
based
right
off of
now.
information you feed into it.
You might have to wait for your unfunded liabilities to kick in, but I promise you the benefits are there with the position. Are you interested in becoming an AI strategist with the campaign to elect John Kitover?
Before you answer that, Sarah, I have a question for you.
You know I'm not saying yes to that, baby.
I have a question for you. It's 533 times 1,000.
Are you asking me to answer a math question?
Yeah, that was the question.
Okay, well, you just said 533 times 1,000.
Yeah, what is that?
530, 300,000, 3,000. I'm really fucking stoned as shit right now. But it's.
You know, Christopher also answered that question correctly, sir. That's a diagnostic question. You passed the test. Ding, ding, ding. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
I'm trying to quit drinking, so I'm smoking more weed, Roger. Which makes me actually more retarded, because I can't think straight when I smoke weed.
Sarah, how much time do you spend in
And what?
chillism? It's a house that's, I think it's appropriately,
I think most of the.
equally matched for you.
Roger, do you know how many rooms? Okay, you remember Jimmy Lee, right? I'm sure you're still in a lot of rooms with him.
No, but I actually saw Connie on this app for the first time in
Yeah, I saw her too. And I didn't see her in the group.
What's your point? Jimmy Lee, go ahead.
He blocked me and got a bunch of groups to block me. So
yeah,
I
hold on.
Oh, this is 3 years ago.
Yeah, I heard that you got drunk and you came on to him and his wife got very angry, and that's why you've been blocked by him and all of their friends.
No, dude, I literally have fucking.
They have the receipts.
I have the receipts.
Welcome to the room, little Haiti.
Of him blowing me up, saying you're a stupid piece of shit, fucking whore, blah 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 blah. I'm gonna have everyone block you because he got mad because I was good at counteracting his fucking arguments.
So moderate there, Sarah, but it's getting late.
Anyone that believes that I came on to a man 20
Don't
years
forget,
senior who's living off of another fucking poor innocent female because he can't get a job and pay his own bills.
Wait, Sarah, I hate to break in here, but have you seen the movie Dinner? Have you seen the movie Dinner for Schmucks with Zach Galifianakis, Sarah?
Of course I have.
So is all the question is, Sarah, is all communication hypnosis?
Ooh.
Hey,
Sarah, I got a question.
There's
You were in the sweet spot with that one,
well,
John.
hold on. Because there's a level of manipulation, and hypnosis is manipulation, but it's a
Hey, can we
very
go back to Sarah? Can we go back to why Jimmy Lee blocked you?
He went on a drunk rampage.
I mean, you
got mad.
You brought
He
it up.
really did.
Yeah, you brought it up. So I'm just curious, why would he block you?
Okay, so the reason I brought it up is because most of the white groups on Clubhouse I can be in, I can't be in because of him. So
Most of the people in this room have no idea who Jimmy Lee is.
I know.
Is he that?
Associated.
Is he that chubby Asian Christian advocate prophet? You know.
No, that's David Lee.
Literally?
That's David Lee. That's David
Honey,
Lee.
hold on.
Hold on. No, Sarah, mute yourself for a second. So Jimmy Lee is a libertarian who's with Connie. They used to do these libertarian rooms all the time. Jimmy likes the spirits a little bit, and so it's not crazy to me that Jimmy Lee and Sarah would have found each other somehow on this app. But Sarah did something so inappropriate that Jimmy Lee blocked her, and she brought this up. It's amazing that she brought this up.
No, I did not.
You did just bring it up. Hold on. Put a one in the chat if you heard Sarah bring it.
Inappropriate. Don't make false accusations.
You brought this up.
Allegedly, I did something, then say that. But don't flat out say I did something inappropriate because I didn't do anything.
Then why would he block you? Why would he block you?
He straight up got drunk one night, blew up my messenger, telling me what a piece of shit bitch I was,
Why
and
would
how
he say
people
that?
hated me, and saying that Facebook everyone on Facebook didn't want me on there, and there was a whole Facebook page campaigning to get me removed from fucking social media.
Why would that happen? What could have possibly gone wrong that would have happened?
Because I think it was like, I guess we connected as him thinking I was a leftist that became libertarian, and he was a Republican that became libertarian. And he became libertarian over the Massey interview. If anyone knows anything about libertarianism, you know all about Massey in a dark secret hotel room with a fucking, reporter. But they ignore
I can tell you, nobody in this room knows what you're talking about. But let's get to the fact of why Jimmy Lee, you brought up, interestingly enough, why would he block you?
Times of me saying no. I've always been a libertarian for the last 20 fucking years.
Wait, you're a libertarian?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm so glad I left that mess.
But because I don't believe exactly what they believe, which is more Republican than libertarian.
Hold on, you want me to believe, and you want the people listening to believe, that the fight that led to him blocking you had to do with
really that.
With politics?
It was that fight. It wasn't politics, it was his ego. Because repeatedly, so we'd have conversations like right now, right? And he would chime in and be like, oh, well, she's just a fucking leftist that turned a libertarian and blah, blah. And I would be like, no, I'm not.
Why don't you tell them about the back channel messages that you sent to a married man named Jimmy Lee on this app?
I never sent anything inappropriate to him. Legit, dude. He's a goofy-looking, scrawny old white dude with gray hair.
Excuse me, Sarah. I think Mojo might be violating rule number 7 in the house.
That's her property. She owns that shit. He's living off of her. He posted all these videos like he's fucking, being this naturalist and growing all this shit, and like he's living off of her. He's manipulating and using her.
Wait a minute. You don't even know what you're talking about. The guy has a thriving career where he sets up concert venues for some of the biggest music acts in the country, and he's traveling all the fucking time. He works a couple of
jobs a year. I know
untrue.
because he told me he works a couple of jobs
That's
a year.
untrue. I'm gonna, as soon
And
as they
maybe
wake up,
you
hey,
got
stick
maybe
around,
you got more
stick
work.
around, because as soon as they
Maybe
wake up,
you got
I'm
more
gonna
work
ping
over
both.
the last.
No,
Maybe
hold on.
you got more work
No,
over the
hold
last
on.
2 years.
Shut your drunk ass
And
up
the
for a second.
networking.
Shut your drunk
I'm
ass
not
up
even
for a second.
talking fucking drunk. It's business.
I'm
Maybe
gonna
you
tell
got
you.
more
I'm
work
gonna
over
tell.
the last 2 years because of
Mute your
networking.
fucking mic. When they wake up, I'm gonna ping them in here, and we can have this conversation, and we'll bring it full circle. We'll ask Connie, his wife, why Jimmy blocked.
Connie's not his wife, unless they got married in the last couple of years.
It's amazing how much you think you know about these two. It's amazing.
Oh, he called her his wife for a long time, but they weren't married.
It's amazing.
Can we?
And again, why do you think he blocked you?
And no, but that's the thing is you want to act like that's me, but maybe that's the lies he told me. Did you ever think about that?
Well, I tell you what, we're gonna find out. This thing's gonna come full circle when I get Jimmy and
I
Connie
want
to come here.
screenshots of what I said inappropriate
They
to
will
him.
confront you, and
Because
they
I know damn well I never said
they will
anything
expose your
inappropriate
lies.
to him. I know damn well I never said anything inappropriate to him. So if you make that accusation, so where is that?
Hold on, Sarah, mute yourself for a second. Let me just ask one of the men on the stage, whether it's Tony or Roe or Christopher, for a married man to block a woman on Clubhouse, what do you think is the most realistic reason of why they may have blocked a woman on Clubhouse, such as Sarah? Anybody?
Inappropriate. What was that, Tony? It's called Bablerina. Bablerina is the nickname. Not your nickname, but at the bar. A woman who won't stop talking because she's intoxicated is called Bablerina.
Finally started. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just woke up. What reason for it blocked?
Dude, you opened your eyes and said, fuck it, I'm in a Clubhouse, I better jump in.
It's just like I did the night before. But, yeah, the one reason for the block is it's a power move that mostly girls make when you block. But he wanted to lessen something, and because he didn't have like earplugs or anything, what she was saying, or the fact that she was too much of a familiar voice, he could not risk that for the party on the other end.
Okay, y'all are ignoring the truth here. Is that he fucking messaged me repeatedly talking shit and then blocked me. I was not harassing him. He was harassing me.
Hold on. Out of the clear blue sky, completely unprovoked, he started texting you and talking shit. Tell us more.
It's not out of the clear blue sky. We talked on a regular basis throughout groups.
Oh, you did?
Then there started, just like me and you argue, right, Roger? We argue a lot in groups. So we started up my fucking back channel on Clubhouse and on Facebook Messenger.
Sir, we get the accusations, but the problem is you're in violation of the In the Muff rules. We're dragging drama from another room into this room when we're trying to just simply identify who is the stupidest person on Clubhouse. Who is the dumbest, stupidest, most moronic, idiotic schmuck who runs his effing mouth nonstop about nothing? Is it Bima from Chillism? Ike from Chillism? Concrete from Chillism? Or other? I mean, other seems to be the clear de facto winner because there are so many random stupid people in Chillism that it's obviously other because Concrete at least dominates word by word by word, but there are some really poor lost souls in Chillism looking for something, a fucking flame, a little glimmer of hope, of intelligence. So clearly other is the winner.
For once, I will give props to the old white guy with an American flag and a book. He's actually bringing Listen, let's
careful,
just
John.
get.
She'll be in your back channels. You might have to block her.
I'm not back channeling that motherfucker for. I have never back channeled anybody, but
On this
you
journey
apparently want to
about
suck
you
on
and Jimmy
Jimmy.
Lee.
So shut up and quit defending him. That's what
You brought up
fucking.
Jimmy Lee. You brought up Jimmy Lee, not me.
Wait, I just none of that networking in that room would be possible. Nathan is actually the semiconductor silicon of the future. While Tali also supervises and listens. These two people are like the cyborgs from Star Trek. They have been
JB is hands down the stupidest person on Clubhouse.
Kind of normal society, though.
I
A
agree.
pedestal. Don't put him on a pedestal.
Healthy
Stop
Debates
that.
has also brought it out as well, but I'm just telling you, Chillism takes the fucking cake for the most ghetto scraping
JB.
garbage you've ever heard.
JB.
Not too much on JB and Healthy Debates.
At least he runs the room with, logically and gives everybody a voice to get their
He thinks
dopamine
he's
off.
the greatest host on Clubhouse. Just make it stop. Somebody, please make it stop.
You can't make it stop.
I'm
It's
embarrassed to say the
it's a
man is
dream
over.
come true. This is literally just the artificial Johnny Carson experience, or the Howard Stern experience, or the Joe
I'm
Rogan
just the
experience.
cracker in the corner. I'm just the cracker in the corner.
Anthony, I see you joined with violence.
Look at Sig down there. Sig opens some big rooms, and he really makes a big show of it. Daniel opens huge rooms here on Clown House. And, if you don't think that you can't create dopamine by being Joe Rogan on Clown House, you don't understand, neurochemistry.
I'm just the cracker in the corner.
No attempts on Sig, please.
Why do you think Mojo keeps coming back to this app? It's not because he gets anything out of it. It's because he gets a neurotransmitter, a dopamine out of the experience. And it takes a dope to create a dopamine.
Shouldn't she plead the fifth on that?
No, it's a fact. It takes a dope to make a dopamine.
I mean, I understand that, but that's the narcissistic traits that are taking over our society that's really not healthy. Like,
JB is a narcissist. That's correct.
Sarah, do you think you're the right person to lecture people on what's healthy and what's not?
I said narcissistic traits, okay? That's different than actually suffering from narcissistic personality disorder. And yeah, Roger, I actually think I'm more
you're out of your
qualified
lane. I
than
think
you are.
this is Dr. Jordan's territory. I think without him here, I don't bring up narcissism.
See, narcissism is a little bit like
You
an
don't
ego.
understand it.
You can't touch it, taste a
Break can interrupt. That's what I'm doing. So I just want to ask you a question. You good with that?
Yeah, sugar.
Okay. Why didn't you bring up Jimmy Lee?
Stir in the pot.
I
Stir in the pot.
I was referring to access to groups on the social media site.
Stir
Do you
in
think
the
it might have been a strange reference, considering the topic? We have a title to the room, we had a conversation going, and out of the clear blue sky.
No, hold on.
No, you can't interrupt me.
On it.
Right. Refer to rule number 5. Refer to rule number 5. You're in violation. I just wanted to ask this question. We had a topic going. Actually, you violated 2 rules because you changed the topic and you're interrupting me. But I want to ask this question just for clarity. So when you changed the subject to Jimmy Lee, you brought it up and you said that he had you blocked. Typically, people block people because they don't want to interact with them. Can you walk us through what you did to deserve Jimmy Lee to block you on this app?
Okay, so since it's a violation of the rules to change the topic, and I only mentioned him as a drive-by and another explanation, and you latched onto it because you knew who he was. And then I extended on that to
So
try
did you
and
mention him
clarify.
hoping that nobody would know who he was, and you were just going to slide this whole thing in without referencing the fact that you came on to a married man, and the reason he blocked you is
I
because
did
him and
not
his wife
come on
found
to him.
those are facts. Those are
No, it's not facts. I legit did not come on to this old scrawny fucking piece of shit motherfucker that has nothing at all to offer a woman. So no.
How would you know he has nothing to offer if you hadn't discussed these things?
Because we were friends. And I knew he wasn't worth a shit. I knew he was using Connie.
How
I
was he your
knew
friend
he was
then?
fucking
Why was he
verbally
your
and
friend then?
emotionally abusive.
Why was he your friend then?
Because it was an online friendship, and those things slowly come out as you start to see how fucked up a person is. Just like any relationship, it takes time as you learn how fucked up they are.
Hold on.
How they treat you and how they respond to that.
No, Sarah, hold on. Mute yourself. Please mute your mic.
Oh yeah, you keep asking for an explanation, but you don't allow me to
I know, but now I'm asking you to mute
because you're
yourself.
dating me.
I'm now asking you to mute yourself. I'm going to ask a question to the room. Anyone in the audience, anyone on the stage can participate. Press 1 if you think that Sarah was having inappropriate conversations with a married man on Clubhouse. Press 1. Type 1 in the chat if you believe that.
For the past 30 minutes.
Sarah, this isn't looking good for you.
Anything like that, right? The only reason a woman should have contact with a man is for sexual aspirations.
Possibly be flirtatious with a married man.
Again, he needed to censor the familiarity and what was being said out of the mic because he didn't have earphones and he could not continue to wear earphones and he had to mix it up. When he ran out of things to put a muzzle on your mouth, then he went on and blocked you. It's a girl move though.
Except I was never inappropriate. It was always only political conversations that we had. As for, is that Liz? Jesus Christ, Liz. If all your conversations with men are inappropriate, then you need to reevaluate your level of intellect and the kind of conversations you have with people.
Well, Sarah, I don't think you want to pick a fight with Liz if you think that I am
I literally have everyone sitting here.
Okay, I'm going to invite Liz up. Okay, all right. Releasing the Kraken. I'm going to invite Liz up.
Everyone is acting like my only value
I tried
is
to
to
warn
have
you.
a sexual relationship with a man.
I hate to
And our
change
only
topics, Sarah, but you
conversations
still haven't
were
answered the
political.
survey. Sarah, you still haven't answered the survey, and you got a red ticket in the muff. Cash that ticket in, Sarah, and answer the survey.
It's the fastest growing house of the whole app.
You know, I gotta say, I hate to bring up this topic, but since it's a full moon and the menstrual cycle may be afoot, I'm just wondering, if you have a vagina, not an artificially constructed vagina, of course, but an actual vagina, is soap not your best friend for cleaning your vagina?
What the fucking fuck are you talking about?
We are in the muff, and I'm just wondering about,
first of all, that's
vaginal
not how
health.
the muff works. That's not how periods work. That's not how hormonal cycles work. And I feel like maybe you're menstruating right now.
Well, I am eating a bunch of cherries to help hopefully prevent any gout flare-ups in my feet. but in the mud is where I'm happiest.
You don't need to be high acid, that's for sure. Okay, I'm sorry. I really want jokes about gout right now.
Can we just finish the conversation about you and Jimmy Lee first, and then we can get back to the
Why are you so obsessed with Jimmy Lee? Go suck his dick and shut up.
You brought it
He
up.
fucking cares.
You brought it up.
You
brought it up.
fucking. Oh my god. Does anybody else want to back me up here that he won't let it go? Like, nobody gives a shit, okay?
But
I
if
mentioned.
Sarah,
Hold on.
I just mentioned that Dickwad pulled some shit and he won't let it go. If you want to suck his dick, then suck his dick. Otherwise, leave him and me separate.
Sarah, I'm gonna meet you halfway. I'm gonna acknowledge
No,
that
you're not. Because you keep
you're not
accusing me.
You're not gonna
making
keep interrupting me. You're not gonna keep interrupting me. I'm trying to look. I'm gonna agree with you on one thing. I keep bringing it up, but I want you to also agree that out of the clear blue sky, you're the one in a conversation about the stupidest people on Clubhouse. You decided to bring up a married man who has you blocked, and you left out the key detail of why he has you blocked. And I'm just curious if we could finish off this conversation with you being honest about why he blocked you.
He has me blocked because he's a narcissistic, alcoholic piece of shit that is manipulating and using the poor woman under his current control. And y'all will see that sooner or later.
Why were you talking to him if you think he's such a terrible guy?
wait,
Because
Sarah, before you go any further, I have to announce that we have hit a new record on the YouTube Live right now. There's over 64 people watching this conversation live. We are the new Howard Stern of Sirius XM and Clown House live streaming. Thank you, Mojo Positive Vibrations. Sorry for the interruption, Sarah. Please continue.
Yep. Well, hold on. Since we have such an audience, I want to just let people know how educated the people on this stage are. So, Sarah, can you please tell the people that are listening on YouTube what 752 times 1,000 is?
752 times 1,000? Oy vey.
I'm not going to justify your baiting bullshit.
Fair enough. We can change the subject. We'll close the case of why did Jimmy block
You're the one
Sarah.
that keeps making up subjects, bro.
Does anybody else?
You're in control here, right?
Sarah,
Aren't
please.
you in control, Daddy?
Let's
Isn't that what you
get
want?
back to the title of the room.
You want to be in control,
How
Daddy.
is other 72% of chillism, knowing that you all know who Concrete is, who Ike is, who Bima is, who Nathan is, who Tali is? Like, who is the dumbest? Is it Lion? Is he the dumbest person, in chillism? Are the things he says, the extreme, despicable, horrible things that man says, is he not the dumbest? The dumbest of the dumb? Who here thinks, if you think Lion is the dumbest, put a 1 in the chat. If you think Nathan is the dumbest, put a 2 in the chat. If you think basically Yad Heva or Yad Hevave, Jehovah.
If you think the most dumbest.
Jimmy's like a fucking 110-pound stick with gray hair that can't work or pay for himself and lives off of women. You really think a grown-ass woman like me that takes care of myself and owns my own house is going to be fucking simping over some bitch on Clubhouse? Get the fuck over that shit, man.
Damn.
Like, it's seriously degrading that y'all act like I would actually...
Sarah, do you
And
know
not
that
even
simping
that,
is typically
disrespect.
reserved for men?
Because I like fucking his girlfriend. She's a good woman. To
But
disrespect
Sarah,
her like that is beyond
Sarah.
what I would ever. No, it is. I
Sarah.
let him joke about it, but it's actual full-on disrespect to
Sarah.
who I am as a person.
Listen,
I am not that kind of person.
Sarah, we wouldn't
So
think
fuck
you're
you,
cool. We wouldn't think you're
Roger.
cool unless you're flirtatious. We expect you to be flirtatious, but
It's not about being
with a
flirtatious. I'll
married
also beat a
man.
motherfucker's ass, okay?
with a married
Like,
man. People are doing the
I
laughing emoji, Sarah. You got a lot of
I
viewers on
wouldn't do
YouTube
it
right
with
now.
a married man, let alone that married man. Like, there's some fine ass married men out there I might joke around with on the side and, like, just, you know, like, wish. Like, I've got my own fucking, you know, passes in Hollywood because I'm not married, so I don't have a husband to give me a pass. So, like, I have my own passes, but I know that their wives are so hot, I can never get them.
Sarah, prior to you bringing up Jimmy, you said that you made a comment to me on Instagram that you wanted to fuck me. So you don't have a very good track record.
I
with
said, you said you wanted to fuck me. Or that you would.
I
Not
think
that
that's
you wanted, but that you would.
Listen,
You said I'd fuck that.
if the question was would I fuck a gorilla or fuck you, that would maybe be the only way that that we would come to that conclusion. But there's no fucking way that I would fuck you. Not with a stolen dick.
This is 4 years ago before we got to know each other. Obviously, we wouldn't now.
Listen, I hate to go
Why
back to
don't
the.
you do this, Sarah? Sarah, go ahead and post the receipts of me saying that I wanted to fuck you.
You also don't post who you really are. So, you know, it always helps being a fake person.
I hate to go.
Post the receipts. Post the receipts of me saying that I wanted to fuck you. I'm calling your bluff on that. And by the way, I'm paying Connie in. And the moment she wakes up, she's going to come in here and she's going to tell the whole room why Jimmy, her husband, blocked you.
Oh, we got content.
I hate to mention that we are violating some of the primary rules in the muff. So if we could get back to the topic and obey the rules,
I mean,
who
can I say something really quick?
is the stupidest person I heard on this app that disgusted you so much? Was it me? Was it John Kitover? Like, Rohan disdains me. That's okay. I'm not going to win everybody in the audience. I'm just wondering who else on this app do you have disdain for?
I never said I flirted with one.
Sarah.
Being friendly is not flirting.
Sarah Rich in my YouTube wrote his profile name is for the comments. He wrote, Sarah sounds like she smokes Winston full flavor.
First, hold on. I need a cigarette too. Marlboro Red 100s.
Sarah, when you were talking about simping, do you know what a simp is?
When you're fucking pretty much sucking off a motherfucker that built your ego.
That's what a simp is. Okay. What is the word simp a derivative of?
I'm not even gonna try and Google it and act like I know. I don't know the fancy kid
Is it
words.
simplification, okay. Anthony? Simplification, maybe?
Well, obviously,
no. The simp is a derivative
it's like
of the word pimp.
Bitch, but there's
Simp is a derivative of the word pimp. It's the opposite of a pimp. All right, and it's a term used to describe men. But like this is very, very odd. Clearly,
usually a man. Okay, hold on.
He goes on and on.
And I understand this is used on both sides of the fence, but
it's not used on both sides of the fence.
Hold on. Men will say a man is simping for a female because they think he's acting like a bitch or being her bitch. But women will say a man is simping because he's acting like a man's bitch. So, like, I legit can say something political, religious, philosophical, anything, and will be completely attacked. And then a guy will turn around and say the exact same thing, and every dude is like sucking him off like he's the smartest man in the world. That's simping. because you're only giving him that attention because he's your pimp, I guess, so to speak, by how you just defined it, right?
No. We got Rich here in the audio chat on the YouTube. He writes the word simp has a relatively long history, originating as a shortened form of, get this, simpleton or simpler. So the question remains, who is the stupidest person on Cloudhouse? Is it you? Is it me? Who is the stupidest person on Cloudhouse?
That's what everyone just said is simp is the opposite of pimp. Simp.
So I'm not sure what the Dunning-Kruger effect is, but Rich says that Antonio is one of the biggest people who was affected by the Dunning-Kruger effect. What is the Dunning-Kruger effect?
Simp literally stands for someone who idolizes you, a drunk business
No,
person.
fuck you, asshole.
You are mediocre. You are sub-mediocre pussy.
Messages with a married man that are so inappropriate that he has to block her. What do you call that woman?
Sarah. It's okay to be flirtatious.
Did you mean to make it sound?
I would call her a Jezebel.
Scarlet letters, Sarah.
Don't disrespect Jezebel like that.
A married man.
Yeah, Jezebel didn't smoke Marlboro.
So, because conversation is stimulating and fun. And you know what's really sad is I go to the bar and I know people that really need Clownhouse because they love to talk. And when you meet them at the bar, they really want to tell you a lot. But you know what I have found about listening to really stupid people that waste their time talking about nothing is that by recording them, it kind of lessens the blow for me personally, as in, like, I'm making a record of this. Like, there's no reason to get upset about how annoying this experience is and how much of a waste of time it is. Because, in a way, every conversation is so special, so unique, 1 in trillion, 1 in quadrillions. You know, every room here is like a star or a diamond or a snowflake.
Yo, you look like white trash sheriff that you in the PTR. Just saying.
Well, not everybody gets to go to the Caribbean or Maui to take, you know, a PTR photo with her bestie, Sig. You're so rough on her.
I'm just telling the truth, man. She talks a lot of shit, man. You can't be looking like that, talking all that shit, sweetheart. Come on, man. Like, something's got to balance here.
Sid, you know I love you, Sid, but I just looked at her PPR. What's wrong with her picture? She looks good if that's her. With the coochie kind of shorts.
Let me tell you what a man sees in that picture. That is white trash, 2 a.m. special at the bar, man. Cigarette, like Bulge just said, marbles and slits or whatever, that plastic bottle, that half-gallon plastic bottle of fucking Irish wild turkey or whatever that shit is. You find on the bottom shelf at Walmart with all the dust caked up on it.
It's Kentucky Deluxe. Get it straight.
Well, you know about it. I'm just saying, man. That's what a man sees looking at that picture.
Sarah,
Don't look classy, though.
Sarah, I'll be
And
honest.
that's why I go home alone and I'm happy.
I look at a lot of
You ain't
dating
happy being
photos.
drunk on the public stage, woman.
Sarah,
Smoking cigarettes. I know your breath is fucking banging.
I'm happy as shit.
Sarah, a bulldozer is not a good backdrop for like a dating app profile photo. You know what I'm saying?
No, it was a fucking construction site in the middle of Kaboom Town in Addison, Texas. 4th of July.
Okay,
A backhoe will get you on your backhoe. I'm just saying.
so
I
Dunning-Kruger.
also built a brick wall that day, but I was really fucked up, so.
So let me enlighten you. The Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias where people with low ability at a task overestimate their competence, while those with high ability tend to underestimate their competence. So the less skilled you are,
He told me, oh my goodness, he ranked me for skills.
the more likely you are to think you're better than you actually are. This is because the skills needed to perform well on Clown House are often the same skills needed to accurately assess.
I love how men think that they're the ones that set the standard and are the judges of who we are as women.
No, it's
Listen, this room just wants to avoid gonorrhea. That's the only thing we're trying to avoid here.
See, Sarah, you
Well,
know,
I've never had an STD, so I'm good.
Sarah, I offered you a position to be an AI campaign strategist with the campaign to elect John Kitover, and you just flat out denied it. You had no interest, but that's okay. The reason being,
I didn't deny it. I just said okay. Everyone here is witnesses. I am not hitting on John, okay? I will fucking screenshot all of our messages. If you would like to back channel me and we can discuss a professional situation, then I'm okay with discussing that. But AI is a lot more complicated than what you were trying to propose right now.
No, you're not listening. What I'm trying to tell you is the algorithm makes more of a determination than what men are making a determination about. And right now, we only have 4 likes on YouTube, but we have 41 people watching this conversation for over 37 minutes live stream.
I comprehend all of that. That's why I'm saying we can have a personal conversation.
No, Sarah. I'm asking.
Where we don't have to go with Roger saying I'm trying to fuck you or some shit.
Sarah, I'm asking you, have you seen the YouTube live version of this conversation?
You just said asking.
I'm asking you, have you seen the YouTube live version of this conversation?
No, and I don't give 2 shits about it. Fuck you too.
Alright, well, I'm not going to ask you again. Forget it. I'll put the link in the
Stop
chat.
asking me, okay? White men are scary enough. I don't need you asking me.
Do we have any questions from YouTube, John?
Who is he talking to? Sounds like every woman I hear at closing time.
I told you 2 a.m. special.
I told y'all an hour ago I was starting getting high as shit, so
I told you, I called this shit.
Closing time. Enjoy.
I've learned that our women have, fellow Americans, I've learned we have literally lowered the bar and lowered the standards. It is sad to see so many women in the state that Sarah's in just drunk, like trying to cope with the void that they have, and they're trying to fill precious members of society have been driven to this level. They've been brainwashed to this level, bro. It's sad. It's really sad. I'm not gonna lie.
It's really sad because I think that we can all say that in at least the past, like, well, let's say 8 years, that there was something that we all got duped on, or a couple of things that we got duped on. So it's, anybody can, fall susceptible to any of the bullshit, and
So, Ann, what you missed here was Sarah talking about how a married man had blocked her because she was in the back channels being inappropriate. Could you please maybe say a quick prayer for her so that she can fight the temptation of being a whore when it comes to married men?
what happened? Where's Sarah?
Roger, you diabolical.
No, he's just pushing this rhetoric that somehow I jumped in some guy's back channel. trying to flirt with him when that's not reality at all?
She knows who Jimmy Lee is. You know Jimmy Lee.
I know she knows who Jimmy Lee is.
Yeah. So she brought out of the clear blue sky how Jimmy Lee blocked her, and I was just simply asking why she left out why he had blocked her.
Okay, and or not the very beginning, but my beginning, 2021 of coming on Clubhouse, and the people that I knew, and Roger just latched on to the Jimmy conversation because apparently it's been spread around that I was trying to hit on Jimmy Lee, when in reality, Jimmy jumped into my messages on Facebook, shit-talking me, and told me he was going to get me blocked from every single room on Clubhouse.
For no reason? For no reason?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I want to ask
For no reason.
Hold on.
For no reason, though.
Hold on, Sarah. Hold on. I'm going to ask the men. Anthony, Sig, Christopher, Tony.
No, but there.
You're gonna mute yourself. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. I want to ask the men. For a man to talk shit to a woman and block her, she would have had to have done something, correct?
Can I add context?
Be smarter than her. Be smarter than Jimmy. If you're smarter than Jimmy, he doesn't like you.
Hold on, Sarah. I'm going to add a little context too, and then you guys can decide. So this person, very sweet, very kind, his wife, absolutely amazing as well. But he was known to be like a drinker on the app and didn't know what kind of Jimmy you were going to get. You would get eventually.
So, just for the record, Ann, when you say you don't know what kind
download
of
the
Jimmy
Clubhouse
you would
app
get,
today.
It's
Clown
Well,
House.
Roger keeps trying to act like I had some ill intention. Well, I'm just saying, man.
Oh, they already mentioned. They already
We got along. And then all of a sudden, he got angry.
Hold on. Here's another piece of information for you, Ann. So she went on to describe him as being the worst human being ever, but she also, in that same pitch, said that he was a good friend. She described him as being like this piece of shit. She said he was unattractive. She said he was a deadbeat. He was taking advantage of his
alcohol.
Yeah, say all this bad shit about him. But she also said that they were in the back channels because they were friends. Make it make sense.
Okay, when you have 4 years of a relationship, friendship online with somebody, so it started out as a political friendship, and then we started having more not flirtatious, but more personal conversations where it's not just like,
Dude.
He's a married
we all
man.
know no, but not like we
This
all
is
know
all
each
the
other
fun.
right now. Like me, you, and Ann have all been in so many rooms over the fucking years. We know some shit about each other, but we're not personal friends. So we started having more personal conversations. From what I was getting from it, he was using the shit out of Connie and acting like it was his property, his land, his shit, and he was running everything. He got fucking... We had about a handful of conversations on Clubhouse where he kept going, oh, well, she's a Democrat that turned libertarian.
Hold on, Sarah. Would you say that if he came on the app, would you still consider him to be a friend that you'd want to
Basically,
Oh,
the
no,
same thing, right?
not
Same
at
thing
this
that's happening
point.
anyway, so
I'm
it's a Clubhouse
trying to
room.
get the layout of the relationship
It's a
because
fucking
he's...
Clubhouse room right here. Look at that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking
No, I
Clubhouse.
love Connie. I think Connie's a wonderful human being.
Awesome.
Connie doesn't love you.
Well, then do you
I'm
talking
fine with
about
that.
the dynamics of their marriage in a public, Clubhouse room?
Okay,
Being
but
that you respect Connie, do you think that's appropriate?
Roger's the one that won't let this go.
No, but he didn't bring up.
You were the one that
No,
brought
he
it up.
did.
No, Sarah, you're the one that brought it up.
No,
He asked about people that you don't get along with on the app. I brought up Jimmy, and he wouldn't let it go. And he's been running with that shit before you ever got here.
No, and well,
Like,
I know
multiple times I've
This
tried to
phone is
move
my,
past Jimmy. Nobody fucking cares.
text
And he
message
keeps bringing it back
notifications on.
around to
that
that.
know that Mojo, he definitely likes to poke the bear, but then, like, I mean, then...
But he's trying to act like I had some inappropriate relationship, and that's just horrible, and that's disrespectful to Connie.
So he blocked you for
Like-
no reason as your
Well, and it's disrespectful to Connie that you're talking.
It's one thing for me to hate Jimmy
No.
and think that Jimmy's not a good guy and that Connie deserves better. It's another thing to accuse me of trying to have some flirtatious bullshit with a guy old enough to be my father.
Would it be fair to say, Sarah, that maybe Connie saw messages, regardless if they were messages from you that were completely innocent, that she took it in a way that didn't make her feel comfortable and
I couldn't imagine any messages I ever sent.
I'm not saying that, but maybe that she felt uncomfortable with.
But other than like, hey, how are you doing? And are you doing good? Or something like that,
Again, but
I
like,
couldn't think of anything that I would say that would be
right, but
construed in some way.
if she felt uncomfortable about anything, like, then she has the right.
I actually, once he got in a relationship, and okay, I get it. She doesn't want her business out there. Do y'all want to keep having this conversation? Or do you want me to speak my piece?
I want you.
I mean, it's kind of one or the other. Either I defend
You're the one that
my
brought it up.
position.
You're just trying to defend your.
Hold
You're
on.
just trying to
No,
defend
you know
your
what?
worst behavior.
No. It's not even horse behavior. And you know what? She did just remind me this is on YouTube. I'm done. If anyone wants to like privately have this conversation and argue and talk shit, that's fine.
Don't you think
But
that
I'm
that's
not.
what got you in trouble in the
No,
first place? You
no.
have these private conversations?
No, it's the fact that this isn't just on Clubhouse. This is on YouTube, and this is two people. They can talk all the shit they want about me. Fuck it. I don't fucking care. I'm not gonna sit here and oust everything I heard and what I know, or my personal opinion or anything. That's just, I'm not going to. I'm sorry. I'm choosing to take the moral high ground, Roger. I know you hate that, but
You should have tried that before you were in the back channel of a married man being a whore.
I was never in the back channel of a married man being a whore. So keep with your lies. I'm not gonna play this game. I'm gonna stay here and stand up for myself. Bet your fucking ass that. But I'm not gonna play that game. You baited, and you did really fucking good, and you got me going, and I'm stopping. I'm not. First of all, she deserves better than this. So it's really fucked up that both of y'all are trying to drag this shit out. Connie deserves better.
Wait, do you have inappropriate conversations with her husband and you want us
Oh no, I never had inappropriate conversations with her husband. Connie deserves better than y'all trying to drag her relationship bullshit out on the floor.
Welcome back to In the Muff, a Roger Mayhem movie experience. Mojo, positive vibrations. Who is the stupidest person on Clubhouse? Is it Bima from Chillism, Ike from Chillism, Concrete from Chillism, or other? This interactive YouTube experience is sponsored by Congressman candidate John Kitover running in the 16th district against Darren LaHood. We need to rhino the vaccinologist and super debt creator Darren LaHood. Go to johnforcongress.com, call or text 312-498-0517 or click my profile to view the live stream YouTube video of this, your American experience.
Do you think that Congressman John Kitover would, with all of the data he's collected in the past 4.5 years, that like he would want to seek some justice and on some pretty awful people? Because I think that you would do that, John Kitover.
No, I'm not a vindictive person. I'm not looking to, ruin anybody's life, like reporting them to the FBI, to Dan Bongino and Cash Patel. No, I wouldn't be looking to, have somebody's door kicked in by Department of Homeland Security. No. I mean, if somebody opens a room on this app called John Kitover got my door kicked in by the Department of Homeland Security, I would fucking love it.
Yeah, that would be good.
So I want to personally invite Arthur K up. Arthur K said the person who made this room is the stupidest person on Clubhouse. So if the other mods could also invite this person, that would be great. Oh, they left. Oh, okay.
She has an Instagram, looks like. Look at her. Retarded. Alright. Well, he's followed by Marshall Rankin on Instagram. He's got these diagrams that are probably
Marshall
beyond my
Rankin.
pay grade. John Kitover, will you decipher his these diagrams? I can't even see
whose
it.
profile?
Arthur, that's in the chat, his Instagram. That's in his profile. He has all these diagrams.
Yeah, those are all just visuals for the South. Rich wrote in the YouTube chat, God, I hate Ann. Tell Ann I said that.
Who said that?
Rich. He said he's just here for the comments.
It's interesting.
That's weird because my boyfriend Joe Hero said that Rich, well, it wasn't standing up for me yesterday, but something.
Here's what's funny about Rich. Rich had the audacity to call out somebody on the stage saying that they were a racist. While all the while I was having back channel messages of recordings of Rich using the N-word multiple times in his face. It's just very weird to accuse other people of being racist while you're using the N-word. So, Rich, the reason why you can't be in this room, the reason why you're on YouTube watching the live stream, is because you violated the rule number 7. You cannot say the N-word. It's forbidden in the mouth.
Wow, wow, wow.
I don't know who Rich is. Who is Rich?
He's the guy with the 141 IQ, and when he gets really worked up, he talks a lot. And if you push his buttons, he'll have a little Tourette's outburst and say the N-word.
What's the N-word, neighbor? Nincompoop?
It's a nagger. It's one who nags all the time.
Nagger, okay.
Stop.
What? That was
Stop.
That was South Park. It was
Stop.
Hello, is this a Trump America room?
I know. Mojo's like, no, we can't have nagging in here. We can't talk about that. You gotta see, Mojo. You gotta look it up.
I've seen the fucking episode. It's not funny when it's not funny when it's retold on Clubhouse for people that are trying to blur that line to be able to get as close to the N-word as possible. The next word you're going to use is the one. What's the word that you guys like to use in conservative Clubhouse? Niggardly. Yeah.
Oh, you said it. You technically said it, Mojo. You technically said it.
I did not. I actually said a word that's in the dictionary that you guys like to do wordplay with, which I think is. I'm not going to say it again.
Mojo is a homosexual. We don't care that he said that. We don't care.
Why do you hate yourself?
He's gay. We don't care.
Excellent.
All of you are Trump supporters, like.
Oh no, so
Axel, what's wrong? What's wrong with being gay?
I mean, in the Bible, you read it, you're an abomination and you're going to hell. It says it in the Bible.
Yeah, are you getting that from Leviticus 18:22?
King James Version, it doesn't matter. That's what it's
No, I'm asking you what verse, retard.
The verse you just said, retard, faggot. Yes, I got it from there.
So you got it from Leviticus 18:22.
Yes.
Do you also know that Leviticus says that you can't wear clothing woven of two different types of material?
No, you just like.
Yeah. Well, let me explain something. Let me. No, hold on. Let me explain something to Axel. All those cotton polyester shirts that you have in your closet, in the Lord's eyes, you're as bad as a faggot.
Going to hell. It also says if you eat pork, you're going to hell. But I believe that it's true that gay people are going to hell. It's just my opinion.
So what if you're a gay Trump supporter who eats meat?
He's going to hell, not he goes. He's a Trump supporter. Trump hate gay people, bro. Like, you're weird.
Since when?
You're weird.
Wait, hold on. Who's the Trump supporter?
You. Aren't you?
Axel,
I assumed that he was a Trump supporter. I did.
Axel, have you ever heard of Scott Bessent? Represent?
No, sir. I haven't, sir.
He's a member of Trump's cabinet. He has a husband.
He's a member of Trump's cabinet. He has a husband.
This is Scott Pressler. What about Scott Pressler that he worked with through his campaign trail?
He's the Treasury Secretary. I don't think that Trump hates gay people.
Yeah, I know. I don't know.
He's signing all these bills, no men and female sports, no trans bathrooms, no gay this, no gay that. He doesn't like gay people, bro.
No, so how does, banning men from competing in women's sports, him hating gay people?
Because he doesn't know.
Who did you vote for?
There were two presidential candidates, everybody. I said no. And he said,
Actually, there were several.
He said, who did I vote for?
Hold on. Cornel West was on the ballot.
There were two people running for president, a Democrat and a Republican. I said, I didn't vote for.
No, you idiot.
You still asking me who did I vote for?
Okay, I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna actually move you because you're a retard. So Cornel West was on the ballot in many states. You had Jill Stein that was on the ballot in many states. Chase Oliver was on the ballot in many states. The fact that you don't know that there's more than two people on the ballot tells me that you probably didn't look at a ballot, which tells me a couple of things. Maybe you're not old enough to vote. Maybe you're a felon and you're not allowed to vote. Or maybe you just don't care about politics and you're just too lazy, probably playing video games and eating Cheetos and getting all that orange shit all over your fingertips. One of those things is true. What is not true is you did not fucking vote. So if what you're saying when you say there's only two people that you vote for Kamala Harris, let me ask you this. Do you believe that she was telling the truth when she said that she washes her greens in the bathtub? I'll bring your retard ass back up.
I think he left the room.
Oh, the faggot left. I think I hit him in the feels with the felon thing. That's probably the most accurate.
I was going to choose, probably couldn't even find the poll location. That's racist, Roger. You're assuming the black guys
He was kicked out of women's sports. He was mad because he was kicked out of women's sports.
Hold on. My profiling him of being a felon had nothing to do with him being black. And by the way, I didn't see his PTR, so I'm not convinced he's black. But the reason that I think that he might be a felon is because he didn't know that there was more than two people on the presidential ballot. So I had to start thinking about, well, what are the reasons why somebody wouldn't know that? And I walked through all of those reasons. I think the most likely scenario in his case is he's a felon.
I was just messing with your chick. Yeah, where's Sarah's lips at? Damn, like, this can't be real, man.
Anthony, I think she was trolling, and now you're so mean. You guys are so mean.
Quick room reset. Welcome back, everybody, to another exciting In the Muff super positive vibration mojo experience. Who is the stupidest person on Clownhouse? If you haven't hit that survey yet, put Bima for Chillism, Ike from Chillism, Concrete from Chillism, or other. Who is the stupidest person on all of Clownhouse for all of time for the past 5 to 6 years? Who is the absolute dumbest person that you've heard on this app? That might mean that, the profession they said that they, work in, and doesn't necessarily reflect the intelligence that you heard from them on this app. Maybe their decorum was terrible. Maybe they were a vaccinologist doctor, and you thought that their personality really sucked. So who?
Well, or John, what if they were in the back channel of a married man?
It's pretty scandalous. That's some scarlet letter shit right there.
Trifling assholes.
It's all just birds and bees, though. You go out to the bar, you see all these girls, all these guys running around. You're like, yeah, birds and bees.
Isn't that a violation of the sister code, though? Like, you shouldn't be going after other women's husbands.
Especially when she spoke so fondly of the woman, right?
Well, I met this Polish chick once. She told me that she was effing her best friend's boyfriend or husband, and that her best friend had come down with cancer. And I was like, don't you think that your best friend came down with cancer because you're secretly stooping, her boyfriend or husband or whatever it was? I was like, do you have any idea how sick that is? Like what you were doing, and the fact that you were like secretly causing cancer in your friend.
Yeah, I can't imagine, man, finding out a good friend of mine is fucking my girl or my wife, but that's prison right there. It's straight to prison.
I feel like 4:57 in the morning on Clownhouse is a good time to maybe pipe in Clubhouse from another room so you can get a quick sample of, as we're trying to discover who the stupidest person on Clownhouse might be. I feel like some live.
You think we could pipe something in from a lefty room?
Let me see what's available. Okay, well, we got White America. It's called The Stupidity Problem on the right. This is a Pepe room. You want to hear a Pepe room?
Not especially. He's not very interesting.
We got Research Purposes. Who treats their women the best? That could be a good one. And we got Chillism, Steelman Saturdays. I think Chillism.
Oh, let's go. I think Chillism's the winner.
Here we go.
What's the point of it all if there's no choice? There's no choice.
The Bible says that too, Ashley, ASB, interference machine.
Why was
She's asking me a question.
punished?
I'm
Why was
assuming
Adam
she
and
wants
Eve
an answer.
punished?
She's not talking to herself.
This is toxic.
Am I-
His name
Are you
is.
asking me a question, or were you just asking yourself that rhetorically?
His name
Hey,
is.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go troll them.
I was, you know what?
It's just the shit's in motion, right? It says clearly for the glory of God. This is God's glory in play. So you're just running interference to the discussion.
So funny when you say that. No, I'm not.
There's nothing we can do today. That's
Yeah.
my point. That's the point you missed when you jumped in and started running interference. Atheists will be atheists.
And my point is that there's hope for everyone. That if you believe in God and you ask Him for direction, you will, and you're sincere, then you have a choice. That if you choose
Where's the Bible say free will, actually?
study His Word, if you choose these things, then you can be saved. So I mean,
where's the Bible
there's
say
no
free
point to
will, actually?
humankind if free will, like the thing here, what separates us from the angels, Toxic? If there is no free will, what separates us
Glorify God, Ashley. I already answered that.
angels?
All of this glorifies God, Ashley. All of this glorifies
That we
God,
have
Ashley.
robots.
All of
That
this
the angels do not
glorifies
have a choice.
God, Ashley.
The reason.
That is the answer to that question
But
at
you're
this
not
time.
letting me finish. You're not letting me finish because the angels.
You're asking the same question
glorify
over and
God.
over again.
No, I am
The answer to that same question is going to have the same answer when you're done.
I'm not asking a question. Okay? I'm saying the angels in heaven do not have a choice. I'm saying that the whole thing with humans was free will, and that we would choose Him. That, you know, he has legions of angels to glorify Him.
Hey, I
But
just
you're
wanted to
saying-
let you guys know
Glorify God.
Toxic. They're streaming your room in another room, and they're streaming it live on YouTube.
I don't give a fuck about your fucking 5 subscribers, blowjob.
They were saying something about the pubic hairs on your face, and so I just wanted to let you know, if you don't care, then
Don't believe.
That's
Hey, if it's on YouTube, my Cash App and bio, I want a little bit of that.
You only got 4 subscribers, Ashley.
Randy,
you know, if you're using us for your
Randy, if you could go ahead and post the link up there, that'd be great. That'd be great, Randy, if you could post that for me. We're gonna go back to the other room where we make fun of you guys. Bye.
Bye, blowjob X. Thanks for stopping by. Actually, where does the Bible say free will?
We must really be popular.
I'm getting a little infuriated. You're gonna have to give me I need a few minutes to breathe.
Okay.
I'm asking for an accommodation if you do not want to give.
That's a scene. Welcome back to Who is the Stupidest Person on Clubhouse.
John, by the way, there's a Rabbi McDickerson room going on right now too.
Ooh, that'll be a good one. Let me find it.
2, 3. So comparisons.
You don't think that's an ethical way to be? To speak on things you have knowledge of and keep your mouth shut on things you don't have knowledge of?
I want to answer the room title. Who's the stupidest person in Clubhouse? And we start, I don't know if anyone is the stupidest because there's a lot of idiots on here, especially a lot of fake ass doctors and fake ass financial experts for shit. But I want to say the dumbest demographic that I came across are women. I didn't understand as a collective, women are so dumb. Like, there's women that listen to gay motherfuckers on here all day. Like, how you a woman and you listening to a gay man complain about me? It's just crazy. So, then I just hear women complaining all day about men. I hear women talk about how they got education, but then they want to be a housewife. What the fuck you get education for if you don't want to use your goddamn brain? So, you know, like, I hear a lot of dumb shit. I hear a lot of stupid shit, but yeah, I don't know who the stupidest is, but yeah. Dumbass women on here. Along with some dumbass men. There's a lot of dumbass men, but it's just sad how dumb these women are.
Jose, have you ever sucked a dick?
Never. I never thought about it, but I ate a whole lot of pussy. I know your daddy probably.
I'm gonna call bullshit on this. I'm gonna call bullshit on this thing. No, you're not gonna talk over me. Yeah, that's not gonna. You're not gonna talk over me. This is weird. No, you're not gonna talk over me. We can have a conversation. I just wanted to understand how many cocks you sucked, and you're lying when you say that you eat pussy because we know what Eazy-E said about the black community. You guys don't eat pussy, so I'll bring you back up here and you can talk about the line, I may be a woman beater, but I'm not a pussy eater. So I'm going to bring your faggot ass back up and we'll hear about all the dicks you sucked.
We got a tough guy in here. We got a green thumb soldier in here. You really got me, sir. You really got me scared. You really got me shaking in my boots. Because you got all the powers in your thumb that you love.
I know they're not work boots.
Oh, come on, let me talk. You told me you were going to bring me up here to talk. So can I talk?
Go ahead, faggot. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Come on now. Don't
move your little cum-stained lips. Go ahead and move your cum-stained lips.
I know your thumbs is hella strong. You're a twister, huh? Yeah, I know you're a twister. It's okay. So, once again, bitch nigga, I ate a lot of pussy. A whole lot. I like petite bitches. What kind of man you like?
I think the only sex you've ever had was in prison.
No. But that's funny though. That's nasty that the first things you ever said to me was sexual. Was in a sexual context. That's very nasty. You didn't even introduce yourself to me first. You're a nasty nigga.
You have homosexual vibes. You sound like a homosexual. You look like a homosexual. You are a homosexual.
You are like a taker.
You are a homosexual.
You're a taker.
Homosexual.
I know you're a taker.
You're a homosexual.
You're taking man's booty. You're a taker. You're nasty.
You're a pillow
biter.
biter.
Introduce yourself to me. The first thing you did.
Oh, so you wanted romance. You wanted romance. So you wanted romance. You wanted romance. You wanted romance. You wanted me to wine and dine you. You wanted me to wine and dine you.
You have no manners. You just go for the jug. I know you're a taker. I mean, I don't really want to say it, but you're a taker. You're a taker. I know you are. You're nasty. Very nasty. You couldn't even introduce yourself. Nasty guy. You're very nasty. You sound like you're like a creep. I know no woman would want to be around you. You're
a creep. A creep.
And I know all the men run from you, but I know you're a special faggot. You probably run a 4-1 flat. I know you fast as fuck. Light on your feet. Hella light on your feet. Twinkle toes. You're like a ballerina.
I like this guy. I'm gonna follow him.
No. You're a faggot. Please don't follow me.
Oh, you're the faggot.
Don't tell me you like me now. No, yeah. Please continue to hate me.
I like faggots.
You hate me because I don't want to.
I like faggots.
Giggle. I don't want to
like
tickle your funny bone. I do not want to tickle your funny bone. You're a nasty guy. You're a taker.
You're a homosexual.
No. Far from.
You bite pillow.
Far from. I just left the club a few hours ago.
You have stretch marks on your fucking lips because you sucked
around a lot of beautiful women that was shaking ass in front of me, and I was grabbing ass, and they was hugging me, kissing me on my cheek and shit, and I was squeezing them, kind of caressing them a little bit too, but not too much. I don't try to be a creep. But yeah, that's what I was doing.
This is getting weird.
No. I'm just telling you my real life. I know that's weird to you because you're a faggot. You're not used to being around women. I get it. I understand. So when a
you're ready to answer questions, we'll bring you back up. That was entertaining for a minute. I do have a question for you, though, when you're ready. Just anytime you're ready, let me know. We'll bring you back up. Did we get the Randy McDickerson, John? Do we have McDickerson? John? Can you hear us? Did we lose the Congressman?
Mojo, but no way Dot is trying to come back up. Are we bringing him back up?
Only if he's ready to answer a question. Let's see. If he can answer a question, he can stay. No, wait. Are you ready to answer a question?
The question is Moho gay? That nigga hella gay.
Oh, so you. Okay. All right. He's not ready to answer a question. We'll condition him. Eventually, he'll want to be on stage, and he'll beg, "Please ask me the question so I can stay up here and hang out with the cool kids." We'll see. I'll bet he raises his hand again. Faggot. John, you still there?
Myself, I'm not really sure who Ike is. Maybe I've heard it in Clubhouse.
Ike was the guy that argued with Concrete for 45 minutes about Hegel, but neither of them had read it. It was fascinating.
You know, as I've been in the room listening to this conversation for the past, hour or so, I've come to the conclusion that the stupidest person, I'm not going to name this woman, her name escapes me, but we were in a room about a week ago. We were talking about that. I think it's the astrology CEO who got busted at the Coldplay concert with his mistress. And this woman comes in who's pretty prominent, big time on the app. And she was kind of cheering and rah-rah and defending the mistress. And trying to justify why the CEO and the mistress may be, why they got together, they're in love.
Who was it?
Her name escapes me, but if I tell you some details, you might know who it is.
Okay.
So she is speculating about the state of the marriage between the CEO and his wife. Then all of a sudden, somebody asked me my opinion about it, and I said, listen, my advice to women, they're like, nah, what's your advice to women? I said, my advice to women is to quote Nene Leakes, and that is close your legs to married men. Basically, don't sleep with married men. And then someone texted me and said, the woman that you just spoke after is having an affair with another prominent person on this app, whose name I won't say.
Oh, you're talking about Jonathan Bing and Daphne?
Yes, you already. So, I don't know. I don't want to give Daphne shit, but now I'm wondering if she's the stupidest person on Clubhouse for coming into a room and I didn't know anything about this Daphne and Jonathan Bing, nothing at all. So when I said close your millions to married men after she spoke, some folks thought I was directing it to her, and I had no idea. But the fact that she came in, and if it's true she's having an affair with a married man, she came in to defend some adulterers. I don't know. That might prompt me to categorize you under the dumbest person on Clubhouse. Oh.
I think she's just a whore. But the guy she's sleeping with is a fucking idiot. Jonathan Bate's probably one of the dumbest people. His name should be in this poll.
Yeah, that was wild. When I found that out, I was shocked. I don't know anything about Jonathan Big personally, but I'll be honest. I was in enough of those rooms back in the day where I thought he was a happy married guy. I followed him on Instagram. I haven't seen his post in a while, but when I was on Instagram pretty heavy, I would see him, photos of him and his wife and his children. So to find out he's sleeping with somebody on Clubhouse, and that's the thing. Why does anybody on Clubhouse know you're having an affair? Why is this anybody's business? I don't understand why people get together on this app and they come back and make content out of it. That's craziness.
They'll create their own reality TV show. That's what it is. They want the attention.
Yeah, that's definitely it, the attention. Because clearly they're not, the lack of attention in their personal life, in their romantic life, love life, and then they find it on social media, and then it becomes content. Wow, diabolical even. And perhaps two other dumb people on this app, they come from the dark side. They got together. I witnessed them flirting with each other for months. Finally, they got together, allegedly, had sex, allegedly. She got pregnant without telling him, allegedly, opened a room about it, and bragged about having an abortion while he was on stage. He didn't know until she told the abortion story, and he had an epic meltdown, crash out on stage. It resorted to violence, death threats, stalking. To this day, he's still opening rooms about her, talking smack and doxing her over this alleged abortion.
We talked earlier about how Sarah Fox and Donut had been hooked up, and then she gave him a disease, and he opened up a room talking about it. It was one of the weirdest claims, like publicly opening a room to talk about the fact that he has a disease. Wow.
Yeah, it was wild. Yeah, and both of them were modded on stage together for that room. That was the weirdest shit.
Do you guys remember a month or so ago when Donut got knocked out or slapped outside the Diddy trial?
Yes.
And that was pretty glorious. That was funny.
What happened to the Congressman? I thought we were going to get some Randy McDickerson room. That had potential. If you guys don't know who that is, that's the guy that told Anne that he wanted to sleep with her 11-year-old daughter.
That's wild. When did this happen?
Quite some time ago, but last night, Mick Dickerson's friend Lou was in the room, and I was calling him out about it, and he was defending it. He said that it was okay for him to say it because
tough guy routine or anything. I don't try to do the fucking tough guy routine or anything, but if there was ever anybody on this app that, you know, like on site catches hands, it would be.
So speaking of that, you said earlier, you say hood ready. I think you said hood ready. What's hood ready mean?
Well, you'd have to find out. I think some people hear me talk about like politics and video games and just doing culturally dorky white shit, and they think that they forget where I grew up, and you know, you can live your life and get as far away from all that shit as possible, but under the right circumstances, I'm still who I am.
Where are you from?
Oakland.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. Yes.
I also heard that saying you can take a man out of the hood, but you can't take the hood out of the man. You heard that said, don't you?
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah. So you're that crazy white boy that Bill Burr jokes about, you know, the one that automatically gets respect. We see him hanging around a bunch of other black dudes. It's like, you know, this nigga did something crazy. Gotta be some kind of crazy to be able to hang with other niggas. Okay, I say niggas, is that allowed?
If you, yeah, we don't like saying that word, but if you guys ever see Shirt King on here, I grew up with him. He's the one that invited me to this app, and when he comes on this app, he cracks up because, like, there's a duality. Like when you've known somebody that long, and you can think about like what you were doing in your teens and in your 20s, and you know, and now I'm an old fucking guy, but like, it's pretty funny because I haven't always been, I don't know, I wouldn't refer to myself as a posh white guy, but I'm certainly far removed from the hood. But yeah, my name is still good.
Chrissy, you said in the comments, admitting to STDs, and Josh admitting to STDs, that's crazy work. Listen, I think it's part of the course for some of these people on this app. I was in a room not too long ago, one of the ratchet rooms, and they said herpes is normal. It's normal to have herpes. It's no big deal, they said.
Well, it's a super high percentage. It's a higher percentage than you would think. It's kind of crazy. Like, I'll Google the number. Like, when I saw that, I was like, that's fucking nuts. It makes you want to.
That it got to the point, you know, many seasons into Big Brother, because the potential lawsuits that producers were facing from castmates because they would get them drunk and they would have sex with each other, not knowing many of them had STIs, STDs. So it got to the point where they, you know, part of the casting process was having potential housemates take STD tests, and the casting positive for herpes. Craziness.
So check this out. In the U.S., around for herpes simplex 1, around 48 to 50% of people ages 14 to 49 test positive. For herpes simplex 2, around 12% of people 14 to 49 test positive. You add those numbers up, that's 60% of the U.S. population. And if you think that's bad, the global population, 67% have it. It's fucking crazy. Two-thirds of the fucking globe has herpes.
Disgusting. Today I was in a room and learned about super gonorrhea. I've never heard of super gonorrhea. That's just as bad as the article I read a couple weeks ago about the flesh-eating STD. It was from a medical review a couple years ago out of the NHS. Can you imagine? Super gonorrhea and the flesh-eating STD. Y'all Google that one.
Super gonorrhea, is that faster than a speeding bullet?
Clearly. I imagine there's no recovery from that. I only learned about super gonorrhea today in another room.
I've never heard it prefaced with super before. It makes me want to put a condom over my phone right now talking about it. Holy shit. I'll tell you, man, there's some nasty people out here. I literally, women I've had sex with before, when I pull out a condom, I've literally had women say, what are you doing with that? What are you taking that out for? I'm like, are you fucking serious? I'm like, are you fucking serious? It's crazy out here, man. These people are nuts.
Yeah, whorish behavior is not hot. Like, it's just not fucking hot.
Say sick. That's what I was saying in your room earlier when we were talking about body counts. Just like men don't think whorish behavior or women with body count is attractive, some women feel the same way. They don't want to know a man's body count. It's just not a good look.
Oh yeah, I get it. As far as protecting yourself and STDs, yeah, I get it. I totally get it. I'm not arguing on that one.
Some girls got mad at me in a room not too long ago. We were talking about this subject, and I was saying, women, I think we were talking about abortion and being burdened with babies, don't want a baby, and et cetera, et cetera. And I was like, women need to be more sexually responsible. They need to use birth control. There's at least a dozen forms of birth control out there. You always hear women complaining about they can't find one that works, right? And they're like, nah, why don't you get on the men? Why don't you tell men to be sexually responsible too? I said, well, of course, it goes without saying. But you are, and I'm saying this because of what you just stated about, your past experiences and women reacting some way when you pull out the condom. That just floors me because a lot of women are like that, aren't they? They want you to raw dog them. It's wild. They don't want to practice safe sex, sexual responsibility. And then when the dude bails, they're left with baggage and burdens and complaints. And now all men are toxic. And it's like, no, bitch. All you have to do is use protection and protect yourself, protect your role. But when you say that, they get mad. It's craziness.
Yeah, there's a definite lack of accountability when it comes to women. And it's just so weird because it's just a simple concept of, you control your body. And it's like, women have spent decades fighting for autonomy, bodily autonomy. And, a good number of women voted for Kamala Harris for the issue of bodily autonomy and sexual reproductive autonomy. But then it's like, yeah, when you get yourself in a sticky situation, where do you have for what you asked for, what you fought so hard for, what you climbed to the top of the mountain, screamed so loud for? It's, I don't know, it's weird to me. It's weird as shit. But in all reality, it's like I said, as much shit as I talk, and it is sad, though it does break my heart, man. It's like, you care about women, you look at them as the vulnerable segment of society, the harbors of life, and just to see so many women have been brainwashed by this bullshit narrative, and they're just digging themselves in such a deep looking at a woman and seeing she has no soul left because she got into this shit. You know, it's tough, man. It's not a good thing.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of modern women believe that you know, the only thing they have to offer is sex. Their only value is sex. Their only value is twerking and big ass mental state involved. I've always complained. You've heard me complaining. I don't get this whole simp and pick me culture.
It comes down to laziness. I think that's what I figured out. Nice getting into this shit, the psychology, the evolutionary and biological psychology, relationship shit. A lot of stuff that I'm reading, I think it comes down to laziness because the sex part is easy. You know, it's easy to lay on your back and let a man come inside you, but it takes a lot of work to be a lady and, you know, attach yourself to a man that's of some type of value. I'm not necessarily saying like high value type of celebrity or millionaire, but even an average guy making $50,000 who, you know, the hard worker, family oriented, responsible. It takes work. It takes work, and I think a lot of women are just tapping out because they don't want to do that work. I think that's all fraud as a society. You know, I've heard the term. First time I heard this term was on this app was on infantilization, where we treat that segment of society like children, and we allow them to conduct themselves like children. So essentially, like any child, if you don't give them any responsibility, you don't hold them accountable for their adverse actions, they tend to turn into a spoiled, lazy brat. And I think that's essentially what we've done with the women in our society, where they don't want to work towards relationships anymore. They just want things handed to them on a silver platter, and they'll take the easy route.
You know, what I like asking people when they say that they met someone and they fucked, I like asking the question, especially if they just met first night, boom. I don't care if it's male or female. I'll just ask them. I'll say, hey, what was the person's name? They'll give me a name. I'll ask for their middle name. They never have the middle name. I mean, ever do they have the middle name. And then you can ask, well, what was their last name? I'd say about 50% of the time they know the last name. People don't even know who they're fucking. Like, think about that for a second. Like, if you don't know their fucking name, like, what can you possibly know about them? Like, how can you make an informed decision that this is a wise thing to do? Sure, you might be attracted to the person, and you're going to act on those instincts. But like, male or female, if you're fucking somebody that you don't know their middle name, you're a fucking whore, period.
Roger, I've seen where they don't even know the first name. You ever watch like body cam footage, some of these interviews? These women who have been involved in some type of volatile relationship with a man and they're being interrogated, and the cop will ask them, what's this person's name? And they literally don't even know the person. They know them by their street nickname. Man, Pookie, you know, shit like that. They don't even know their first name, bro. And then they lay down with this person.
So crazy. I mean, like, you ask them questions like, oh, are they Christian? Are they Protestant? Are they Catholic? Or, you know, what's their religion? If you don't know that sort of thing, right? Like, there's some basic shit that you would want to get to know somebody. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to make a decision that you will or won't screw somebody because of their religion, but you should at least fucking take an inventory of what do you know about this person before you start acting in that way. It's crazy.
Wait, Sig, let me ask you something. And there's no other guys can say, so I guess we'll jump into this. But Sig, you stated, and I'm asking you because you said you don't think women want to put in the work to you know, build on a relationship for various reasons. But do you think that applies to, you have guys now that don't even want to pay for a dinner date. So, I mean, do you believe that men just as equally don't want to put in the time to outside of sexual interests, just like women don't want to put in, they have no interest mental laziness when it comes to trying to build with a person and get to know them?
Yeah, I would say absolutely not. But I wouldn't correlate not paying for a dinner date because there are a lot of men who are doing that, and that's for a different reason. But as far as the guys who don't want to self-improve, we're talking, the stereotypical cliche phrase you hear everybody saying, the fat dude living in his mom's basement, working at Walmart, playing Call of Duty, and, drinking Mountain Dew and fucking eating Cheetos. That's the guys who are lazy, and those are what we call incels now. Those are the guys who don't want to put in the effort and work to make themselves attractive enough to get women. Those are the guys. But as far as paying for a dinner date, because I didn't pay for dates when I was dating, I rarely paid for dates, and that's because the men who have worked on improving themselves to become responsible and get themselves in the right mindset to take care of a woman, we're realizing a lot of women aren't wanting to put in the work and don't even know their role as a woman. These women are inserting themselves into the relationship market looking for a solid, responsible man, but they haven't even put in the work to even understand what their responsibility is as a woman to make that request. So, guys like me who said, fine, you know what? Because so many women out here are oblivious to what they need to do to get a decent man, I'm not going to invest in this woman because 9 times out of 10, it's probably not going to work out. So I don't want to walk away putting more into it than she has, and then I'm at a deficit when it ends, after the first date or second date or, so I would say that there's a difference. Not paying for a date doesn't necessarily mean that man's not putting in effort. That's more of a conscious decision based on the current dating market.
Yeah, I mean, I would never tell another man what to do, but for me, there's certain things that are just automatic. Like, if I ask a woman out on a date, then I'm paying. Like, that's just like rule number one of manhood, But I think there are scenarios where you don't have to. I don't think that you have to foot the bill for everything. And I also think that the really simpy guys are doing like extra shit. They'll meet a chick that they know nothing about, take her to the fanciest fucking restaurants that they've never even eaten in before because they want to go impress somebody. It's like you don't have to do all that shit. Fucking what she likes to eat, fucking take her there. If she's worth a damn, she's probably not that fucking fancy anyway. It's like, the idea of taking a woman on a first date to a fancy restaurant is fucking crazy. But, yeah, but I will pick up the fucking tab. Matter of fact, like, even if I'm not interested, like, if I find out halfway through, like, I'm just like, okay, this is the price you pay for a lesson. Like, this is, and you learn something from it. Of like, you just get better at the selection process every time. But I would encourage men to pay. Just don't get taken advantage of, because there are women that know women like this that they put themselves on dating apps simply so when they want to go out and eat, let's say they're broke, then they'll get to responding on dating apps simply to go get a fucking meal. They have no desire to put out. They might, if he played his cards right, but they're genuinely like navigating an app just to get a dinner. It's fucking wild.
Yeah, you're right, Roger. And yeah, I do get what you're saying. Like I said I rarely paid for dates. The dates that I did end up paying for, because on that first date, that woman was just so sweet and so attentive, and the conversation was great. She was polite, respectful. I look at how she interacts with the waiter at the restaurant, things like that. Even me going to the bathroom or something, and I come back and she took it upon herself to get my drink refilled. Like, that's what I look for, and yeah, right there, I'm paying for it. I'm going to treat you out on that. But if a woman's able to make it past the conversational vetting process and to get to that first date, and then when I show up in person, I'm like, yeah, this is a no-go. Yeah, I'm not paying for it, man. I work hard as fuck for my money, bro. Every fucking penny I earn, I value, and and I'm not giving it away to some skeezer that doesn't deserve it. You know, that's just how I look at it. But you know, I hear you. I hear you.
I'll tell you the major turnoff is when women will literally like say shit like, "You should take me to dinner." It's like, ugh. Like, even if they're hot, like at that point I'm thinking, how many times has she said those words to a man? Like, how many dicks have been inside that? Some of these women, if they had as many fucking pricks sticking out of them as they've had stuck in them, they'd look like a porcupine. It's just horrors.
I think guys too, you know what I noticed talking to a bunch of guys, man, guys are having a hard time dating, bro. I've noticed how many women are incapable of having a conversation, having dialogue. You know, I didn't realize, I hear women shitting on men all the time, but I didn't realize how many women use the WYD or the acronyms for like, what you doing, how's your day, you know, shit like that. And then even the amount of women, when you initiate a conversation and you say, you know, hey, how's it going? You know, how are you? They'll just say, I'm fine. And then boom, just leave it at that. You know, and I see men chasing women like this instead of just cutting it off immediately. It's like, if you're not getting a response back, oh, my day is great, how is yours? There's no interest in how you're doing, the reciprocation of interest, like, instantly, that's a red flag. Swipe left, block the bitch, move on to the next one. But so many guys will invest so much time and energy and can't read the signs that a woman is just not interested in them, and they end up wasting a bunch of time and money. It's pretty sad.
I mean, say you're lucky, you're married, so you're out of the dating, so you don't have to deal with the nonsense. But when I listen to single folks talk on social media about navigating the dating scene, it sounds like a nightmare. People are so judgmental now, and I don't know if that's good or bad. I understand people are trying to protect themselves, and they don't want to waste their time. But I almost feel like the slightest, the smallest of detail turns people off, and they don't want to pursue anything further. You know, everybody comes into a situation with their list of red flags. If a person does this, that, and the other, they check them off. They don't want to, you know, do not pass go, not collect $200. It's really unfortunate. And then, not to mention, we were talking about earlier, their body counts, which I think is an interesting conversation, but I wish it was one that we didn't have to have, because what I'm noticing is it doesn't matter what a woman says, the man doesn't believe her anyway. She can say, you know, oh, I'm 25 years old, I only slept with 2 people. The man doesn't believe her. She could be like, you know what, oh, I'm 30 years old, I've only slept with 10 people. The guy doesn't believe the body count numbers anyway. So ladies, my advice, stop sharing your body count. The men don't believe you. You could be like, listen, I come from a good home, I was raised right. I wasn't out in these streets bouncing on dick to dick to dick, slopping on knobs, gargling the gravy. They're not going to believe you, which is very, very troublesome.
Well, you know, most women give themselves away. Like, it's down to the point now you don't even really have to ask. Most women give themselves away. They start talking about past relationships, past trauma, and it's like, well, this guy, this happened, and that guy, that happened, and this other guy, that happened. And guys are keeping a tally in their head. They're like, okay, we talked about 1 guy, 2 guys, 3 guys, 4 guys, 5 guys, and then there's signs, like skimpy clothing, you know, simply dressed, heavy social media addiction, partying, alcohol, drug use, lots of male friends around. There's just a lot of signs, man, that women don't know that they're giving out, but it's a real big indicator of a woman's sexual past, you know. So, yeah, a lot of guys don't need to ask. Guys are starting to wise up and get smart enough on what the red flags are to pick up on it, and they don't even have to ask. And a lot of women, I'm telling you right now, they don't even realize they're giving themselves away just on the profiles that they post on these dating apps. The things that they say. For instance, when women lead with, you know, my daughter comes first, and some selfie photos, that's a red flag. That's an indicator. Always having to show some breast or butt and sexualizing themselves in these photos. Pictures at nightclubs, pictures traveling, in like foreign high value destinations and shit, which you know women aren't paying for themselves most of the time. Like there's a lot of indicators even before you have the conversation with the woman you can pick up on. Heavy filter usage, that's another one. So yeah, there's a lot of indicators now that men are starting to pick up, noticing that okay, if these boxes are checked, then odds are the probability is she has been reckless with her vagina. And we translate that you harbor life, you give birth. Your value, your body shouldn't be this trivial thing you're just handing out to everybody without getting anything significant in return for. So we evaluate that. If she's got that mindset, she doesn't really value herself. So if she doesn't value herself, then the probability is she's not going to value me as someone who's going to go out here and work hard and protect and provide for her, treat her the way that she's supposed to be treated. So that's kind of how I think, that's our train of thought with it.
So let me ask you something. If you were dating and you took a woman out on a first date, what are some deal breakers during that first date? Like what are some of the things that she would have to say or do during that first date that would, by the end of the day, you have concluded, yeah, I'm not going to pursue this any further?
One of the things that I've noticed is how she speaks. Unable to have a linear conversation. So if I, and as a man, I'm the one that needs to initiate the conversation. But if she can't keep up and follow along, that's one indicator. And I'm like, well, let me give you the first one. The first one is showing up and she looks nothing like the photo she posted on her fucking profile. That's number one. That's number one. That's been the killer in most of the first dates. These women have either posted pictures that are very, very old when they were a lot thinner, and when I meet them, they have a lot more weight on them than they represented. Or two, they put so many filters on their photos that they're unrecognizable when you show up to this place and you're looking for them, in the parking lot or in the lobby of the restaurant, things like that. So that's the number one indicator. My rule is if you don't look anything like what you posted and you falsely represented yourself, I just, when I see you, I just say, hey, you know what, I'm not interested. Sorry, but, I wish you the best of luck, and I'll turn my back, hop in my car, and take off.
I love that you said you're looking for them in the lobby because they look nothing like the photo. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it happens a lot. It happens a lot now. And that's what these women don't realize is like, they don't really understand that they're the ones that are initially lying first. And these are the women that have profiles that say, I don't like liars. I can't stand liars. Yet they falsely represent themselves, not knowing that that's the first lie that's being told in the start of this relationship. And that's how I'm looking at it as a man. So literally you have lied to me before we've even met face to face. That's a red flag, man. I can't trust you, and sorry, it's either two things. You'll have guys like me that'll just walk the fuck away cleanly, or you'll have guys that will covertly deny them. And that's where a lot of women don't realize the men they're not attracted to, but they want to get boyfriend benefits from. Like Roger was saying, there's women that will just answer or reply to a profile just to get a meal. Those women will friend zone those men, right? Well, we have a friend zone as well, but our friend zone is called the sex zone. So when we see that you have been dishonest, or there's enough red flags or a big enough red flag, we'll move you into the sex only zone. So that means you're absolutely getting zero commitment, but we'll sit there and lead you on. And when you talk about all the things that are important to you, oh, okay, yeah, nice, okay. Well, we'll sit up there, nod our head, and tell you everything that you want to hear, get you in the bed. And then once we've had the pussy, then that's when you get ghosted and you get blocked. So that's kind of how men are navigating out here. Like, men are starting to play the game back that women have been playing for a long time.
I really thought I would be the only one to vote what is a woman, but there are more people who selected that option. I'm cracking up.
What do you mean by easier? Like easier to deal with? Easier to sleep with?
The fuck? Getting in them draws.
Yeah, men are definitely just they don't fuck anything.
Yeah, I just changed my vote now for the explanation. We have an explanation. I changed my vote. You're right, men are easier.
Women have definitely gotten easier though to get in the bedroom than before. I remember it was hard as fuck when I was a teenager trying to taste tail, man. Like you had to have some game and put in some fucking work. Now it's like, man, you just as long as you got a decent looking profile, clean yourself up, look mildly attractive, man. Yeah, it's pretty easy. It's not that hard. My first wife, man, I had to put in hard, heavy work for her, man. I ended up on Valentine's Day. I found this company that that decorates lawns. So it's like these teddy bears that are like about 2.5 feet tall, and these hearts. So I ordered this. It was like $350, but they in the middle of the night they went to her house and put these 2.5 to 3 foot teddy bears all over her lawn and these big old red hearts, and then they put this big billboard. And I asked her if she would be mine, and that's how I got my ex-wife. Nowadays, you ain't got to do all that, man. You ain't got to do all that. Like literally, talk some shit on an app, and then either you're going over there, the chick's coming over to your house, and it's literally Netflix and chill. You're smashing that same night.
My mic. This mic. Shout out to Netflix though, because they capitalized off that, didn't they? They said Netflix and chill because they knew these hoes was gonna stay in the house. They wanted to smoke some blunts, sip on the E&J, watch Freddy Krueger. And Netflix created a whole marketing campaign around stay at home, watching TV, and getting it in. Netflix and chill. It is genius. Say that's sweet. That's really sweet. The effort, the thought. I hope she appreciates.
That's the one thing I gotta get. And my ex-wife wasn't a bad woman. I can't shit on her too hard. It's just we just weren't meant for each other. It just baby kept us together for almost 20 years. But yeah, I mean I gotta give her credit, man. She wasn't easy. I had to put in some work and but yeah, man, that's the shit you used to be able to do back in the day. But the women nowadays, they won't appreciate stuff like that. They'll literally look at that and call you a simp and laugh and make fun of you. And a lot of women don't deserve stuff like that,
Yeah, I agree. They would film that and make it content, put it on TikTok, call you names. Yeah, I agree. I think it's also generational, though. So this guy in this chat, Jigsaw, 2 times, he says the vast majority of men are so sexually easy that I don't have my glasses on, so I'm trying to read this as best I can. sexually easy that they make it hard for a man with discipline that can say no to sex. Women will believe that a man is gay. That's true. Because he'd rather not have sex with anyone. Vast majority of men are so easy, even a caveman can do them. Yeah. There is some truth to that women will call, a lot of these girlies will call a man gay when he's not a whore, right? When he practices, when he can be disciplined with his dick. Women can't wrap their head around that, so they immediately default to, oh, you must be gay. I was out one day just a couple weeks ago, because I have a little garden in my backyard, so I was back there doing my little gardening things. And my house is near a road, and I could hear some commotion off the road. So I go look to see what's going on. And there's this woman chasing this man down the street, accusing him of being a pedo. And he tries to escape her by getting on the bus. When the public bus pulls up, she jumps on the bus to beats his ass on the bus. The bus doesn't pull off. The bus just kind of waits there for them to get done. She beats his ass on the bus, pulls him off the bus, continues to beat his ass more. He continues to run away. She chases after him. And the whole time I'm wondering, now is he really a pedo, or did he just deny her sex? Because it's either you're gay for denying me sex, or you're a pedo for denying me sex. I've heard women use both of those. Ridiculous reasoning towards men, right? Sad as fuck for real reason.
You know, the women are that's the thing too, like, alright, yeah, sorry about that, guys. Like you notice that now that women are balls, that's dropped down as far as what's priority. And women are now starting to demand more sexual pleasure, and then also aesthetics. Women are now starting to put more focus on aesthetics than they used to. So what is kind of forced men into that box, what you were describing, is that if a man doesn't have enough sexual experience, you know, he is clown now. You know, men have always been clown, like the 40-year-old virgin, shit like that. But it's got even worse now because women are expecting, hey, you know, when I meet you, like, you got to give me some good sex. So it's a couple things. It's now that, you know, they're protecting and providing for themselves. So that's taken lower precedent as far as priority. And then two, now that women are able to have multiple sexual partners and get a lot more sexual experience than they used to have back in the day, now they have something to compare the current man to. And the probability is higher that they're going to run into a guy that is able to have a lot of sexual experience and knock their socks off in the bed. And then when they get with this, let's say that doesn't work out, and they get with the next guy, he doesn't have as much sexual experience. They're now comparing the new guy to the last guy that really pleased them sexually. And then you find a lot of women become dissatisfied. And then it starts, you know, they start growing resentment for the new guy because he can't perform to the same standards as the last guy.
Yeah, you know, I don't tend to talk about my personal life in this app, especially as it relates to dating and romances. I just think some things should just not be shared. But you made me think about something that because it's not a big deal, I don't mind sharing this. So I kind of get what you're saying, because I'm flattered. There's this young guy that just submitted with me, and I'm flattered. He's young, right? But he's also a virgin, and I'm like, it's kind of two strikes guy, you know. And I will talk to him because he's sweet, you know. And I'm just curious to talk to him. He's young and brand new to a lot of things, right? So I'm just fascinated with the mindset. But when he starts to get a little romantical, I'm just like, nah. And I kind of feel bad saying, because it's like you're young and a virgin.
Poor guy.
It's like, I don't know about that one. Yeah, it's just my Capricorn brain. You know, I'm very specific when it comes to guys, and that just,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, no. Here's the thing, Sig, as far as checking boxes, no, he definitely doesn't check any boxes. I think because I'm just curious about the personality, you know. And Sig, I think it comes down, as strange as this may sound, and I'm really not trying to sound crazy, but this is the truth. Because I'm a writer and a creative, and I love characters, right? I oftentimes treat people like characters, and I say that respectively, right? Respectively. Why can't I speak this morning? Word isn't coming out right. I don't mean to say that I treat him like as a joke or I'm mocking him, but he's a character, you know. And throw him a bone. If that is a subtle, polite way of saying have sex with him, no. No, that's not okay. No, that's not what I meant. Okay. All right. Yeah. No. I'm just curious from the personality, character aspect. But he's like 22. See, that's.
Oh yeah, no,
You can give him some flirting tips, right? Like kind of nudge him in the right direction. You can kind of tell him.
No, that I do. I try to help him out. Because I'll ask him, did you do? Did you go out? Did you meet anyone? He's like, yeah, I went to the bar. Did you flirt with any girls? No, I don't know how. Okay, so I try to help him in that aspect. But he's very, very green. So, yeah, I'm fascinated by that.
You know, and maybe you might get a new character, new book character out of him.
I gotta retract my past statement based on what Steven said. No, I agree with Steven 100%. So I retract my last statement. Steven's 100% right.
No, yeah, he's definitely spot on. You have to be vibing, you have to be on the same level. And you know what? Shout out to my girlies. Shout out to my Stella Got a Groove Back girlies who are into the Young Bucks. No, I don't have any problem with it. Do you, boos? But yeah, I don't know, Sid.
I was gonna say, Night, if you like reading and you really want to figure out things from like a male perspective, Rahul Tomasi wrote a series called The Rational Male. Really, really good series. It's 3 books. Really breaks down the male psyche and how we think and analyze things when it comes to relationships. And then there's a book called On Human Nature by E.O. Wilson. It breaks everything down on the evolutionary and biological level as far as the psychology of our patterns, our triggers, how history has kind of formed and hardwired us into the things that we desire, and things that we want and seek and look for. So between The Rational Male and On Human Nature, I'm telling you now, those things, that's what really opened up my eyes, and I was like, oh, period, Wilson.
Oh yeah, I have it right here. Okay. about the comment in the chat about the first date? Put no.
Yeah, the first date comment.
Okay, so let me read it. So Mojo posted, if a woman puts out on the first date, a man should not marry her. If a man tries to fuck on the first date, the woman should run. And you disagree, Stephen? Or you agree?
Yeah, I disagree. I mean, I think sexual compatibility is an important part of any relationship, you know. And I don't think it's the only thing that matters, but I think it's a part that does matter. And I don't think it's like, I think if someone wants to have sex on the first date, it doesn't mean that they're just trying to hook up with you. It could just mean that they like want to connect in that way.
No, I agree, but I also feel like it is an indication of compatibility if one of you is like, yes, let's just fuck, versus the other one is like, hey, I want to get to know you. I want this to mean something. I want to see, you know, are we aligned in other areas too? Like, dude, I like sex. I like sex a whole lot. I had a whole lot of it as a grown-ass adult. But I am, you know, like when I hear men talk about dating these days, I feel like I am forever going to be alone because your girl, she ain't putting out for just anybody. He gonna have to work for it.
You were married in this video. I thought you were married.
I'm widowed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm widowed. So, you know, I feel like everybody.
Okay, so wait a minute, guys. Wait a minute. So what if you've been getting to know them for at least, let's say a month, and then finally, and it's all like chatting, so online, whatever, over the phone, Zoom, whatever. Then finally you have the first date, Stephen. Well, no, because you said it doesn't matter how long. So Mojo posed the question. So Mojo, let's say you're talking to a girl for 30 days or longer. Finally, you have the first date, and she wants to have sex with you on that first date. Is that still a bad look?
It's a terrible look because you don't have enough information. Like, you just don't. You can have enough information that she's attractive enough that you want to fuck her, but you don't know if she's a good enough person if you should. If you're going to shoot your seed at an egg, you should be thinking, a baby could be made. Would this woman make a good mother? And you're not going to figure that out on one day. I don't know. I know you don't know, but as somebody that's learned the hard way that fucking whores is a bad decision, I'm not going to take advice on Clubhouse from people that think that it's cool to act like a fucking whore. Nor should you, Marcia. I also think that people see this like sex or no sex kind of thing, like it's like this binary thing. And I would encourage people to think about it more as like a sensuality like spectrum. You know, I think like sensuality is like a really good thing. Like, even if it's something like maybe a massage or cuddling on the couch while you're watching TV, or like closeness or like holding hands could actually be a really sensual activity. It doesn't necessarily have to be sex, but I think like finding different ways to express your sensuality to one another is a really beautiful act and one that should be celebrated.
So clearly, Stephen, you're not one of those guys who judges a girl who gets out on the first date. Listen, I agree. I don't, you know, I don't think it's, I don't want to be judgmental, but definitely I kind of agree. The first date sex is just kind of strange, right? But I get it. Two people, maybe that initial attraction is so strong, they want to get the sex out of the way and keep it pushing, right, as they're getting to know each other. So I try not to be judgmental when it comes to matters of lust and conquest, because I know we're animalistic. But yeah, that first date sex is a little.
Are you a second date sex?
No, I'm not into casual sex at all, to be honest.
No, but I'm saying, like, at what date amounts? Is it a reason?
I'm gonna be honest, Stephen. It really depends on how long I've been talking to the guy and how those dates are spread out. You know, if I meet him today and we go on a date tomorrow and the next day and the next day after that, no. Because I do agree with Mojo that you have to get to, they're going to judge you. They're not going to get a chance to, they at that point, they don't want to get to know you because you've already given up to there. And I'm not necessarily saying we have to be madly in love, but just laying down, having sex with someone because I'm horny or because I want to, you know, wrap my body around this individual is just not enough of a reason for me to kind of compromise the moral code that I have when it comes to sex, you know. But I'm definitely a get to know you. We have to have some feels going on kind of gal before we get it in.
Date 5, it sounds like.
I don't.
That's how NY's a date 5 kind of girl.
The thing is, I think Joe B brought up a good point too. Like in today's age, like quote unquote, getting to know somebody is that in real life, by phone, by text? Because I mean, we do live in an online dating era, and like for me, phone and text is great, but that doesn't really give me a sense of getting to know someone. Because, like, you gotta see, even if you get along great on the phone and you talk and you have wonderful conversations and you're like, oh, you know, I think we really jive. There is that component of physical chemistry and what are we like together? Like, is that chemistry there and we're face to face and we're looking at each other? And I don't necessarily like that whole idea of, is it a first date, third date, fifth date, 11th date, maybe in my case, because everybody's situation is different. I think it has more to do with like how much time you spend with them and seeing how that in-person chemistry works. I don't know. And I don't think my way is the right way. I'm just, sex for me is a very emotional thing. It's just very emotional. I could never do casual sex. You know, I don't know. It's just a very emotional thing for me. So.
No, your way is definitely the right way. Don't give it up. You know, save it, hold on to it. You know, give it up to the right guy that's worthy. There has to be a connection. You definitely have to spend physical time with the person. So your way is right, Sarah.
And I mean, I was married for almost 30 years, so, you know. You know, my experience is one person's.
Yeah, dating's weird. Man, I'm not really authority in the matter either. You know, I have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to dating. So, definitely, you know, just a dude on the internet. But, hopefully it'll start becoming more of a priority for me soon.
When it comes to dating, they're just hoping to meet their other person, right? They're just hoping to meet their person. They're just hoping to meet their twin, their twin flame. And so I don't know if there's a right or wrong way to date, because, you know, as we know, when folks initially start dating, they're wearing masks. How often do you get the real, true, authentic version of a person on a date? How many dates does it take before you can unmask this individual that you're thinking about building or growing with? And sometimes that takes time. And so, yeah, everyone puts on airs and their best behavior until they feel absolutely comfortable around that person. And when the comfort level, that's how you can really tell, you know, gauge if you want to continue to grow or build or date someone. When the comfort level, when both parties get really comfortable with each other and this person my mind, body, and soul. You can't really tell that on the first couple of dates, right, Steve?
I think you're right. Like it does take time for anyone to like real like personality shine through. But I do think you can get this like these ideas, these broad strokes. You start understanding broad strokes of like let's take serendipity for first, and like making sure that she's graduated, and that that's her priority. Like it's a beautiful thing. It's not a mess. I mean, she can talk. I'm sure, like she can talk about like long walks on the beach and like, you know, like I don't know what her favorite color is, and that might be a mask, but like you get hints of people. Like you need to sort of like dig for what's truly important to them. And sometimes when you dig, you find really shallow things. Sometimes when you dig, really deep, beautiful things.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, well, if no one else has anything else to say, I do have a question for the room. Where is the best place for me to find amazing women to date? Where should I go?
Well, do you live in a major city that has like some? Rick wants to come up. He might have an answer. Let's invite Rick up.
Russia.
Right.
I'd say Russia. Russia.
But that's true.
I mean, it's a way. It's a way to get there. It's certainly a path. I live in NY. I live in a small coastal town in Florida. An older demographic, but still, there are some places where you can find young people still.
So I'm trying to respond to you, but my app is overheating. I can't come off mute. I can't mute. But anyway, so you live in a small coastal town. There's some young people that you can vibe out with. Do you have a scene, you know, a bar scene, a club scene? Not to say that those are the best places to meet potential dates, but is that an option? Where do you like to go?
Kind of. There's I'm not a drinker. I actually gave up drinking a year and a half ago. A year and a half sober. And I now go to, there's one kava bar that I frequent a lot. And I have lots of weird hobbies, but they're super weird hobbies. I do electric unicycling. I'm a saxophone player. Play piano. I can and I also play poker. So yeah, this
this kava bar has like poker and also has like flow nights. So like people do like poi and like they do like fire spinning. It's a cool little vibe, like very like hippie centric. I do like hippies. Hippies are cool in my book.
So you have options to meet people, sounds like. So then I guess the question is, what is your game like? What's your approach?
My game sucks, and why? It sucks. I don't know how to approach women in public, and I don't know how to approach women at bars or at kava bars or anything like that because I just don't know how to do it. Part of me is like, I know that they know that I'm just approaching them because they're hot because I don't know anything else about them. So I'm like, I'm starting off on a very shallow note, so it's difficult for me to like get over that hump. I don't know. Maybe I should just like
don't approach women at bars. In the chat, the men have some advice. Mojo says don't approach women at bars. He says you can also meet women at dog parks, cooking classes, and city council meetings, sir. Have you considered these?
City council meetings. That's a new one.
I'm going to be very, very, very serious now. So in America, you're the luckiest in the world. You got TRT clinics, hormonal replacement therapy clinics, and all of that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if Rick was moved down. He's trying to come back up. So mods, I don't know if we're bringing him back up.
He's Italian.
Mojo, did you move him down?
Yeah, he's Italian and he hates Jews.
Sorry, Rick, I can't bring you back up, sir.
Oh.
Steven, I don't know. I'm sorry.
You can bring him up. I'm just warning you, he hates Jews.
Apparently he doesn't hate Jews.
No, that's what he says, but
No, I don't hate Jews. I think it's Mojo hating my perspectives, but that's okay. I just wanted to say, have you ever taken a hormonal panel, Steven?
No.
I'm very serious with this. I would advise everybody to do this, every man, to see what are your levels, and I think most of this.
So
that was great.
Basically, he's saying that he doesn't think Steven has enough testosterone. That's very insulting, especially coming from an anti-Semitic Italian.
Well, it's hard to insult me. Well, I mean, I guess it's easy to insult me, but it's hard to feel insulted. But yeah, I don't know. Any other ideas would be appreciated.
Yeah, I don't know. I certainly, from a woman's perspective, I'm not sure that I can offer any advice to you, sir, about how to enhance your game, how to approach women. I don't know. Maybe the fellas might have some advice. I'm not sure. I'm of the belief that confident, fully realized, take charge kind of men, not to say that you're not, sir, but they have game, they know how to approach, they'll take a chance, they'll even take that L. They know that if they take the chance, it's a possibility that they might have to take an L, but it's a chance they're willing to take if they see something they want and they go for it, right? So, I used to suffer with, because I'm kind of introverted. In my career, I had to learn how to not be introverted. I had to learn how to get better at public speaking. I get very nervous and stutter over my words and have to stop and think because I get a little nervous, right? But in my business, I had to learn. It was tough. I had to learn to get over that because I have to do it. I have to public speak. I have to put myself out there to get photos because I work in the entertainment business. And I'll tell you something I learned on Dr. Who. And the 10th Doctor, played by David Tennant, he said, you know, when you're not feeling confident, just walk into any scene, any environment, any room like you own the place. And then you'll just figure it out from there. And as silly as that may sound, that has worked for me. I'll just, even when I'm feeling hella insecure and out of place, I'll just go into this mindset that, you know what? I'm the baddest bitch in here. I own this entire space. And it gives me the confidence that I need to do whatever it is I set out to do in that moment. So that's what I say to you, Stephen. Just walk in like you're the guy with the biggest D, the biggest nutsack, the biggest wallet. Act like you own the place. Not cocky, not narcissistic. And just take it from there. Take it from there. You never know how your energy might manifest those feelings and give you the proper words you need to spit game with these ladies.
Thank you, NY. Great advice.
I'm here to help.
I will implement this today. Walk into the grocery store with, like I own the grocery store, baby.
Exactly. You own these bananas. You own these apples. You own this produce. Yeah. It is yours.
I own that celery.
Exactly.
It's mine.
Exactly.
It's already in the cart, actually. It's already in the cart. Yeah, hell yeah, I can afford it. I can afford the celery. I can afford it. Oh boy, NY, I need so much work. But I'll do it. I will still walk with confidence wherever I go. And I will embody this advice, because I think that this advice cannot be bad advice. It is good advice no matter what. So yeah, and I'll have some fun with it while I do it too. So thank you, NY.
Oh yeah, you never know when it might work. You never know when you might have to walk into a space and just, put on your big cowboy hat, and your lasso, and take charge. And I'm really not trying to be funny. It sounds like I'm trying to be funny and silly. I'm not.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. Yeah. I take it in jest. Well, no, I mean I'm taking it seriously. There's actually, you know what? I should ask a girl on a date. There's a girl I've been talking to for like a year online, and I met her in person too. She was like a really amazing girl. She's also a poker player. We met playing poker. She's really cool. So you know what, NY? I'm gonna ask her on a date.
Well, yeah, if you've been talking to her for a year, you should ask her on a date. My word, what have you been waiting for? A year?
Yeah, I mean, I had a, I had my ex living with me for a while.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Then I kicked her out. And now I got my own place, and I'm in a place right now where I can, actually date, So, yeah, I don't know. Baby steps. Working our way towards building a life more.
Speaking of baby steps, and I'm sorry to change the subject really quick, but you said something about piano. How long have you been playing the piano?
Oh, a little bit. You want to hear something?
Well, this is Mojo's stage, so I don't want to, I wouldn't mind, but I want to be respectful to the other people. They might not want the piano interlude at this moment. I personally wouldn't mind, but out of respect of the host, we'll have to check in with that person.
He said no.
Okay. But no, listen, here's the thing. This is what I was going to ask you. So, have you seen the film Interstellar?
Yeah, a while ago, yeah. Boy.
So, the theme song to Interstellar is quite possibly one of my favorite pieces of music. I listen to it every day, multiple times a day. That piece has... I know how to play guitar a little bit, but listening to the Interstellar piece, it's made me want to learn how to play piano. Because I want to learn how to play that piece. And I figure it might take me at least 10, 20 years to learn how to play that. Because I understand the piano is very hard. And if you don't start learning once you come out of the womb, basically I'm starting late in life. What's your advice to a late bloomer to learning piano?
Start. Life is short anyway. Life is short. And it's a beautiful thing. You learning piano will help you. It'll be easier to learn other new things as well. It will help you in many aspects of life. So don't be afraid. Be bad. Be proudly bad at piano. And have fun. And take joy in learning.
Piano and chess. I want to learn how to play piano and learn how to play chess.
No, I'll teach you chess.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want.
Oh, look,
we
have
have
some
chess
chess
lessons.
teacher there.
Yeah, DM me if you want a free chess lesson.
Now, how challenging is it to learn how to play chess?
Not challenging at all. I can teach you in half an hour.
All right, I'm sending you a friend book.
What's great about chess, I was terrible at it, but my roommate would always play it when I first moved in with them, and I wanted to partake. And I was a checkers guy all my life. I'm in my late 30s, and this is like my early 30s, but I would go on YouTube, learn moves, and it took months, don't get me wrong, a lot of playing, but I remember beating both of them and being like, I've been welcomed to your club. It's a great feeling.
That's a great feeling.
If you really put your, if you want to, if you try and study, you're going to fail a lot, but failing is the best lesson, isn't it?
Yeah. Chess is like there are so many good
They almost think you're very intelligent, highly intelligent. At least that's how I view chess players, because I feel like chess is quite complicated. But listening to you gentlemen speak, it might not be, right?
It's doable. It's doable. Like at a beginner, like learning how the pieces move takes half an hour, but learning how to be good takes
over an hour.
Yeah, but it's a great game. I mean, it's 750 years old, and why? I mean, there's something to it if it's lasted that long.
There's literally an infinity amount of moves you can make, and there's moves to this day that haven't been made.
I mean, this is true. I am biased towards. I'm a professional poker player myself, so I although I do love chess, poker is my game, and poker is a vastly more complicated game than chess will ever be.
So going back to whoever was talking about playing piano, when I was 20 years old, I never touched an instrument in my life. And no joke, I was at my buddy's house, ate some magic mushrooms, put on my headset, and listened to the Beatles' White Album, which is like almost 2 hours long. I always remember taking my headset off. My buddy looks at me, he's like, how was it? I go, dude, I've been asleep for 20 years, and I think I just woke up. I went and bought a guitar the next day. A good guitar, like, not the best one ever, not some mark, but a good guitar for $300. And I taught myself everything. No lessons, nothing. And I still play to this day at 37. We're talking 18 years now, almost. And that goes to show you, if you really like something, if you enjoy it, and you want to take the time on it, yes, you will figure it out. That's the whole point of life, isn't it? That's how we got here. Figure out the wheel. I'm tired of carrying things around. Create a wheel. The ground's tough. It hurts. Shoes. The sun beams. It's bright. Create sunglasses.
Also, let mushrooms guide you. I'm a big fan of magic mushrooms, so. Hell yeah. Take some magic mushrooms.
I have a question. So the title of this discussion is what's easier, men or women, right?
Exactly. Did you vote? Cast your vote.
I'm listening to the discussion, which I want to inherit to vote on. But I'm gonna say right now, I'm just gonna give it based off of this question: who's easier, men or women? I'm going to say, because we're simple. Even though we're complex, we're extremely simple.
Yeah, I think that a lot of bad, that the men are easier. I think we agree.
I think it's like historically speaking, it's the woman is the one that accepts or doesn't accept the request, but it's on the man to make the request. I think, like, by definition, like, women are going to receive a lot more requests from a lot more men than, like, as cute as I am, I just don't have a line of women out the door, unfortunately.
That's because women know men are judgmental. There are women who have high sex drives just like men. There are women out there who want to fucking get it in just like men on the first date, second date. They'll fuck all day if they can't good. Especially, but they know that even though they understand that there are men out there who feel the same way, women still feel shamed for their sex drive, their high sex drive, those women who have high sex drives. They don't know if the man that they want to hook up with is the type of guy who's going to be judgmental, like, oh my God, she wants to fuck right now, she wants to do all this. Sure, I'll give it to her, but I won't talk to her tomorrow because she's easy. Or she's just that, she's this, that, and the other. So, Stephen, it's all the stigmas around being sexually free and sexually liberated and finding someone who's like-minded who you can partake in these activities with without being shamed or judged. So that's just my take.
What about those times, like, I look at a girl, like, just at the bar, like, off work, and I just say, hey, oh, aren't you pretty? And they're like, leave me alone. But they're, like, wearing low tops and, like, skirts up here, and I'm like, God damn it. Like, what'd I say wrong? I was just admiring, like, you got the time, you took the time to get dressed, put your makeup on, get your hair did, and it's like, I said one nice thing. I wasn't hitting on you. I'm sorry. I was just admiring it as a nice person. That's the weird part. Is like you get treated not all the time. This isn't 100%, but it does happen. It's like, hey, I'm just admiring what you took the time to do.
When I get in, I think women in that regard are weird. I think this new age mindset where women get weirded out when a guy pays, shows them a little bit of attention or pays them a compliment. It's a sad state of affairs, truly, right? Because what woman doesn't get dolled up to go into town, whether she's just going out for herself, going out with the girlies, going out to meet someone. I'm not going to say that all women are fishing for compliments, but if you take the time to beautify yourself, I think it's safe to say women, we don't mind being told, hey, you look good in that, or that outfit, the color compliments you. And I think, man, there's a way to do it without coming off creepy. But I agree, Valen. These girls who act like they're so offended and triggered when a man pays them a compliment is very, very weird. And I blame the feminazis for this.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nye, because, when did things change where a compliment turned into anything other than a compliment? I don't know. I think it's very weird behavior too.
Yeah, a compliment is fine. What's Christy saying? A compliment is fine. The issue is fine. Friendliness is always seen as flirting. Boy, exactly. And that's another thing. You can't be friendly. Listen, Valen, just like you said, you can't pay, compliment a woman because she will read it the wrong way. The same can be true to women. If you are friendly with a guy, then they think you're flirting or you want his dick. I was just talking about this in another room. So we have evolved to the strange. I don't know how people date.
I figure it out. You let me know, because I can tend to be flirty by nature, and not because that necessarily means I'm just a nice person, and I think particularly in situations where I don't know people very well, like, that's just kind of one of my ways to communicate. Doesn't mean that, it's just being nice. I don't know. What's wrong with just being decent?
Yeah, strange. I was in a room not too long ago. We were talking about something on the stage, and I don't even remember what it was. And so, I have to filter myself oftentimes because, I have kind of a wild personality. Sometimes I like to say things for shock value just to get a reaction. But I know the time and the place. So I just happened to be in a room where it was that time and that place. But I knew what I was about to say. Perhaps I had to test the water. So the host of the event, he's like, text me what you're gonna say, and I'll say it. So I texted it to him, and he thought I was talking to him, right? And it was only after I sent the text, I'm like, oh wait, does he think that I'm saying this to him? Because I'm actually not. This is what I wanted to say to the room. And now, a week later, I'm still playing this dude thinks that XYZ. And I wasn't meaning it to him at all. It was part of the conversation that I wanted to say in the room, but I thought it was a little too much. And now he thinks I want to fuck with him. Like, fucking hell, this didn't work out as planned. Note to self, don't text anybody anymore. What you want to say on the stage, just say it. Fuck it.
Sorry, I was ordering coffee. But yeah, I think that
Fantastic idea.
no, I think the worst thing that I ever texted anyone anywhere, it was my autocorrect. My autocorrect has got a mind of its own sometimes, and it was a married guy on Clubhouse that is in one of these little smaller group rooms where we hang out sometimes, and we tend to share more personal information. Well, he wanted to send me something, and so he was looking for my Instagram, and I accidentally sent him my personal account instead of my Clubhouse account, and I was like trying to say, wait, no, stupid autocorrect. It was bad. I was so embarrassed. I don't talk that way.
I'm still laughing. I'm so sorry.
So bad. I was like, I should write his wife an official apology letter.
Alan, did you say something?
Like I was saying earlier about who's easier, men or women, right? I was saying like men are very simple, which sometimes is more complex, and women are kind of indecisive, even though they know what they want, and at the end of the day, they choose to deal with a man as he is talk to her or not. But when it comes to being easier, why not? What I have a question is like, if a man is comfortable with himself, right, and he is actually invested in himself outside of a woman, or he has good upbringing and whatnot, right, and he's invested in himself, he knows what it takes to time, energy, resources, all that in himself, right, up to the point where he's happy. And he's coming from a happy, confident space, right? And he goes to compliment women, even though they're not necessarily his type. But for him to be more, what I call it, cultured when communicating with women, with dating is really hard nowadays, right? Especially the question I'm going to reference with that is it's easier men and women. And it comes from the standpoint of how we're interacting with each other. Can we be friends? And I get to know you, even though you're very attractive or the case to be and whatnot. You might even arouse me, but you're not really my type. Can I be friends with you, Jack? But you're gonna help me find what's for me. You know what I mean?
I thought men and women couldn't be friends. I'm asking you that, Fallon. I mean, I'm asking you. I thought about it.
How do you feel that men and women can't be friends?
No, I'm asking you, sir, because I hear a lot of men say that men and women can't be friends. And, you know, from a male perspective, he does not like a girl that he's dating or wants to date or is married to, engaged to, that he's interested in romantically. She cannot have male friends. So I'm just asking you from a male perspective, can men and women be friends? Just platonic friends? Is that a thing?
Yeah, 100%. But it's very complicated.
Well, what makes it complicated?
People who are extremely attractive, right? Then there's expectations that come into it. And the expectations that come into it is why are you communicating with me?
Even me, and I chat GPT. Really mean? I know what it meant. I told him, and then I deep dived. It's about how whether it's women or not, but in this particular instance, it's a group of girls saying, like, if you want to be my lover, you got to get with my friends. And the whole concept is you have to understand the balance of, like, you have to let me live my life, be around my friends. You're not suffocating me. You're not, preventing me from being who I was before I met you. And that's probably the best relationship you can have, is knowing that compromise of time, space, needing, wanting, and listening, especially understanding. So, against my friend here, who I've been letting talk to,
Hey, but hold on.
I'm a real valid. Hold on. Just wait, hold on. Yes, men and women can be friends. It depends on how you were brought up and what environment you were around. I had sisters, luckily. I got it. I understood it. And that's lucky.
Okay, now wait. Let's say you were dating a girl and her best friend is Idris Elba. Could you still be friends with him?
Why not? Well, I'd have to trust her. That's the whole point. So we don't know beyond that question. That could be like, oh, I know celebrities too, and I'm gonna go hang out with blah 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 today. Like, do you trust me? Yes. And I've been with people who didn't trust me, and I've definitely, luckily, have people that do trust me.
Yeah, you're right. It's a matter of trust. Definitely a matter of trust.
That's the hardest part, but you should have a trust to begin with. One of my concerns, especially that I've learned over time, I'm in my late 30s now. Been there, done that. My heart is calloused. I've been through heartbreaks, I've done this and that. I've done some. I was an asshole once I cheated on a girl. I was the asshole. I was him. I was that person. But I was honest and I owned up to it, because I won't ever go to my grave saying I lied and I cheated and I did this. It was worth it to me. That was a long time ago, but what a lot of people don't understand is you don't rush relationships. You treat it like your best friends at first. I don't care if you hook up or you're kissing. Just take it slow. Learn about each other. Figure the depths out, your favorite color, what's your mom's middle name or maiden name, all those deep roots. Get to know each other before you cement it. It's the people that try to cement it ASAP because they're trying to fill a hole that's been dug deep and away and hard out of their heart, trying to fill a void. And that's easier said than done, obviously, but treat it like you're trying to make your best friend and you didn't know they were about to be your best friend, and you do your best. When both meet in the middle someday, that's your person.
This conversation about men and women being friends always fascinates me, and I have to say I'm always constantly evolving and changing my thoughts on it. Most of the time I think friendship is capable, but usually one of them wants to fuck the other in most circumstances. And I guess the other thing that, which is fine as long as they can both keep it in check or whatever. If I'm in a relationship with somebody, that's generally who I'm going to want to spend my time with. The first friends that are going to fall off the scope for me are going to be friends of the opposite sex, because I don't want to send the wrong message to the person that I'm trying to get to know and that I'm trying to date. And I think as long as you accept the fact that those risks come with that kind of friendship, just like, for example, if I had a guy that was a friend and he started dating a girl, I would 5,000% understand her being like, yeah, I'm not real comfortable with it. Like, I wouldn't be comfortable with it either, probably. She doesn't know the dynamic, and I don't know. I just think you have to be prepared for the fact that when it changes for one of you, it's probably going to change your relationship.
And I disagree. I mean, if I'm being was, by the way, hi. I'll work myself into the conversation. I think it's important to be able to hold on to relationships with people of the opposite sex, friends. I'm fortunate enough to be able to have the experience to be able to create friendships with women, and they've I've had them retain and remained as friendships alone. Those friendships have helped me to become the person who I am today. And if a woman comes along and wants to be a partner with me, then that's something that she would need to be able to accept. If she cannot accept, or she finds jealousy that exists therefore, then we'd address it. But yeah, I wouldn't want to be able to let go of my friendships regardless of whether they're male or female. I think that actually lends itself to an unhealthy dynamic that can end up being toxic.
I agree with you. Like, some of my best friends, and I think probably some of the people who've really helped mold and shape me, have been friends of the opposite sex. Guys that were willing to be real because there was nothing on the table between us. So, like, I get what you're saying about the importance and the relevance of it, but do you not, I mean, particularly when you first start dating somebody, I know that a lot of people fall back on, well, trust is an issue, but when you're getting to know somebody, that trust level hasn't really been established yet. Would you say that the context of that relationship with those friends of the opposite sex changes if you're getting into a relationship with somebody? I don't see how it couldn't.
Yeah, I think that if there's a need to be able to change those particular relationships, then those particular relationships are not platonic in nature.
Right.
There might be elements being having platonic connection, but they're not platonic fully by nature. And look, I mean, it's not to be able to say that we can have people of the opposite sex in our lives, and do have like a stimulated level of connection that may have sexuality. But, there might be some relationships you might need to be able to let go of because it does cross over the boundaries of being platonic. Sure. I think it's a tricky one though. It is a tricky one, and it's one thing to be able to take the sensitivities of the new partner into play, and I think that takes the sensitivity on both the person who's the current new partner, actually all involved for that matter. Involve the friends you are with, okay, to be able to understand and respect this person is new, doesn't know the dynamic, doesn't appreciate, just sees the male and the female, what have you. But trust has to be the binding factor which is involved. But to be able to trust implicitly, I think, is stupidity.
I agree, and I think it would, for me, like if I were starting to date somebody that did maybe have a couple of really close female friends, I think a big thing in my consideration of being comfortable with it is how comfortable is he with me hanging out with them? You know, like those are the kinds of things that I would be looking at. And I mean, it's pretty easy when you're sitting with a group of men and women together to kind of get a feel for the dynamic and the chemistries and maybe the nuanced stuff that you don't actually know.
If I may for a second, if you were talking about trust, how many people here in this chat know how to date themselves?
Know how to what? You broke up. Know how to what?
Date themselves.
Date themselves. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Investing in your own time, how much time it takes to like reset, invest in yourself, see what you actually like, and you meet people during that journey. And then also, when you invest in yourself, you invest in happiness, which also invests in confidence. To the point where you don't have to really worry about trusting anybody else, is you're a confident person. And the person can see that you invest in yourself and they want to be around you. Ultimately, trust is unproven, but if you invest in yourself first, and you can show that, hey, no matter if I'm dating or not, I'm good. Taking the time and the energy to do what it takes for me, right? To the point when it comes to dating or talking to somebody else, whether you're attracted to each other or not, or sex or arousal comes into the picture, right? But going back to the point of investing in yourself, like old girl said earlier, like trusting a person is kind of like leading with expectations. I don't know how that really I can respond to that. And my man was saying earlier, and when I tried to like explain that, like you gotta start with how you can prove with yourself. And a lot of people haven't literally, what do you call it? The word is not coming to my mind right now. I'm tired. Listen, a lot of people haven't really conquered their own personal happiness. And they're looking to meet a person and try to find an equilibrium of happiness with someone else. But they don't really know what makes themselves happy. Time, energy, effort, resources, right? Now, but if you're investing, then it's going to be all based on that own choice. You can't, you can't have these friends or this or whatever the case may be, you're all based on that, and it's vulnerable to my feelings and my emotions. But your vulnerability with your feelings and your emotions have to deal with your insecurities within yourself first. And like I was saying earlier about making friends, right? Yeah, you can make friends, but you need to learn how to invest in yourself first. And if you don't know how to make yourself happy, smile on your own, forget dating in general. You shouldn't be dating. If you don't know how to date yourself, make yourself happy, the way you meet people, and why not? What's the point of dating someone else?
Ro, did you want to go?
I'm sitting with that. Like, I mean, there's so much to be able to say about it. It makes a lot of sense. You can't love another person if you don't love yourself in a healthy way. You can't have a healthy relationship with another person if you can't relate to yourself. I don't think it's a matter of just about blindly loving oneself at all, but more about appreciating who you are, what your strengths are, what you manage to be able to offer, and also embracing your weaknesses as well. I think if we go around at the same time, fooling ourselves as well. I'm absolutely perfect the way I am. I think people get set themselves up for a failed relationship because you can't relate to yourself that way. Which is this beautiful saying, John, which I found as being a bit of a nugget or a bit of a gem, and it goes like this: I'm perfectly imperfect, and that's perfect. I'll say it again: I'm perfectly imperfect, and that's perfect. And it's just it's something that it not only gives me the license for being a fuck up in certain ways, but just humanizes people. provides a framework of what humanity is about. We're all just flawed. We're all fucked up in certain ways, and we're also got our strong points, skills, and values that we can be proud of and hold up high. I think that's the starting point, anyway.
I was just gonna say too. I think you're right. I mean, I do think the people that we tend to have the least amount of grace with is ourselves. Particularly when we mess up. I mentioned, okay, so I'm widowed. My husband died. It's a little over 4 years ago, and
sorry to hear.
My daughter was 12 at the time, and it's funny how the mind of a 12-year-old works. Like, almost immediately when she got through that initial process of him dying, her first inclination was, "Are you about?" And of course, we were married for almost 30 years. Dating was the last thing on my mind. That was not even a consideration at that point in time for me. But as the years have gone by, I kind of had to wrestle with these because, to be perfectly honest with you, I moved out of my parents' house and I got married and I started having a family, and I never had to stand on my own feet. And part of me kind of looked at his unexpected death as, okay, so maybe I need to just prove to myself that I'm capable of doing this, because this isn't something I've ever done before. And I have done it. I mean, I live to tell the tale. I've managed to support her and I and take care of things, and that's all fine and well, but like, I'm not happy not being in a relationship. Like, even after all of this time, but part of my considerations in dating were that I kind of played this game with myself that you need to be comfortable being alone before you're ready to try and date somebody else. Like, that's part of the lesson here, is that you got to be comfortable standing on your own 2 feet. And while I can certainly say that I'm content and I'm comfortable, and I ultimately decided to make the decision that I was going to wait until she graduated high school to date, because nobody's going to love her the way that me and her daddy loved her. And I just don't want that to. She's 17 now. Yep. Yeah, she's 17 now. She just turned 17. And yeah, I kind of decided that, nobody's going to love her the way that me and her daddy loved her. And I just don't want this to be a complication in her life. It's, in the grand scheme of things, it's a very short amount of time for me to dedicate to her and prioritizing her. So I can say I'm content in my loneliness, but I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I think all the time about the fact that I don't want to grow old alone. I want to be with somebody. So I don't know. Maybe I'm not there yet, but that's just a little introspective on kind of where I'm at in that whole journey.
Well, thanks for sharing. I really appreciate that. I think it is a tough, decision as to when is the right time. To be able to re-partner, especially when you've got young kids, and taking their needs and their feelings into account. And whilst listening to what your own internal compass is telling you what to do. I think somewhere in between that there's a marriage in terms of what feels right. And it's not a matter of there is a right, but what feels right at that very point in time. And to be able to tussle with perhaps the challenges that are added to that, in terms of, well, hang on for a sec, I signed up for a lifetime, and I couldn't imagine myself being with anybody, but I guess tearing yourself away from that paradigm is like, all right, I need to be able to embrace something that is different, that I wasn't anticipating to encounter. Growing as a child into from teenage years, and idealizing what life is meant to be about as well. Just accepting, like, wow, okay, this is a curveball. Great, I'm going to start this new chapter, and who the hell knows what it's going to look like. Having a degree of confidence in going out there, and also recognizing that, the dating scene is very different now to what it was going so many years ago. Like, we look at that and go, how we were, right, as young as, say, just need to be able to get used in different ways. But you can create ways of meeting new people that out.
Meet us. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Finding common interests and so forth. So fucking important. But even as much as simple as something I started doing, like going back, several years ago, and just saying, hey, look, let's start off a brunch club and let's meet up every, once a month or once every 2 weeks, and just go to different cafes and restaurants for a Sunday morning brunch and just get together, jeans and t-shirt, casual, forget the makeup, we just want to get to know each other and just, sit around having coffees and a bit of brunch. And that, just is another way of, getting to be able to meet people and staying away from the bloody apps. Anyway,
right.
That's different. Yeah.
Yeah. And I will say, like, this is one of those areas too. I came onto Clubhouse after my husband died because that just happened to be a fluke. But this is actually one of the ways that Clubhouse has really been kind of a godsend for me. Is I yearned having that masculine and that male influence, and to the point about guys and girls being friends, like I did develop some close friendships with some guys just because I liked to have, I like to give basically my husband a voice, and sometimes, in these smaller private rooms with people that, I was comfortable with and we shared personal information with, just kind of having a sounding board because men and women, we think differently. And they've, over the years, they've really helped me to grow, to realize that, I don't have to settle. I can be patient. I can wait. And I can fill some of those voids in other places with those friendships of the opposite sex, because they have. Oftentimes I'm going through something with my kid and I'm just like, I don't know what to do. And they'll say something and I'm like, her daddy would have totally said that, So like, that's where those friendships have been really, really pivotal to me. So I certainly don't want to give the impression to anybody that I was saying here, I don't think men and women should be friends, because I wouldn't have made it without some of those friendships.
Do you think the gap has, by the way, Kristen, I'd love to hear your rationale. Brunches equal drama.
Can you hear me okay? I don't have my earbud. Because I'm drinking my first cup of coffee. Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, so the single thing, it sounds like a great idea, so I'm not dissing it, and I'm sorry if that sounded like that. It's not, it's been my experience that when people get together, and like mixed company, and then they do, little, like, not, I don't know, it's really weird. There's a different kind of intimacy in a brunch. I think it's great, it's awesome. But people have to be real careful not to be petty. So it just depends on who you're mingling with. If people are apt to be petty and to be gossipy, that can be real dangerous. So if you're brunching with cool people who know how to behave and don't talk behind each other's backs, and especially the women that have it, like, how women can sometimes be, they're just real competitive, and yeah, so when if you have a pretty good healthy group, which is awesome, and I believe that that's out there, it's just, how do you find, I'm similar to Dippity in the fact that I've been alone for a while, been single for a while. I don't know how, I don't know her very well, so I don't know if you've been dating or anything. I have been talking to people, like online, whatever, but like a physical date and stuff, I haven't done. I just haven't been able to really afford it. I haven't been able to invest in that. I've had to really work on my stuff, build my foundation, and so I haven't been able to find that group of people in real life, if you will, that are willing to do such a thing as meet for brunch. I think that's a really cool idea. I'm just very wary. Another reason why. Yeah, so that's all.
Maybe I'll respond to that. Maybe give it a little bit of context.
Sure. Yeah.
So, many years ago, many years got separated and divorced, and like going out to a birthday with lots of people was just like, for me at the time, it's just like, shit, how am I going to do this? That's how much I changed as well. But I went to a gathering. There were lots of people. It was night time. It was hundreds of people there. It was dark. It was strobes, loud music, smoke, and it really wasn't my scene. But I went there in any case and thought, okay, I'll try it out. And then 2 weeks later, when I didn't have the kids, I thought, I want to do a brunch. Let's just catch up with a couple of it. It was half a dozen of us, and I just thought, whilst I was having this brunch on Sunday morning, it's like, wow, okay, this is my jam. And thought, right, I'm going to make a point, because I knew at least 2 or 3 other people who were like more introverted and not as extroverted as I was at that point in time. And I said, right, okay, I'm going to book a table at a cafe/restaurant for 2 weeks' time on a Sunday, and I'm just going to do it for 20 people. I'll see what happens. So I made the booking, found the place, made a booking, and started putting the word out and said, hey, look, come down, we're going to do a coffee, have a brunch, very casual. Come and have a coffee if you want and leave. Stay if you want. It's, basically what happened was the security level meant that it was you would only be there because you are a friend of a friend. So there was a level of security and safety that was there, right? And it just sort of grew from that. So 40 people somehow heard about it and decided to come along. Then I started off, I thought the feedback was terrific, and I was waiting around for other people. I just thought, fuck it, I'll do it myself. And that's how it got created. But you can find these places through me. You don't have to stay there for too long. You just have no, it's not my jam. Or you can stay there, find a couple of people, go, yeah, what's your story? Start connecting people. I've got this thing which is called the rule of 12. All right, so let's say there's 100 people or 200 people at a venue or at a function event. Out of the 12 people that you might come across is a sample. You're going to find that 6 of those 12 people you can have generally good flowing conversation, right? The next 3 are the 3 people who, for whatever reason, you just don't get the vibe. And in terms of experience, in terms of values and what have you, and you just have a really a closer type of connection for whatever reasons. And 1 out of those 3 you might find as a person that you want to go out for a coffee with and get to know them a little bit better. So anyway, that's a long and the short of it.
Thank you.
So who is easier, men or women?
I had to ask myself when he put this poll up, is he talking about sex or just as people in general? Because my answer changes depending.
I think women make life more difficult.
The way that I look at the dating life and stuff. Sig was actually one of those very pivotal people. And he doesn't even know it. I've never told him this before. I was sitting in a room, this was a few years ago, and y'all know how Sig, he likes his gender wars, okay? And I was just down in the goo listening, and he was talking about, he and KP were talking about older women in particular. Hello, that's me. So my ears perked up, and they basically made inference that, older women were not dateable. And the primary reason that older women were not dateable was because on this whole long tirade, and I was so mad. I was like, shame on you. How dare you? But then I kind of reflected on the comments that they were saying, and I said to myself, you know what? When I am ready to date, I am going to put the past in the past. Like, I want to be that person that has packed up that baggage and said, this was a part of my life, and it was a great part of my life. It's okay for the next thing to be new and different. I don't have to be set in my ways. You know, like, the new is part of the fun, and the expectation that it should be different is also part of what's exciting. But yeah, anyway, just thought I'd share that little moment.
I see Sig's voice resonates throughout the app, huh, Sig? Right? Every space he goes into, a woman walks away with.
So am I going to get any pushback from what I've said? Women complicate life.
I agree. That from that perspective, I think women are definitely the more complicated ones, for sure.
So why do you think women complicate life? Like, in what way? They bring a lot of drama to a man's life.
I don't think it's just to a man's life. I think it's just they just, for some reason, find reason to be able to have more drama than men do in general.
Especially if they go to brunch.
Yeah, right. Okay.
I don't necessarily think it's. Yes, it can create drama. I think the reason women are more difficult in that respect is because,
you know, the internal tussle seems to be more of a woman's domain in so many different ways. But I actually feel like the gap is not widening, but it's actually narrowing. And I'm witnessing being forced to be able to look at themselves, understand themselves more so, and to be in touch with their, in quotation marks, their feminine side. The other side of the coin is that I've found forced me to go in this direction. We're also finding within this generation, unlike many generations beforehand, that there's a greater level of acceptance in terms of the numbers of partnerships or family units that are broken down for a variety. So it's a big change in dynamics. I'll leave it at that.
some for the good and some. My hope, I guess, would be for men to take that awareness, embrace that awareness a little too much. And I think that's why we have a problem in society today with men not necessarily acting like men. We took the very innate characteristics of men in masculinity and decided to call it toxic. And so you tend to see some men overcorrect with me. I don't want you regurgitating your bitchery all over the place and acting like a woman. That's my job. I'm the woman. I get to be the female action there.
The other thing is, I'm here, clear for equity. And this generation, there's far more equity and also equality of repression and suppression of women. It's understandable that there would be a consequence to that. It's almost like, I've used this analogy before, but imagine getting a bucket of water and getting a cork from a bottle of wine, and then putting the cork in the water and then pushing it down with your thumb. And as you put the cork, it doesn't go automatically to the surface and sit. It pops out from the bottom, goes rising upwards. Some of the women finding that there's still a level of oppression. There's no absolutisms about this, but there's a reason why there's a balance in terms of, or like a lack of awareness, from men and women knowing where they're meant to be and how they're meant to be feeling, what they're meant to be doing at this point in time. Hence a lot of confusion. I'll leave it at that. Who's raising their hands?
We have Jamel on the stage. In case, Jamel, do you want to ask the topic?
Well, yes, sure. Thank you. Welcome. I
Can somebody elaborate on what they mean by that?
I think initially the poll was
Serendipity's point when the poll was launched. It was from the point of view of sex. So, do you think men are easier when it comes to sex? Women are easier, to give it up. They're both equally easy, and then of course you might be one, and you speaking in general, where you don't even know what a woman is. We have those people living among us. So maybe you don't know what a woman is, sir, and that's a whole other topic. Or maybe you think men are easier lays, women are easier lays, or they're both quite easy. So you can go on that, or if there's some submissions that you heard that you want to respond to, you can weigh in on that as well.
Now I understand. Okay. Well, I'm only into women, so I've only experienced women in my whole life. Okay, so I didn't understand the question, so I wouldn't be good for chiming in on this, unless you want to hear what I have to say anyway.
Well, you raised your hand to come up. We invited you up, so yeah. Whatever you want to share, go ahead. Mic is yours.
I appreciate it this early Sunday morning on this summertime 2025. In real time, it's the secrets of love right now, but it takes wisdom to understand this knowledge. The 400 years is up. The Willie Lynch syndrome has lost its effect in the Americas. I've come from a long way to wake up all people who would believe. But first they would have to hear me. And first one had to be sent. You've seen a lot of false prophets, and they led people, and that door is eternal life. And the only life is in the Son, for he is God. Now, it's not to bash no one, as a lot of people do, and a lot of controversy is built upon it. But now in these days, 2025, summertime in Americas, you're experiencing greater works than these. When you read about the previous days, they're happening now in real time in America, and it's a nigger reparations movie. Hollywood goes to Africa.
Wait, hold on, sir. Not to interrupt you, but we have rules in this house. We cannot say the N-word. Since you're new to the stage, we'll give you the rule. We can't say the N-word. No variation of the N-word.
Forgive me.
No, yes. Continue, sir.
Forgive me.
But wait. I'm being respectful. I feel like you're taking us to church, and that's cool. It's Sunday. It's early. But just, it's one of those things where we're kind of like, read the room. We were talking about sex, and that's cool. You're bringing it back to a very mature, adult, less sinful place, and I appreciate you for that. Bring us back to center. Bring us back to Christ. But
yes,
let's land. Go ahead. No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Well, y'all sound like my kinfolk on here, and I love my kinfolk. And
no, you have come to the right room. I like to say your vibe attracts your tribe. So if you are vibing with any of the voices on here, you have found your place, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, I believe one has to know love in order to show love. Now, I just want to say, I guess what I've been checking out the lingo. I'm not good at computers at all. I'm all thumbs when it comes to the network and the technology and all that. I really missed a lot of years of education. But I was one who recently woke up from the fentanyl overdoses in Baltimore. Have you heard about them?
You were on fentanyl? You was out there cracked out on the streets.
Fentanyl had me gone.
I'm so glad. Are you delivered?
I am cold turkey now.
I'm proud of you. How long have you been clean?
2021. August 2021.
Very good. good. No, y'all gotta show this. Y'all give some hearts emojis in the chat for this man. Fitting on. I watched Dope Sick.
No, seriously. I love her. She's my kinfolk. I love her. She even received my hand raised. I like her. Oh, it says poor connection. I don't know.
That's okay.
Still poor?
No, we can hear you okay.
Okay, well, now, like you said, I feel you. I don't want to take you to church either. I just wanted to tell my testimony because I heard that we overcome by the blood and the power of our testimony. So I think it's a good way to introduce myself. Now, according to your topic, and which is so beautiful. Now, ever thinking about
who do you
man
think
in that way?
Jamel, I don't tend to cut people off, so I'm not trying to be rude. But I just want to know, as it relates to the poll, who do you think is easier? I mean, from a male perspective, do you think men will bang everything? Because most men will say, guys will F anything. Or do you think women give up the cootie cat a little bit more easier than men are actually searching for it?
Now you changed the question. I like that. Now it's even more clearer. So this is different. Now, the first question you're asking whether a man or a woman loves to have man or woman. But what you just explained now, you just said who will give it up quicker. Now that's what I said. What you mean by easier? Now it's a little different. So, who's more quicker? Women. Oh yeah, women. Oh yeah, women will give it up real fast. I mean, I'm talking in the Burger King bathroom, at the library, on a slow time, in the parking lot, in Walmart, cucumbers and all. I mean, they get down real faster than men. Men are slow motion. We're almost caveman-like. We don't move as fast, y'all. But yeah, real fast in seconds type stuff. Just real fast type stuff, and real fast, and elevators real fast. But a man is a little more all thumbs when it comes to doing that, unless he's a porn star. But a lot of us men, we really don't do it as like you think. But the porn stars do. The ones that sell it, they will. You can get, people who do it for a living, and they be really trained and have a lot of blue chews on deck. But giving it up fast or quickly in regular life, women. Oh yeah, women. Thank you. Unless you still want to hear more, I can elaborate.
No, it's one of those things where we appreciate your share. I appreciate you. 100%. You are free.
What happened?
Hey, women's are easier because they only have to show their ass.
I'm having problems with Mike. It keeps muting me because my phone is overheating. But no, I was saying, this room has been running for a while, so we might have these brief moments of where there's no silence, because a lot of us have been talking for a while. The room has been going on for hours. A lot of people are asleep. Side note, you said women give it up in the elevator. That made me think of this fabulous tale I once heard involving Scarlett Johansson and Benicio del Toro. Apparently, they met on an elevator at an award ceremony, and the story goes that he banged her right out on the elevator. And every time I see him, I think of that story, and I think, what a lucky girl, ScarJo. What a lucky girl. But anyway, I digress. Open mic, open stage. Y'all can have it.
Benicio. How do you say his name?
Benicio del Toro.
Oh, he is so delicious.
He's so muy delicioso.
I don't know if I would do it in an elevator, but oh my god, he's so delicious.
Well, what about a stairwell instead of the elevator? Is it like?
I would definitely do it in an elevator.
Serendipity is up against the wall, right?
That's right.
Well,
that's right. We got you.
To your gym friends.
Straight and narrow path.
That's you.
Yeah, I'm talking to my kinfolk.
With my husband.
Somebody said in a song, she just want the cocoa, I want the narrow. Oh yeah, that was Travis Scott. She wanted the cocaine, he wanted the cookie cat, the cookie cat. The cookie cat. I can't speak because I haven't had coffee. So when you say narrow, I'm assuming you mean, yeah, never mind. It's too early. I'm going to go ahead and shut up. Let me go get some coffee.
No, I definitely want you to elaborate on that. Like that was going somewhere.
He was going right down Pervert Kitover, and it's too early. So let me shut up.
I'm a little bit on the slow side, so you just have to open that up a little bit for us now.
And also add cream and sugar in your coffee.
No sugar. But definitely some unsweetened creamer.
But no sweet. What do you mean no sweet? Any sweetener at all?
No, I cut out sugar over a year ago. So I don't do sugar. I don't do a lot of carbs.
You don't do any kind of sweetener at all?
So I do a little stevia. Just a little. Just a little.
Wow.
Milk is the new cream, y'all. I've become obsessed.
With what? Would you say oat milk?
Oat milk, yes.
Yeah, oat milk is very good. It's delicious.
I haven't had heavy cream in my coffee in a very long time. And I had it yesterday, and I was so sick. And, my body's like, we're not doing that anymore.
I heard Bishop Eddie Long say it was a dangerous thing to enter or exit. You can change your mind.
Lord, methinks he protests too much.
Bishop Eddie Long, he was out there long stroking them boys, so they say, allegedly, living up to his name. Mm-hmm.
You can change your mind.
He didn't change his mind about that dick, though, allegedly.
But you can change your mind.
Allegedly, just depends. Who's on the other end of the... See, let me go get coffee. Let me shut up.
Yeah, go get coffee.
Jamel, why you come up here? You're bringing out the worst in me with your scripture talk. You're talking Jesus, and it's having the opposite effect. I'm a sinner. I have to pray.
I don't think I'm impervious this morning.
I'm the next new big podcast. I'm coming soon. I want y'all to be a part of it. It's all love. It's gonna grow. I'm trying to hold it now. I don't have enough room to receive it. Its viral numbers is going through the roof. I gotta get my business right. I don't know nothing about computers. I may need some of y'all assistance. I'm accepting anyone who is willing to be born again. And it's all love. Who wouldn't want to be transformed and born again? And we can walk in love and really be successful and use money for what it's for. Flow on it. We're supposed to use it for currency and grow and live an exciting life and wait for, America to, listen. One thing I am is sure of what I'm speaking of. I know who it is whom I believe. And love covers the multitude of sin. Just remember that.
Question though, this born again compound that you speak of, is whiskey allowed there, sir?
If you would choose to have some, you may.
Very good. Something to think about.
Yeah.
Seriously,
learn everything in moderation.
This time of the morning that the conversation just gets very, it's different from the...
ready for your brunch. I understand.
More personalities pop in at this time of the morning. The conversation goes a little left.
I think it's the morning wood.
Yep, people go to the gym, meet their people, and then...
It's all right.
And then
it's all right.
Brunch.
I understand. I do this for a living full time. I've been stopped serving Pharaoh and building pyramids. I work for the Most High now. I only serve one master. So I'm used to this all the time. People be all over the place with their mood swings. Sometimes they call me, they want to commit suicide. The next minute they want to see if they feel so good, they're happy, they don't know what to do. up and down all the time, but they call me their counselor. You can call me for Shemut psychiatry. I've helped a whole lot of people.
Wait a minute, are you a Hebrew Israelite?
Some call me that, but I'm just a disciple of the way.
Disciple of the way, yeah. I call myself too. I'm a disciple of the way. I have a logo, disciple of the way. But if you happen to see me with that logo on in the hallways, in a room, we're not Hebrew Israelites. And no disrespect to the Israelites, but we're just disciples and followers of the way. So I dig in on that aspect.
There we go. I like her. I told you I like her. I like her. And she can change her mind also. The Most High is good. I have a wife, and guess what? I think she's bisexual. Underneath all her love.
Wait. You said you
I
have a
classify
wife.
myself as being trisexual. I'll try it once.
Okay. I love my wife, but I believe that, you know.
That's a topic. But Jamel,
Yeah.
Rolo, you can't just drop this and then go on mute. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? We're learning new aspects of you. So you're on silent for hours, and then it's, oh, by the way, guys, I'm trisexual. Back on you.
I will try anything at least once.
That's good. That's good, Raj. I mean, you're not going to Rolo. But wait. Jamel, hold on. My mute is not working. You say you're married. You think. How can you think this about your wife? How come you don't know this about your wife? Why are you not certain?
Before he answers 9, what you might want to do is quickly have him come back because it would be an app-related issue.
Okay, I'll leave and come back. Yeah, let me do that because I can't. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, there seems to be a glitch with the app. I think it's something to do with client-server relationship. Sometimes it's needed to be able to close the app down completely and to be able to rejoin. Nothing else seems to work for some. That's right. So, have you had your coffee yet?
I am finished. It completely changed my coffee taste.
Exactly. Mocha is a step up. There's one that is called Bialetti. Are you familiar with that brand?
No. Let me look and see what my brand was. I don't think it was that. Let me check.
Okay, I'll see if I can get a link to that. Bialetti Market. Okay, there we go. I'll see if I can get images.
I'm just going to snag a picture of the one I got.
So I'll give you an example of how they look.
Oh, it is Bialetti. That is the one I got.
Yeah. So Bialetti is one of the most common brands in Italy of what they use. And yeah, Bialetti's brilliant. Really, really good. They're actually, if you want to get the best flavoring from a Bialetti, there are actually a few videos that are out on YouTube that you can look at. They'll give you tips about how to get the most flavor out of the beans themselves. But they're fantastic.
Oh,
really
it is next level.
Yeah, absolutely. So where I'm from, we are coffee snobs. A lot of people I know have got their own coffee making machines at home. Not Bialetti's, but proper sort of latte based machines. I'll show you. I think I've got an image one somewhere here. So okay.
So this is standard sort of coffee machine that you find in Bath.
Are you putting it in chat or your PTR?
Yeah, I'm putting it in my chat. Just trying to find that link. Trying this out. There we go. That's the standard sort of coffee machine that we have here. I've got one of these.
Alright, let me look. Oh.
It said make can create things.
So now, this machine, is it better than the maca?
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah?
Absolutely. Yeah. So you get the crema from the mocha machine, but it's nowhere near as tasty as getting a machine like this.
Okay.
So you got the beans. You'll see that you got the beans at the very top. It grinds, like this machine will actually grind the beans real time, so they're nice and fresh. You then use the shoe and the tugs, then plug it in on I think that's a fairly sort of standard coffee machine. But the taste is infinitely better. Did you have latte? Where you are?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's actually what I just drank.
We are in Georgia. We are not in the stick. For Pete's sake.
I mean, I know we might sound like it sometimes, but we're classy ladies.
I mean, just because I like to throw an X does not mean I'm a stick person.
I mean, not too much on the axe throwing, okay?
Yeah, look, I mean, we're not really into the axe throwing over here, I can promise you.
It's just become a new little thing down in these parts.
Y'all just throw around snobbery and insults down there.
But I tell you, they do throw around some good coffee.
How long's this room been going for? Oh my God, it's been going for 18 hours.
How do you know that?
18 hours and 18 minutes. It's been 2,400 people who have come in. No, a total of 971 people have come into the room. 26 in here now, and there's been 2,400 comments through the chat. How about that? How about them for statistics? Hey.
He's all fancy and shit, y'all.
I can't. I've only had one cup of coffee. I can't do this.
Too many numbers?
Too much accent.
Too much accent? Come off it. It's easy to find.
Kristen, have you noticed that it's around these parts, the more you're around people with an accent, the more you speak with an accent. It tends to come out in droves if you're around some really southern folk.
If the alcohol is flowing.
Don't even get me started then.
And if there's more sass, oh Lord. I'm a hybrid though, so I am familiar with the southern drawl, and I'm also familiar with the Midwestern accent.
Me too.
We're lost, sisters. So yeah, both my parents are Midwestern, and so I have a little bit of an identity crisis because at school they didn't know what to do with me. They're like, "What's wrong with you?" Because I didn't mean to be disrespectful or ugly. I was just talking like my parents do.
has to be where it comes from.
Yep. I identify more with Midwest. The Southern, I'm like, oh no, I don't belong here.
I identify more with the Southern.
Yeah, that's cute. Yay. Little bowl peanut.
I love me some boiled peanuts. I had some yesterday.
To get me fat, girl.
I don't get them very often because I'm not doing gas station boiled peanuts.
Man, see, okay. Do you remember that you could get on roadside stands, little boiled peanut stands? I miss them. They were so good.
That's where we get ours, but you got to drive like an hour to go get them up near the apple orchards. So I don't get them very often, but yeah, I like my peanuts bougie like I like my coffee.
I love it. Gas station boiled peanuts. I can't stand it. Makes me so happy. But yeah, here's the crazy. So I love my boiled peanuts, but I also love my old-fashioned brandy sweet. So what? And it has to be made with 7-Up. I hardly drink anymore, but
see, I don't like the taste of liquor, so I'm more of a just give me 3 shots of tequila and let me call it a night.
So quick and dirty, and then you're done.
Exactly. I feel good for a couple of hours and then I pass out. And that's great.
Understood. What is it like anymore, though? Like socializing. That's how far like foreign it is for me now.
Socializing is definitely not foreign. I have 5 kids. 4 of them are married with kids of their own. So
that's crazy.
I know. I got 7 grandbabies, girl.
What? Oh my God, you're a sexy grandma.
Why, thank you, sweetheart.
That's so cute. You're like Catherine Keener in the 40-Year-Old Virgin. She's a sexy grandma.
I'm a Mimi, actually. I was too young to be a grandma, so I had to be Mimi.
That is so southern and cute. I want to cry. Mimi.
It's really great, too, because it's so close to Mama. It's also one of...
Serendipity. Every time I look at your photo, when you mention the children you have and being a grandma, not a grandma, but a grandma.
Oh, I love that.
You look so young to have a gang of kids and grandkids.
Yeah!
You look beautiful.
Oh, y'all are so sweet.
You don't look like a day over 30. And I'm like, what? She's got all these kids and grandkids? Girl, stop.
If she was hard. If she was real hard.
Oh. It just means you're seasoned. You're a big girl, that's all.
Right?
I love how we kind of took over. This is fun.
I love coffee rooms in the morning, y'all. Coffee rooms are the best.
Yeah, especially when people start to wake up and say things, and it's like, what? Okay.
And then you get your Jamals and your KCs and...
Man. God bless him.
Bro over there drinking his poshy coffee.
He is very posh. He's even better than the Brits.
I know, but I have to say, I do love to hear him talk. I'm definitely one of those that just swims over the accents.
Well, same here.
He has a great accent, yeah.
time Rose talks, he has my full attention because of that accent. Talk about sitting in a tree, and I'll listen to it for hours.
In a tree.
What is it about the accents?
I think I like British accents. They're now I have finally come to my seasoned place in my life where I understand that, but even though somebody may have a very nice, good, posh accent, it doesn't mean that they're a stand-up person. That's the key. It's like, okay, cute. You can speak in a certain accent, so can I. All right. What does that mean?
I bet it sounds to them when we try to imitate those accents like it sounds to me when people try to imitate Southern accents.
Isn't it cringy? It's
so cringy.
It's horrible. Although I know one woman who actually, she's a Brit. Oh my God, she's so good at it. She can really do. She does the most perfect Valley Girl, and it's hilarious. She's great. If anybody has a good accent, bring it up here. I want to hear.
Jarl, that's not true. I live in a red state.
Oh no, here comes Jarl.
I know. I'm just going to keep enjoying my coffee, okay? I haven't had time for that yet this morning, Jarl.
Although he did leave. So.
Okay, good.
I love New York. Shout out to New York. How about that?
Ah, the brother from another planet. Welcome back, Jamil. My brother's name is Jamil. He spells it Jamil. Yours is Jamel.
Hey, that's all right. That's a sign. Good sign. He said he came to open up eyes of the blind and to blind those that say they see. How about it? I love New York.
But what if the blind want to stay blind?
Then they will remain blind.
Okay.
But who wants to remain blind?
The blind.
I'm sure there's blind that would rather see. Seeing is believing.
I don't know. I just by hearing. I think you can see things without having to see.
Now we're talking about faith.
Yep. I have lots.
Which is the substance of things hoped for. Now listen to this real good. The substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. Listen to that real good, dissect it and break that one down.
It sounds like Australian cop.
Jamel, I gave up smoking pot. I'm drug free, alcohol free for the most part, but I swear you're 2 syllables away from me rolling one up. I almost feel like I need to puff and contemplate on these words, sir.
I hope that's a good thing.
No, because I've been good, detoxing the mind, body, and soul. No sugar, no drugs, no alcohol. Not that I was ever a drug user. I just like to smoke pot. But so I don't want to go back to that life, sir. I've been delivered. But then you, the brother from another planet, swoops in with these testimonies and submissions, and I'm like, damn, I need to reanalyze my life and my choices. Or should I? You put me in a very complicated predicament this morning, sir. Life reflection. And I'm doing this without coffee. But I just got the coffee, so I'm going to go sip the coffee.
I was about to ask, have you gotten your coffee?
a little sad because it's not as bougie as Rolo's coffee situation. Yeah, I'm a little jelly.
We all are. We can be happy for them.
Some people won't believe until they see. And there's others who believe without seeing. Just remember Thomas, who had to put his hand in his side until he believed. But blessed are those that believe without seeing.
Oh wait, I know this. Right, I'll go back on you.
Like Kristen said, some blind people don't want to see. Let's analyze what kind of blind people are they? What kind of blind people rather not see? Who is blind and wants to be blind? I was on fentanyl. I didn't want to remain on fentanyl, so I had to stop. My character is in such a way I wasn't going to be put in prison because I'm not a criminal. So I had to quit from my free will, cold turkey. And that was the hardest thing I ever did in my life. Come to find out, through my years of opioid addiction, I didn't calcify my pineal gland. And I was able to unlock the kingdom of heaven that's in me. So now the truth is being revealed. For years, false prophets have been running the church. Lies have ran America. Now it's time for truth. If you love truth, you'll love me. Whoever receives me receives the one who sent me. It takes wisdom to understand this knowledge. Podcast coming soon. The feds kicked me off Facebook, but I got the next big podcast on its way.
Thank you, Jamel. Of course, in Hollywood, we say, for those with eyes to see. It's a little bit more esoteric and sinister in nature. Nothing to do with what you're talking about, but of course, you say certain things and it triggers certain memories. And I'm reminded of the trafficking and sex rituals in Hollywood for those with eyes to see. Anyway, I'm out of cream for my coffee, so let me figure this out.
Yeah, I'm sure T.D. Jakes and P. Diddy had cream in their coffee also.
In more ways than one, that's for sure.
Really, right? But you can change your mind. Now we see some light at the end of the tunnel. I guess it really is a dangerous thing to enter and exit.
Apparently somebody on this app got a little Diddy cream in his eye, but we won't say it again.
Oh, he can change his mind. Remember, you heard it. Now it's the time for you to return. I'm only talking to a few. You can change your mind.
I'm passing around an electronic collection plate. We're gathering some funds for the house of Jamel, because he just delivered a word this morning to the room, to the Church of
in the muff. So that digital collection plate is being passed around. Y'all put a few dollars in there for Jamel.
Is it tax deductible?
Jamel, this is fake. This is fake currency. We're not really sending you any money, but in spirit, we are collecting some digital currency for you, sir. And we're pouring into you because you poured into us this morning, and we're hoping it's tax free.
So what I'm hearing is it is tax deductible.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
what I hear.
Wow.
Amen to the Lord for giving us choices.
Freely as I receive, be I give.
And back to the topic quickly, ladies, use your free will very smartly this week, today, and as you are navigating the days ahead, next week. Don't find yourself in the elevator being dicked down by Benicio del Toro or something in the library.
Damn it, a girl can dream, okay?
Free will.
I want to have a dream.
She has a dream.
Wow.
Dream big, ladies. If that's your dream, dream big. Take one for the team, ladies.
Just by thinking about it, you're already guilty of doing it.
Lock me up, Your Honor.
I'm glad you're honest. Conviction is good for the soul.
I just like to joke around, Jamel. I have a very dark sense of humor. And I just like to say things sometimes for shock value. If a person opens the door for me to say something really effed up, I'm going to do it. I don't really mean it. I just think it's funny. And I probably am the only one who thinks it's funny. And that's okay. Just let it pass. And we'll all come back to center.
I appreciate it, and I leave mine cracked open to see if somebody else walked through that too, bring up the money, and you.
I'm sorry too. I'm just not feeling convicted. The Lord has not convicted me about imagining elevator sex with my husband.
Those are the three right there. Kristen, Serena, and New York. I love them. They should have their own show.
Well, just so you know, in case we find ourselves in spaces on this app, everybody calls me New York because they see the NY, and that's cool. I don't correct them. I don't mind. But it's actually short for Nye.
That's all right.
And you're doing the house. Welcome to the month. We hope you come back.
Hey, I appreciate y'all having me this time. I don't want to, like kids are up now this early morning, Baltimore West, Baltimore East Coast. Shout out to the crab cakes. Good food here, but stay away from the drugs here. They're wrong, and the cops are very crooked. Not all of them, but most of them. And they running the Rick Ross program, flooding the projects with dope and heroin. Well, anyway, that's a whole nother subject. But shout out to y'all. It takes wisdom to understand this knowledge. Hollywood goes to Africa ever since them fires. X-Men, Super Friends, ever since I got up off the morgue table from a fentanyl overdose. Shout out to God Almighty. How about that? Okay, kids. Okay, I got kid business to do. I love y'all though, and we're gonna get back together real soon.
Have a great day, sir. Thank you for sharing. And because I like to advocate for all people, for my drug users in the house, did you catch those keywords? He said Baltimore has the strongest drugs. So just an FYI, I pass no judgment on anyone. If you're looking for your next destination to trip out, Baltimore may be the place you want to go because I advocate for all humans.
And she's funny. I love her. Chi-town. That's what's up. Sense of humor, charisma. Yeah, she need her own show. Now, she said that in real time. Listen, no.
I thought you're going with your kid.
No.
Go with the kid.
You don't want to try none of the drugs here. You want to smoke some weed and it has fentanyl on it. No. It's messed up. The cops are real crooked. They run the Rick Ross program.
cut deals with the cops, and the cops put the drugs through the dealers, and the dealers make money and control the deal. So when they want to arrest, they get your nephew who made Disney rehab 20 years. So that's not right. And if they can't get rid of him that way, they'll say he had a gun when the phone was in his hand, and they'll swear it was in front of a fake jury and gun him down, and you won't have no answers for your loved one. I mean, no. That's why Tupac popped 2 cops, because the crooked cops are the ones who we should be angry with. So when you get on your next website and they angry and arguing with each other, tell them to turn that anger to the crooked cops. Stand up for what's right. Not all cops, but some of them are crooked. So we are disgusted against all fraudulence in the judges system, the hospital, the doctor, the nurses. Oh yeah, all fraudulent, all crookedism. All crookedism. Forgive me, I got 8th grade education. If I ain't saying it right, I didn't graduate across no stage.
That's okay. Hooked on Phonics works for all of us. We pass no judgments. Take your time, go ahead.
And I don't build pyramids for Pharaoh, so I only serve one master. It's impossible to serve 2 without loving one and hating the other. So eventually, we're going to have to make a decision here. You're going to work for yourself, or you're going to work for that corporation.
What if I work for Elon Musk because he's the leader of our real true gods, the AI? What if I think Elon Musk in the cloud is God? Is it too soon to give a price for Elon Musk?
Elon Musk, wow. Real life Bart Simpson, huh? How about that? Having all that money, I would say it makes him miserable. I guarantee you it do. I can see you seeing him as a god, though, but he's no god of mine. Rich? He still want to commit suicide every day.
No, so you can't say that. I believe that man is happy. He's got money. He's got the types of drugs that allows him to travel to the multiverses and talk to aliens. I've got this from a source, a reliable source, that Elon Musk and Zuckerberg they have the CIA created mind altering drugs. They can talk to aliens and travel to multiverses. That's the rich man's game. I want to
talk to aliens.
Right? Come on, Jamel. That does not sound like unhappiness to me. That sounds like winning.
You talk to aliens every day on this app. Don't even cap.
Especially in this room. A cast of characters in the month, for real.
I forget, but you know what? Aliens are people too.
Alien rights. I identify as a rich man.
Now, at the end of the day, they're fallen angels, so they're trying to get you to crawl on your belly like a serpent. Remember, Aaron.
Now, you're right about that. You're right about that. Fallen angels are there.
Aaron snake, a pharaoh snake. Remember that. Picked it up by the tail and turned back into a stick. I know y'all gonna love that. Y'all gonna run and have $1 million.
Wait, no, hold on. I have to ask Serendipity a question. And I might tap in with you on the back end. Because I heard Serendipity say in a previous room that she's really into scriptures and reading the Bible. Did I hear you say that, Serendipity?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of the drop in congregations across the nation? People aren't going to church as much as they used to. And there's some folks who theorize it's because they suggest that AI and technology is influencing, especially young people's outlook on God, religion, and the church. Are you aware of these reports and these conversations?
Oh, yeah.
I'm actually working on a documentary about this. We're in pre-production. I will send you some information on the back end just to see if you would be interested in lending a statement. No pressure. You don't have to. If you're like, nah, I don't want to be involved, no offense. But I'll just send you a little bit of information on the back end. If you have a statement that I can include from your point of view as a God-fearing woman, a Bible reader, presumably a Christian, I would appreciate it, but if not, again, no pressure, no worries, let's take it. Okay,
I got no problem with it. Yep.
Okay, perfect. I'll reach out to you today on the back end and send you some more information. Okay. And Jamel, you seem like a scholarly individual too. I might reach. Oh, the White Queen is back. Hold up. We must bow. Monica's here. Queen.
Mondo, wake up! Your girlfriend's here! Mondo!
Your handmaidens have been here. 2 cups. I have a turtle to feed. Guys, when I got this turtle, it was the size of a quarter. Now it's the size of my hand. It's huge. He scares me because he looks like a monster sometimes. I used to have a dog. Now I have a turtle. And he is just, he's like it's like traveling back in time and looking at a prehistoric dinosaur of some sort, reptilian. I marvel at this turtle.
What's his name?
Franklin.
Nice.
And he's gotten used to me now. When I would go to his tank, he would kind of scurry off into the corner and hide. But now he's come to recognize me as the source of food. So he's waiting at the top of the water for me. And he watches me cook his food and layer up. You know, I give him a little smorgasbord. The family says I'm overfeeding him, but no, he's eating good. I don't know what it means to overfeed a turtle, to be honest.
What kind of turtle is it?
I think they call it a red-eared turtle. I think it's called a red-eared turtle. Red ear? Yeah, I think it's red ear. Red ear.
What made you go, what made you acquire Franklin?
Well, my brother's girlfriend actually gave it to his daughter as a gift, but she's 10. And he splits the parenting time with the mom. And the mom has other children. She has a lot of kids. She has a huge family. And because of the cost that it takes to take care of a turtle and build up a proper tank, I decided that I would take the turtle because I don't think, and my brother agreed that the child would be responsible with the turtle, and we didn't want to put that financial burden on her mom when she goes back home. So, and because I'm the avid animal lover in this house, I take the turtle. So when she comes to visit me, when my brother brings her over to visit me, she can visit the turtle.
Nice. Yay. I just looked that up at Google, and it's a really cute little baby turtle with a red stripe behind his eyes.
Exactly, yep.
Can we have a moment to talk about the cat cafes that are becoming popular? Sure. Because I like the concept, and I don't like fur in my coffee, so I'm not sure. Completely valid.
Monica, can I tell you something sad when you're done with your submission? I got something to tell you.
Tell me now. Tell me now.
So this is pathetic. I'm not a cat person at all. I'm a dog lover. And as you know, about 2 years ago, you might recall, I had to put my precious Lady Cersei Bear down.
Yes.
That dog was the love of my life. She made my heart beat. She was my best friend in the world. And so I haven't been ready to get another dog yet. I'm still kind of nursing that broken heart. And right around the time that my dog started getting sick, there was a stray cat in my backyard. And I know the story about if you feed one, they all come. So I had gone to the vet one day, and they gave us a care package of goodies for my dog. And in the care package was a can of cat food. So I said, let me give it to the cat. And I gave the cat food. And sure enough, over time, we're talking 2 years now, I've had multiple stray mama cats give birth in my backyard. They eventually leave their babies with me. I have had now 4, 5, 6 cycles of taking care of stray cats. And I built a cat motel in my garden for the stray cats. And I've been documenting these cats for 2 years. I'm right now editing, not at this moment, but I have been over the past month, editing 2 years worth of footage for my stray cat documentary. It didn't start off as a project. I've grown fond of these cats because I need an animal to take care of because I miss my dog. And now I have a gaggle of kittens and babies, and everyone's like, get them fixed and do this and that and the other, call the city and, have them adopted out. And my only concern about that is these cats are free. They're nature's animals. I feel bad about calling the city and having the city get involved in any way, because I'm worried if these cats don't find homes, they'll put them down. And I'll feel guilty.
Are they fixed?
None of them are fixed. They're fucking like wild animals, and they bring me their kittens. And I feed the kids until they get old enough, and then they all go out and do whatever kids do.
Well, they definitely need, you need to get in touch with the TNR, which is Trap Neuter Release, because you'll have a big problem on your hands. And then you won't have to worry about any of them being trapped, basically, and put down. I can help with that if you want to.
Yeah, I've been exploring that option. I just need to, and you're right, I agree that is the best option, right?
Are they affectionate? No,
Very affectionate.
No.
I don't touch them because I'm worried that cats carry diseases and I don't want to get scratched and rabies and all that weird stuff. But yeah, they're very, especially the 2 boy cats. I come outside, and they smother me. They smother me. They try to jump in the house. They want to come in the house. I won't let them come in the house. But yeah.
So you don't put gloves on so at least you can pet them? No? Because valid concern, and then...
I have when I'm gardening, maybe once or twice, but I'm always really afraid those claws are going to latch onto that glove, and I won't be able to get them off, and then I'll get scratched. Yeah.
No. That's okay. Yeah, you don't have to touch them. But they definitely need home. Because they're loving.
Yeah, I agree. I'm looking at one. I'm standing outside my house now having coffee, and I'm looking at one of them now. He's just a little guy. He just showed up one day. I opened up my door a couple weeks ago, and there he was outside of the door just crying. I guess he heard about the whitefish special over here, and he wanted to get in. And so he just cries, and I feed him. He goes away, then he sees me, comes back and cries some more until I feed him. I wish I could take him in the house. I call him Snowpiercer, like the series, because he's got white paws. It's the only part of him that's white. I wish I could bring him in, but my family hates cats, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think Knives End for strays in the backyard is pretty special. I think that's great. In a little cat hotel and everything. It's so cute.
Yeah, I had to build him something. After my dog died, I had all these extra, kind of cages and crates and things that I...
You're like...
Maybe the cat whisperer, because they seem... The neighborhood seems to love me.
I was gonna say cat whisperer, actually. I was thinking like cat condo owner or something like that, but cat whisperer works too. How about Snow White?
I like that. Snow White, a.k.a. the cat whisperer.
Yeah, because you have all kinds of animals, not just cats. You have turtle.
Yeah, we had a bird, but that dumb goofy bitch chewed a hole in the screen when we let her out the cage. She flew out. She wanted her freedom, and she got it. So wherever she is, Peter Petrelli. I shouldn't call her a she. It was a he. We called him Peter Petrelli after the series Heroes. Wherever you are, Peter Petrelli, I hope you're alive. I hope you're safe. I hope you're eating good.
Ooh, somebody said cat auntie. That's cute.
I like that, the cat auntie. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, so Joby, cats don't smother babies. That's myth.
No, but I will say in this documentary, I've been, the 2 years I've been documenting these cats and observing their nature, I am fascinated how the mamas show affection to the babies for only so long, then they want nothing to do with the babies. That I find fascinating. They let the babies nurse just long enough, I guess until the kitten is old enough to get out there and hunt and gather for itself. Then the mamas just ignore the kittens like a piece of furniture. And I find that fascinating. The one mama cat, she's got a lot of babies around here. And she comes around and she hisses at them. She won't let them get near her. And I'm always telling her, don't treat your babies like that, mama. Show them some love. But I had to read about that. Cats, I guess that's just the nature of mama cats. They wean them off, and then, you know, it's like, okay, no more breast milk for you, fuck off. I find that very fascinating in the cat world. Wait, somebody was speaking, but they went on mute.
Sorry, that was me. Yeah. What was it again? Humans do that too. They're like, okay, here you go. We've educated you, we fed you, now get the fuck out.
So it's not a myth in Turkey, and I lived there for 4 years, and I witnessed it twice.
Wait, what are you referring to, JD? I mean, Joe.
Oh, hey.
You witnessed the death of an infant twice?
No, I said I watched cats smothering other animals. 100%. And they were known to do that around the military bases. Maybe there's something about that. I'm not going to care about it.
So those are special op cats. They're the ninja cats. They're the assassins of the feline world. They're trained and highly qualified to smother small things.
That's what they do. They get them on the nip. Then they don't have to pay them.
No, silly. I'll say that.
Babies to death in Turkey. You saw 2 dead babies.
Read my lips. They suffocate animals.
Audio app, Joby, but okay.
Yeah, I know. It's a serious thing. Okay.
You said in the chat, seriously, cats are known to smother babies.
Yes, 2 of them.
They smothered them to death.
Yes,
they killed them.
Yes, and yes. Can you read my lips?
What kind of babies?
I don't know if they're white or black. I don't give a fuck.
Human babies.
Yes, I'll send you the story, friend.
I don't know if I care that much, but okay.
Okay, good. I don't want to waste my time with you.
Hard to tell. But I'm curious enough to ask Grok, what are the feline to human death rate statistics? So I'll be right back.
Oh, enjoy. Grok's all truth and tell. Be sure to cover the military journals, okay?
What's up, Anthony? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. I hope all is well. This is a very interesting poll. The results are interesting as well. So there's certain socioeconomic deprived communities, and one of the worst things that happens in those communities, based on socioeconomics, I just want to point out yet again, before I get accused of other stuff, is a lot of times the single mother-led households, the daughters will end up doing way better than the sons. And another interesting phenomenon is that, unfortunate phenomenon too, is that the mothers will tell their sons, I can't wait until you're 18 for you to get the F out of my house. And the sad irony is a lot of times when those kids turn 18, those sons in particular, is when they need that mentorship and guidance the most. So, it relates to the last few comments that I've heard with, mother cats and the way they treat their kittens.
I agree with you. It is very strange, especially sometimes we need to let our youth, our children stay, and just a little bit longer. nurture them up, especially mentally and spiritually. You know, when I lived in LA for 20 years, it's the one thing I heard about the Hispanic community. People like to joke, you know, that the Mexicans specifically would have, you know, 12, 13 people in the house. But guess what? They were all working. They were all contributing to the household. You know, the children graduate high school and some would still be in college, staying at home, you know, contributing to the family, building up the family, contributing financially to the household, or just in a position to save up money so that they can move out. And I do wish that more communities, especially our community, was like that. Listen, when I left LA, I came back home to help a family member who was sick. And it wasn't my intention to stay here, but I stayed to help them heal. And while I was staying here helping them heal and nurturing them back to health, some of my family members, we discussed this very point because we were all living all across the globe. And once we realized, listen, there's power in numbers and healing and helping each other out. And we decided to get us a little family compound. And I think it's the best decision we could have made. You know, so I'm with you on that, Anthony.
Absolutely. You know, recently I saw like a YouTube short, and they were talking about how dominant certain Indian families are in the hotel motel space. And, you know, this Indian guy was explaining the history behind it, that, you know, the motels would be able to support, you know, pretty decent sized families. And they, you know, were able to work in the business. And what they would do is, you know, while providing housing, it was also a business. Everybody was working, pulling, and they would keep on buying more and more motels. And that, you know, became the tradition, and that led to bigger and bigger, you know, hotel situations. And that's why they're so dominant in the space. And it just has to do with a mentality, you know. There's certain parts of New York, if people are familiar with areas in Queens and the West Indian community, how it's thriving. You know, they have real life communities, like, you know, people would, like, similarly to what you described as the Mexicans, people would, you know, laugh, oh, you got, you know, 12, 13 family members in a house under the same roof. But then they would buy the next house on the block, and so on and so forth. And then now they have thriving, huge communities. Like, it's an amazing thing to see, like, when people kind of are willing to work together and make some moves. Yeah, you know, it makes so much more sense.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Can I explain why it makes a lot of sense? Go ahead, sir. So, I live in Canada, and we have a lot from my mom and my dad. But I put the more in it. Like, I can't help everybody. Like, my brothers wanna help themselves, so they won't take my money. My other brothers won't take my money. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it makes sense. If that makes sense. Did that make sense?
I mean, you know, I think I was following you a little bit. I think you said you purchased your mom's house and you're able to save money. Was that the gist of it?
Yeah, but the thing is, like,
what you drinking? It sounds like you got a nice icy drink. What you drinking?
It's alright. It's alright. But I my brothers, we all wanna do our own thing. We're not like Mexicans where we live in one house. Da, 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 da. You know what I mean? We did it when I was 20 or 20, 25. You know what I mean? And they were all like babies. But
sense with Travis. Travis, that makes sense with Travis. That makes sense with his problem. And it absolutely makes sense. Those things are true at the same damn time. There are things that, certain people would deem culturally inappropriate.
Yeah, we don't think it's right. I don't know if we don't think it's right, but like black women absolutely will not live in a house with like 3 other families. Even though
and that's a problem.
Even though it would make sense financially it would make sense, but like they wouldn't do it, right?
My wife has acknowledged that she didn't want to live in a multi-family. Initially, we bought what we call a triplex, a 3-family home, and pardon me, yeah, it was actually a duplex, but yeah. So, but she said, at the time she didn't like having tenants in it. Different times when we owned that home and lived there, we would forego the rental income from the tenants and just occupy the whole house. But she acknowledges, hindsight being 2020, that wasn't the best idea.
Yeah, like you're very right about that, because like my wife, like the reason why she didn't want to have tenants in our basement apartment is because of the fact that when I'm not there, she's scared. Does that make sense? She's scared to not, like, I'm not there, right? I gotta go outside and work, right? I gotta work at refineries. You know what I mean? Work like 2 months or 3 months at a time. She's like, no, I don't want nobody here. But that would have saved us like a little bit of money. You know what I mean? But not to the point where I said it's not like I wouldn't want my wife to feel uncomfortable to save like $2,000. You know what I mean?
Well, I know what you mean, brother. Because a lot of people have been indoctrinated. Happy wife, happy life. But
is that a good thing, though? Is that a good thing?
No, it's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing. Some people believe that. Because I
believe it.
All right. Well, you've been indoctrinated, and it's not. See, here's the thing, right?
Indoctrinated me, anyways. I'm so
Society indoctrinated you the way they indoctrinated women, and this is why the poll results are the way they are. The poll results state that men are easier because this idea of happy life, happy wife, happy life is nonsense. But a lot of
you're
times,
misconstruing the context of the poll. The poll was actually originally related to sex.
Let me change my vote.
I think, yeah, okay. I think that the poll. I think that that's a whole other topic. That's a whole other topic.
The consensus in this room was that women are more difficult outside.
Yes, women are more difficult, period. Across the board. That is absolutely true.
Nobody has disagreed with that concept, but I will tell you, like, men, whether we like it or not, there are traditional gender roles. And when a man makes a woman happy, she isn't going to give back tenfold what she receives. So while I get the premise that you're trying to say, women were meant to be, like, we tend to be reflectors of what we get, and we tend to multiply that. That is just a biological truth.
Okay. Can I?
So serendipity.
Can I say something about that?
Real quick, Travis. I just want to have a quick little squabble with serendipity. So serendipity. The fundamental truth is that men and women love very differently. A man is trying to prove himself for I don't want to use the word happiness, for the success of his family. A man's goal is to be the best version of himself so that he can provide and take care of a family. A woman's desire to be the best for herself is for herself. It's not about being the best for her family.
Okay. That's
Travis?
All right, go ahead. Can I speak?
No, you got it. Go ahead, Travis. You got it.
All right. Okay. 2 points. Okay. And they're kind of funny. One is women, like, you never know when they're on the time of the month. So you say, step away. All right, I gotta tiptoe. I gotta walk on eggshells, right? And my second point is, my wife, like, she talked to me about who she talked to at work. You know what I mean? Cause she's a nursing auditor. You know what I mean? And even I've done the most for her to not work. She still wants to work. So I'm like, all right, just don't be the most craziest worker. You know what I mean? Just be a good, like, just be easy. You know what I mean? Just have an easy life. Cause like when my wife is angry at work, like, I'm not happy. So if I'm not happy, I don't want her, like, she's not happy and nobody's happy in the household. So I just say, just don't work. You know, don't take it.
So Travis, go ahead. Your grandfather and your great grandfather are rolling around in their graves right now. No, really. And Travis, not for nothing, you sound a little bit like you're whispering. I don't know if you don't want your wife to hear you speak on this subject right now, but
I said, bitch.
You know, like, real talk, like, I think you're a bit emasculated, my brother.
We don't have to go there, Anthony.
No, I'm not. No, it's not. I'm not saying anything mean, Monica. I'm just speaking the truth.
Oh, Anthony, I think you're sounding a little bit emasculated, Anthony. Oh, yeah, that's
problem. It's okay, Monica.
I want to address the point that you were making a minute ago.
I think you're right.
Hold on a minute, Travis. Anthony, I want to address the point that you were making a minute ago, though. I'm going to accept that what you said is truth. I happen to also agree with it. That men are in the business of providing for their families and taking care of them and leading them, and that's their motivation and their drive. And I agree with you. I wholeheartedly agree with you. What I disagree with is your sentiment of what women are looking for, and that is just to be, we're only thinking about ourselves and we're only looking to be loved. That sentiment, hey, I'm not done. That sentiment is not in any way true, indicative of any of the women that I've ever talked to. And if you think about the traditional roles of women, raising and nurturing children, taking care of our husbands, that right there is evidence of a selflessness of women. Like, when I feel provided for and protected, I want to take care of my family and my home, and I want to do everything I can to make sure that my man is satisfied in all of the ways that I can satisfy him. That is not about love of self. That is about love of family. So I just don't think it's fair to say women aren't thinking about their families. That's
Travis, you're gonna have to get out of the way. Travis, seriously. Travis, you have to get out of the way. Travis, seriously, you have to get out of the way. All jokes aside, we're just having a little back and forth right now, please. So serendipity, we're not necessarily that far apart, right? But serendipity, what you're talking about is a traditional worldview, and I don't think a lot of modern women agree with that idea. I think a lot of modern women see the world very differently from what you just described. Even those provider men women have upped the ante in terms of what they expect from those men.
I will concede that point to you. Yes, I will absolutely concede that point to you. I do think feminism has done a huge disservice to women in general, and it has changed the mindsets of a lot of women. It's just not. I do believe that there are traditional women out there though that value those respective gender roles as far as like I said, I want to be the best helpmeet I can be. I want to take care of you. I want to feed you. I want to make sure that your suit is ready for work the next day. So there are women that absolutely I feel like, and that's where they're happiest, is if they're being loved and adored, they're going to reflect that back.
So, Tiffany, there are women that would curse you out for even using the word help me. There are women that are offended by that concept that you just spoke about. And, so this is, and there's a lot of men that have to, deal with those women. There was a woman, documentary maker, she posed as a man for a year or two, and after she completed her documentary, she committed suicide. And she talked about how difficult life is for the modern man. And it's like, it's not kind of like in guys' head.
Wait a minute, who did that?
Okay. Can I say one thing?
Wait, hold on, Travis. Travis, you in a hurry? We got time today. Who killed themselves after making a documentary?
You can look up female documentary maker post as man committed suicide. It'll come up really quickly, I'm sure. Just Google that. So what I'm saying is that when modern men, a lot of young modern men are lost. They're not exactly sure where they fit in today. There's a lot of modern men that they kind of they don't know their place in society. Men in Western men are in a state of flux, just trying to grab a log, and this is like a byproduct of second wave feminism.
Is there any? The thing of it is, I agree, but is there any wonder that they're in a state of flux whenever we have taken to the notion of saying that to be masculine is to be toxic? That's the problem, is we've taken all of the traits that make men, and now we're identifying those traits as toxic. So of course they're confused.
All right, can I speak on that?
Yeah. You're kind of an emasculated man, Travis, but
his children's school, except for my mother, who was the terrorist. Mind you, I'm a French colonized country, Djibouti. So when my mom told me that story, I could never understand why she didn't. Even though she had the best marks in all her school, better than my uncles, why she wasn't allowed to go to school.
Travis, can you sip on mute? Your audio, your mic is very, very good. I could hear 7 ice cubes.
Do you understand that my mother raised me, and she instead of going to school, she wasn't allowed to go to school. She had to get married to my father. It was just a thing. But she had great education. She could have went to school and everything. And that's what I'm want to. And I'm a big believer in women. I only have a son, but I wish I had daughters. And if I had a daughter, she would be allowed to go to school as much as my son.
I mean, do you think?
Mods, why are we doing this? Why are we all jokes aside? Like, what? He's derailing the conversation.
Well, hold on, Anthony. We can do another topic. We can stay on this one. Travis has so Myth is enjoying the conversation, but maybe we wrap up this poll. I'll screenshot it, and we can do a search for a new topic or whatever the mods want.
I don't know what the topic is supposed to be. Like, I just think that, like, if I say that women should be appreciated just as much as men, like, why not?
I don't think anybody said anything to the contrary of that. I don't think anybody said anything about women shouldn't be allowed to have an education. I'm all for women pursuing whatever they want to pursue. I just feel like society has put new expectations on what it should mean to be a woman and what it should mean to be a man, and that's not right.
For what it's worth, it was related. It was related to the may not have been.
Yeah. So what does society do? If you don't mind me asking.
I mean, I just told you that society has deemed that it's toxic for a man to act like a man. I mean, that's a problem.
I don't think that's true.
You've never heard the phrase toxic masculinity?
Yeah, but like, I'm married to a woman that doesn't think like that. So I think you should talk to a woman that, like, I think you're a woman that doesn't think about toxic masculinity.
Correct.
Yeah, so you should talk to women that are not like that. Like, if you're only talking to people that disagree with you, then yeah, disagree with you. But if you talk to women that are like my wife, her whole dream was to be married and have kids, even though she has 9 degrees on the wall, even though she was the valedictorian of high school and her college, her university. All she really wanted was to be married with kids. Right or wrong? I think you just gotta meet the women that you like, or the women that you agree with. If you can understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know if we need a poll because now we're going to talk about men's rights issues. And huzzah! The Red Pill movie from Cassie J is going to be put in the. Well, let me do the TED Talk because the movie is available for free on YouTube. I'm going to put the link in the chat, but I'd rather pin the TED Talk where she was interviewing men's rights activists, and they said, you know, the suicide rate for men is higher than women, and she had in her head, women try to kill themselves more than men, which is kind of not exactly the answer you want to hear when you hear that a group of us is very effective at killing themselves. This is her TED Talk. I'm going to pin to the top. Is this something that we want to talk about? Because if not, I can move on.
Wait, so you found that documentary that Anthony was referring to?
I found that woman. Oh yeah, let me put the link in the article. She wrote 2 books based on her journey. She pretended to be Ned for a year. Self-Made Man is the name of Nora Vincent's book, and then it affected her soul so deeply. And that sounds a little trite. I don't mean it to be blithe or unsympathetic. My year lost and found in the loony bin, voluntary madness. so she did that, and then the article I found is she's dead at 53. Let me see. 53. Nora Vincent chronicled passing of the man. I'm going to put the New York Times article in the chat.
I will tell you, like, as a man, it hurts me to say that to marry a woman costs me a lot of money to marry a woman, because I have to.
Alright, Travis, now you've activated me. How long have you been married?
3 years. I didn't care about women that time. I said, yo, women are, like, they're just a drag on your system. They're just dragging you.
So you're saying that they're dragging you. Okay. And then what happened?
I wanted to get kids. So I had but I didn't want to bastard, if that makes sense. So I had to marry a woman.
Yeah, the stigma of bastard is pretty much gone now. The fact that 80% of women, 80%, the statistics of, I need you to mute up. Like, look, I will have a brief discussion with you, but when I hear myself, it distracts me. I need you to exhibit some mic etiquette. And just mute when you're not speaking. That helps me get the mic to you faster. Young adult, young male, sowing his oats, not interested, then realizes he wants to be a dad, realizes the best way to be a father is to find a woman who will have him and bear his children. You found a great woman, sounds like, congratulations, with multiple degrees on her wall, and she consented to bear your fruit. And then, so 3 years married, children have arrived.
You missed a few points.
Well, since we're centering you, go ahead.
I had to marry her.
Which is
so you got her preggers, and then you had to do some responsibilities.
Yeah, basically I had to pay for the wedding, pay for her ring, and I don't know if you know about Islam.
So a woman with multiple degrees, that's the culture that expects the man to pay for the wedding, not the traditional Western civilization values where the woman's family is typically responsible. Okay.
Yeah, not like
Wait, in Islam, you had premarital sex? That's not common, is it?
Not to the woman I was marrying, but yeah. Yeah, what does that have to do with anything?
You mentioned it, sir, not me. I'm just paying attention. You might want to think about that.
I didn't even say anything about premarital sex. I never said anything about
I'm sorry, Kristen, did you hear you got her preggers and then had to do the right thing and you said yes?
No, I didn't say that at all.
Let me understand something. So did she get pregnant by the Lord?
No, what are you talking about? She was never pregnant.
So how did she get preggers?
She never was pregnant.
You said you had to marry her. Why was that?
Why?
Yes, you said I had to marry her.
I had to marry her. I get what you're saying. Oh, okay. I had to marry her.
No, yeah, I do.
What we're trying to do is understand your story, because understand that because of culture, either yours, hers, family pressure, whatever, or your own self-belief.
Thank you.
So I also put in the chat.
Thank you.
So I also put in the chat a documentary by my friend. I'm going to put it in the chat right now. A documentary by my friend John Finch. He talks about the father wound and how so many of us are living with a gap in our lives because we didn't have a father who was present and active and a strong role. You've heard today.
I was just chewing on that. I don't have my. Well, I didn't yet because I had something to say and I forgot about it, but I know what I was going to say now. So I was raised by my uncle in the absence of my mother and father, and now I live with my father. And in the meantime, of a young age, I had an uncle who would make me do the yard work. And I fucking hated doing the yard work. He'd have me do the yard work, the dishes that would pile up from a 5-strong household, and all that shit. And what I learned is the sooner you start, the sooner you get that shit done, and the sooner you don't have to do it anymore, so you get good at that shit. So yeah, I think that the All-American dream is ideal, in my own personal opinion.
I need to recognize one of the most masculine men on Clubhouse, next, of course, to Mojo. Sid is in the house. Great gift. Like I introduced you on this gift, Sid, really?
That's my masculinity right there.
I know Sid knows who created this title because we've had discussions before. He's allowed me to bring Cassie J, and also a really good TED Talk from a female attorney, a divorce attorney who represents mostly men, and the challenges that men have in our courts, custody rights and access to their children. So yeah. Oh, you decided to change the topic just a few minutes ago, Sig, so I'm glad you joined us.
Sig, did you get your flowers earlier? You were in the room, but I don't think you heard us.
No, I was taking off. I just landed in Houston, so I'm kind of traveling a little bit right now. I'm back and forth, so I'm sorry. Sorry, Sarah.
How's business, Sig? Are you experiencing any downtime? Has it picked up? I know we were worried about the tariffs affecting your...
Yeah, so it slowed down for like a microsecond, but what the automotive companies have been doing, they've been like shitting a bunch of shit inside the border. I guess taking advantage of all like the delays and pauses and stuff. So we've actually kind of ramped up. So we've been running a lot from Mexico and bringing a lot of shit inside. So I guess they're trying to get a lot of stuff stored here, within the States, so just in case this shit drops. They've already got a healthy supply already inside the border. So, but I'm not complaining, man. I'm still working, and I'm thankful to be able to make money. I know there's some other people, though, man. Some other industries are kind of feeling this shit, so I kind of feel bad for them. Yeah.
Good, man. Be glad you got a job right now.
Oh, yeah. I'm thankful, brother. I am thankful. Extremely thankful.
I also want to throw out there that the guy who said that SIG pistols misfire, what was there one case of that happening? Like maybe he said on a P3 something.
Yeah, P320. Yeah, but somebody just got arrested. You talking about that airman that got killed?
No, I only heard a rumor that SIGs misfire, and I went with a P322 and a P365
the gun. Okay, I was like, what?
Yeah, talk about the gun. My gun.
Yeah, I took a little jump too because I thought you guys were talking about a PP.
Oh man, yeah. The gun company 6 Hour, they've been under controversy because apparently their guns, the guns that they're making for the military, the new contract they got, $580 million contract over 10 years. Some of the guns have been misfiring, and an airman just recently got killed by a gun. But I just heard news that actually somebody got arrested. So they think there might have been some foul play in that incident, and it's not necessarily play. If the trigger's back just about a millimeter and he wiggled to slide, he got the gun to go off 5 times in a row, so he was able to duplicate the issue. Like a millimeter of the trigger pushback
no gun should go off just by wiggling the slide. So that is kind of weird. But there's people saying that he stuck a screw in there to get that trigger to go back a millimeter. So some people say that that screw might not, it might be foul play as far as his testing and his analysis. So there's some controversy going back and forth. But yeah, SIG's in hot water right now, man. So there's a lot to be discovered and people investigating to see if it's actually SIG's fault, if there's some faulty manufacturing, cutting corners, things like that, or if we just have retards handling guns that just don't know how to safely handle it.
Do these have safeties, or is it like a Glock where it's like a trigger safety, so no thumb safety or manual override safety like that?
Yeah, good question. So P320s originally, the civilian models, did not come with safeties, but the contract the government handed out, the requirement was to have a safety installed. So Glock even competed in this for this contract, and Glock's never made a gun with the safety, and they actually have added a safety onto their Glock model as well for it. So short answer, yes, they have safeties. Normally the P320 civilian version does not.
I can only imagine that the reasoning behind removing the safety from the civilian model is for self-defense, quick action usage. But I feel like that's a flawed ideological design. I feel like it would be the other way around. The military is ready to fire at any time. Maybe not. But
well, if you ever come to my rooms and you listen to me and Brad, the military is not that smart, brother, man. And we're examples of that. So this is why we need safeties.
I hear you.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. But you guys are smart in your own kind of tree stump way.
Short bus, window looking away, Kristen.
Hey, half of all people are stupider than average.
Now, he's just being modest, frankly. He and Brad are two of the most, and I would just say because they're so outspoken. Well, they're outspoken and they don't mind talking about guns and stuff like that, or like educating people, and they're very gentle in their education too. They'll call your ass out if you're a big fake, though. So they're real good at kind of regulating dialogue in this kind of subject, my opinion.
Yeah, I wanted to know more about that because I'm unfamiliar with the negatives of Sig Sauer. Is all.
It's been a very reputable company. It's kind of like SIG, and there's kind of like three major ones. So you got like Smith & Wesson, SIG, and Glock as far as like your mainstream civilian firearms, like the most purchased ones. So SIG has actually been very, very reliable. They had an issue probably about 7 or 8 years back where they did have guns that actually misfired. But what height? The trigger. So you know about that trigger issue? Yeah. So the trigger had enough weight where it could create enough inertia when it struck the floor to run itself backwards and then detonate the firearm. So SIG, and it was like, it had to be very, very, it was something stupid like that. And then finally, it wouldn't be able to create enough inertia to detonate itself. That's a controversy they had probably about anywhere from like 6, 7 to 10 years ago. But that got resolved, and then now they're having this issue with the new Department of Defense contract issued missiles.
That's true. I heard about that. I didn't pick SIG because of a name brand. I would pick any individual firearm just because of a name brand. You've got people who do that with Glock and all kinds of shit because it's a Glock, and all Glocks are pretty much the same, but little differences between. But I did my research on the P322 and P365X macro before I bought them. Because why wouldn't you? If you're going to buy any firearm, it doesn't matter what brand it is, you need to know about that.
Yeah, the only thing I would agree with you for the most part, but brand does matter as far as reliability. Like, I definitely wouldn't get a High Point. I wouldn't get an SCCY. Like, I wouldn't get these guns that you can buy for $200. So, as far as like Glock versus SIG versus Smith & Wesson versus FN, all that bullshit, yeah, those are all reliable brands. So I would go with a reliable brand. But the biggest thing I teach my students in my CPL classes is I don't give a fuck what gun it is, what caliber. It's all about what you can shoot. most proficiently with. Because if you get some name brand, because everybody's recommending this and that, whatever, and you can't shoot worth a shit, then there's just no point in you buying it and carrying it for self-defense. So even if it's a little 22-piece shooter, and that's a gun you shoot the best with, I'd rather have you carry that and be more accurate than something you can't handle.
And that goes for women too, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so all you husbands out there trying to say, oh, well, my wife needs this and she needs an A, fuck off, man. Let her shoot what she shoots, and whatever she's most proficient in, that's what she can stick with.
Yeah, there's some fools be trying to carry around more pistol than they can handle, and they can't even put a tight cluster down. I'm like, what's the point of that? If you can't handle it, I agree with you on that. It's the same with long guns too. I mean,
yeah, SBRs shoot fireballs. You're reducing the effectiveness of the rifle by shortening the barrel.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, it's mostly the guys, man. Like, that's who I have the most problems with, man. Fucking, this is where men are stupid as fuck, man. They're just always trying to dictate what their wife should shoot and carry, and it's like, nah, dude. Like, you bought her a Glock 19, bro. Her hands are tiny as shit. That's a big ass brick of a gun. She shoots like shit. She's scared of it. She's not comfortable with it. Like, let's try some other things, and then she starts shooting proficiently with something like you said, with P365 macro or P365 XL or Glock 43 or 43F like that, and now she's hitting really, really great groups in the self-defense shooting class. It's like, yeah, I have to put that shit on her head, man. That's what she needs.
However,
that's interesting.
It's a cool concept, but even I'm skeptical of the companies that I rep, right? So I did research and looked into it, and the slide blowback only covers the initial explosion of the barrel and not the rest of the gases that are escaping from it. So I wanted to change out the slide to be a regular, I think they have a government model of it too, and it doesn't have the slide integrated muzzle. But if I did that, I'd have to change the barrel too, because it's shortened by like an inch inside of the slide. So I'd have to get a full length slide and barrel, and then make sure that barrel's threaded. I never got that far. But first thing I did when I got my AK was look up what I could put on it, and I put a dog leg rail over the dust cover, took the dust cover off, and the dust cover of an AK comes off, and it's a whole separate piece. But the dog leg rail cover is it's got a scope mount on top and a hinge, so you push the button and you pull up the dog leg rail, and you don't lose your AK-47 dust cover. And so putting different grips and fucking around with lasers and light combos and shit.
Gentlemen, in the interest of, oh, never mind, the topic was changed. Go ahead. Go ahead, talk about the dog legging.
And the P365X macro I went with as my main daily. It's a 9mm and it's the most comfortable. It has a huge capacity in comparison to the others in its price point and its time. The SIG is a little bit pricey in comparison to others. I mean, I don't feel like they're out of the ballpark. So my SIG had a motion sensor green dot sight, as well as you've got your finger off the trigger in the extended position. From the extended position, that's where the buttons are for a tactical flashlight and a green laser combo. You could turn one off or the other off, or have both on at the same time. And I went with the green light, logically speaking, because I'd be able to see it in the daytime. And that I was able to hit fire this motherfucker with the laser after I got the laser sighted in at the end of the first thing I did was sight it in at the end of the yard, and then we went out to the woods and tested it. And so, after a certain point, they cross. So you have to compensate for what you're sighting in and stuff. But moving on, for this same firearm, the PP65X Macro, it's a pistol. It holds 17 plus 1. And then I got a magazine extension for plus 3. So it held 20 plus 1, and it didn't look like an extended magazine. It didn't look like it was a Glock with a dick and a switch on it, It doesn't stick out of your pocket. I put it in a IWB holster, an inside waistband holster, for concealed carry, because open carrying is dangerous. That makes you a target. Not only that, but somebody might do something without knowing that you have a gun, and then you do. But if they knew you had a gun, maybe they wouldn't do what they were going to do. So I think inside waistband, there's a lot of reasoning behind concealed carry. I think that's it. I got a Black Aces Pro Tactical Series S Max, which was a semi-automatic shotgun where once you load it, you could press a button and it would feed the shell into the chamber rather than having to cock it. And I mean, I don't remember if you would. Yes, it did. It had a cock. I don't remember the full function of the button. It would reload it if there wasn't one in the chamber, and then you could rack it. So instead of pulling a wooden handle down at the end of the shotgun, it was just it was a claw on the side of it, and I thought that claw was pretty hooked. So I went online and got a handle to put over it, and it just looked cool. Because I mean, it's just a handle. So I made it slightly more aesthetic and comfortable, so that every shot you fire, when it resets the re-racks the chamber, a new shell into the chamber. Lost my train of thought. Whatever. Somebody take it from me. Serendipity down there is fucking with my ass.
All I'm hearing is that there's some toxic stuff going on, and I'm hearing stuff.
All I hear is TikToks.
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that this is what it is.
Oh my god.
I'm loving it.
I had an AR-15 that was an SBR because that's how it was given to me. And this was a few years back when the laws were changing day to day, hour from hour. The law would be fucking different, okay? Because I kept up with it about, what are they called? They're called braces.
Sorry for the interruption. What location are you about?
Memphis, Tennessee.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
What was I saying?
I'm sorry.
You're fine. I needed to hit my babe.
AR-15 2B2 with.
Thank you. So gun laws were changing drastically day by day about whether or not a brace on a rifle is legal or not, because the idea behind it is that a one-armed veteran can strap the brace to their forearm in one hand, a weapon of mass destruction. So that is the lawmakers' ideology about it. And, the rights protectors are like, you're fully with shit. You're just trying to, do anything you can to ban whatever you can about guns, and that's kind of the truth. But, you gotta play the legal court shit about it. So, I don't know where we're at right now, whether gun races are illegal or not. It's supposed to be a proper standard of stock in order to classify under all of their legal bullshit. And, you can get folding stocks in Tennessee at least. So I thought that was cool. I put a folding stock on my AK so that, it's kind of like a Draco, but I got that long barrel on there so I'm not going to fucking miss. Cocking is when you rack the slide back to load a bullet into the chamber. You cock it back by pulling AKs. Mine was a Century Arms VSKA, which was an American remodel of Kalashnikov's design. They used a forged receiver. A stamped receiver so that it's lighter. But on all of the stamped model AKs, the trunnion, which is a spot that takes a lot of the load of the explosions and stuff, they would warp and fuck up. So they started doing, you could get a fully forged AK, but they're heavy. Okay, so that's the popularity of the stamped ones. They're also cheaper to make. Century Arms is an American manufacturer who made the Visca, VSKA. And it has a stamped receiver and a forged trunnion. So it's kind of like the best of both worlds. You get the light spot where...
Wait, so what's a trunnion?
What? A trunnion is a big solid piece of metal within the firearm. I haven't opened one up, but it takes a lot of the impact from the explosion of launching the bullet, and so over time, if you have thin pieces of metal, the thin pieces of metal, especially as heating up and bullet pressure is pushed against them, is going to end up warp and fuck up. But if you have a forged trunnion, which is fully solid metal and thick and heavy, it doesn't do that. So Century Arms just
repercussion from your hand or shoulder, and it puts it in that piece of metal. Is that right?
Would you say that again?
Did you say repercussion?
I think I did. So it takes the concussive energy out of
the recoil.
Yeah.
A trunnion is a cylindrical protrusion or pivot point used in mechanical engineering and other fields to provide a stable axis for rotation or tilting, or to support a load while allowing movement. It comes from the French word trognon, meaning core. So this is the core of an AK that I'm talking about. I think that should be enough to explain it. The trunnions act as axles or pivots, enabling components like drums and rotary drives to rotate smoothly on pillow blocks while supporting significant weight. They are often used in pairs to handle heavy loads or prevent excessive bending. Firearms and vehicles. In firearms, trunnions hold the barrel to the receiver and can be part of a quick barrel chain mechanism. In aircraft, they serve as a pivot point for landing gear to fold. Trunnion-style hitches are a type of trailer hitch system that uses trunnions for weight distribution. I think that's covered, right? All of what a trunnion does in my regard. Is everybody satisfied with that?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
All right, I'm trying to groom my dog and I'm trying to hear at the same time. So apologies. And my thing is not my thing articulating is not a thing today. Trying to use the mute button. Yay!
Yay! Guns! Yes, awesome!
we've got a lot of people in the audience and on stage who are very I am interested and also very pervy. And I love this. I'm loving it. It's fucking great because then I don't feel so alone. And
Where
so
do the other speakers go?
I don't know. People pop in and out all the time. So feel free to talk about the guns and stuff and whatever, the pew-pews. Yeah. Hi, Adam.
Sorry, Canadian here. I am surrounded by people who have guns. I'm in rural northern Canada, a lot of guns. People love their guns. Even the left-wing political parties here are like pushing back against gun control laws. The liberals, we consider centrists. We don't consider them left-wing, they're center. But the left-wing, like hunting and stuff like that, it's a big deal. But I mean, personally, I just find it weird. Like, I understand there's a whole world of guns, different types of guns, and as you were really getting into the minutia, but there's something eerie. I know this is a me problem. This isn't a you problem. So don't take it as I'm coming after you. But the nerding out on how to more efficiently kill another person is weird. It'd be like rat-a-tat-tats and figures. You know, I mean, I know it sounds like Chinese to me, but it's just weird.
Well, the reduction of me having any firearm at all does not influence anybody else owning a firearm. So, I mean, I just kind of feel like I would like to be on the same page as everybody else, which is it's the ban. You feel me?
Yeah, I get it.
You can own it, you can defend yourself, you can do whatever. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Guns are tools of destruction. They are weapons. They are not toys. They are cordless hole punchers.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
And look at my face. Look at my profile picture. I was shot in the face. November 27th, 2023, I was shot in the face.
What happened? Random attack?
Nah, that's complicated, and it's...
we don't have to go over. I'm sorry.
I went over a lot. In this... I'm in the muff. I'm not even in the group I thought I was in. I went over this in chillism the other day. Just yesterday. But yeah, no, nobody went to jail. I'm projected to make a full recovery, and what else? The eye patch helps me see better. I have both eyes still unaffected, but the muscles that wrap around your eye socket have been affected. So I've got a lazy eye like a motherfucker. So
you got like a Tom York kind of thing going on radio.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, since both eyes are still good, when one is looking in one direction and one is looking another, they're competitive as fuck. So you just reduce the competition and pick an eye, you know? So as soon as I get my interest, yeah. Gun violence is pretty common in Memphis.
Yeah, I've heard that. And embracing guns as a defense mechanism. Well, I mean, it's just your constitutional right as well. But protection. We get it. And I mean, Rogers had lots of gun rooms.
At the same time, I didn't own guns just for protection. The reason I bought guns the way that I did, every gun I bought was a different caliber, like doomsday prep shit. But at the same time, it was kind of just like a hobby. I don't want to kill anybody. I don't want to shoot anybody with my gun, but I am absolutely ready to if I have to. You have to be prepared for that. And you need to be familiar with the gun laws. Like if somebody's breaking into your house in Tennessee and they turn around and run away, you can't shoot them in that. It will show up against you, and they will get your ass for that. on as long as you are still being attacked. But even in the court of law, if you shoot first, there's like discrepancies. Yeah.
Well, like we had, and like the theft stuff, like there was some crazy story to leave their keys on their front porch or the, whatever. The landing. Yeah, you're kidding. I'll put the link in. They did a press conference and everything. It was fun. Yeah.
We get people coming through my neighborhood who will check the doors on cars, and they'll go door to door, house to house, car to car, and just checking which ones are unlocked, and they'll steal from those. Yeah. It's not people down the street all got cameras now.
Yeah, but that's cool. It helps, but it's nice that it isn't like 1990s Epstein cameras that are, they're proper. Yeah, proper high resolution.
They work.
I think Roger's done a lot of rooms here, and I've definitely come around in Clubhouse talking to folks from the States that, because the common thing outside the States is all about, like, and within the States with people, like pushing for lots of gun control and stuff, they see guns as the problem, right? But then in terms of violence, murder rates, and all this stuff, but
not behavior or societal upbringing causing people to want to kill other people.
Yeah. Like in the UK now, there's people suggesting that they take the sharp edge off of like steak knives because knife crime is so high, right? So it's like it's moved to they keep on focusing on the weapon, right? And it's the culture is the problem. I think is the problem. Like I don't think that. I don't think it helps that you. I think the cult. Like I think the U.S. is very heavily tilted towards violence. Like it's a violence culture, and it doesn't help that you have there's hundreds of millions of guns in the hands of people with this sort of culture. But the guns themselves isn't the problem. I think it is the culture. There's an inherent violence culture. It seems to be a lower trust society.
I think that. Sorry, Kristen. I'm just gonna say, I think that is the perception from other countries because of what happens to make the mainstream news. But what you very oftentimes don't hear is the astounding number of crimes that are stopped by legal gun owners every year in this country. We hear about the mass shootings, we hear about the school shootings. You hear about that, and it gives this perception of America being a really violent place. But the numbers of crimes that are stopped by legal gun holders every year is almost upward to 750,000. That is staggering. I mean, that's a staggering prevention of violent crime.
Yeah, and can you hear me? I don't know. My mic might be. Is it okay or am I quiet right now?
Yeah, you're fine. No, you're good.
Perfect. Okay. I totally hear that, and it acts as a deterrent. Like there's, you can look at states where they have like you can carry a gun and stuff like that. People are less likely to do that, but states that you have guns as a deterrent of what would otherwise be more violent crime occurring, right? I think it actually kind of makes the case more that there's an issue here.
I don't hear a lot of firearms.
Like if you go just like say white people, because like one argument is like, oh well, it's skewed by like urban violence amongst particular populations, and so
without agreeing with it. So if you're trying to say like black people are statistically responsible for more gun shootings, you could say that has been presented as evidence without being partial to it.
Yeah, well, and true. But even if you just look at white murder rates, it's in the United States, it's markedly higher than it is in other Western countries that are more, let's say, homogenous.
So are you saying that in the United States that there's more violence
like if you just look at like I think the murder rate is 1.7 per 100,000 amongst white non-Hispanics in the United States, and in Canada amongst all populations save Indigenous is like 0.93. So like non-white people in Canada commit violent acts of gun crime and murder at lower rates than white people in the United States do, by quite a bit.
Well, what I would like to do is propose the possibility that other countries don't have the same kind of media coverage, don't have the same kind of documentation.
Or censorship.
They have more censorship. They have more incidences that are handled on the down low, if you will. So a lot of this data is actually not collected. So it's kind of hard to compare.
Yes.
When there's not enough data, there's not enough information to really do a comparison. I'm going to also do a little bit of history thing here too, and why I have two things that I want to say about it. That often when a body of people are ruled by whatever governance, monarchy, republic, whatever, if they are out, if they can, the whole point of having the governance have better arms and better things so they can subdue their people. And luckily, the Constitution has rules, right? Yeah, there could be gun rules as to what we can own, how they're distributed, how they're carried, and things like that. It's usually there is a deterrence, but there's actually the very real possibility that people want to kill you. There's a very real possibility that people, if you are not armed, they know you're not armed, they'll do it. It doesn't have to be a crime. It doesn't have to be anything. They'll just fucking do it.
Yeah.
And that's real.
So in Ireland, for example, right? Like I'm not Irish.
I have another thing to speak about is when you talk about the reason why, like for example, in the United Kingdom, you're not allowed to have a firearm. The reason why that was installed or whatever, just when its implementation and laws of the United Kingdom, is because they didn't want to have a revolt, like they did in Russia, like they did in other places. It wasn't about gun control. It wasn't about violence. You still had violence. You had lots of other things that there still is with Great Britain, a great deal of murders, a great deal of crime. They just use knives. And now that they're cracking down on other kind of carry weapons like knives. Now you can't even have a pocket knife because it's not about weaponry. It's about people
controlling the population
and fucking kill you. And here's another thing too that I want to say on it. Perhaps if Israel civilians were able to carry, I wonder if October 7th would have happened or if it would have been so deadly. Now that kind of situation can happen on the United States soil too. We have lots of people, and anybody who's been in the military can tell you, there are people who want to infiltrate all kinds of countries. Not just Israel, not just the United States. They want to go out and they want to fuck with people and they want to kill people because they're either getting paid or they just want to. And
I thought somebody was laughing at you. Okay.
I know. I thought someone just jumped in the room there, but so I think that I would argue that a lot of other Western countries actually have probably better tracking and data collection than the United States. I don't think that we're living in some sort of void in other Western countries. I think it's actually quite comprehensive, and even like census collection data and stuff is a lot more intrusive than the United States because you guys have a lot more orientation towards protections and just general orientation towards the individual, which I think actually might be part of the thing here. There's seems to be a higher fear index, a lower trust index, lower trust in society, lower trust in the each other, lower trust in institutions. In Ireland, I'm a citizen of Ireland. Like, I'm a dual citizen. I mean, the cops don't even have guns in Ireland. Like the Garda, they're not armed with guns.
Swords.
I think they have little beating sticks. They have these little beating clubs. But all in all, like, you know, and it's like, you know, I know death penalty is like another deterrent, right? And so it's like death penalty it can act as a deterrent, but I mean, we haven't had a death penalty here in Canada for, I don't know, 60s. And
criminals don't abide by gun laws. Law-abiding citizens abide by gun laws, so it's kind of self-detrimental.
Right, but if it's against the law to defend yourself with a gun, then you're not law-abiding anymore. Yeah. So it's relative to what the laws are and whether or not you're a law-abiding citizen or not, right?
What exactly are you saying, Adam?
Yeah, if you want
pro-gun, anti-gun, what do you?
I don't think guns are fundamentally the problem in the United States. I think that there's a cultural issue in the United States. There's a violence culture. That this is the problem, not the guns per se. I don't think it helps that this violence culture has hundreds of millions of guns. I think it exacerbates the situation, but I don't think ultimately the issue is if you just got rid of the guns, the problem goes away. I actually think that it's cultural.
Exactly. And that's why people have spins, because there is such a violence. There's people who want to inflict violence upon each other because they just fucking want to. Absolutely. So yeah, you're not going to have a civilian then be caught up short when there's an attack.
Yeah. So Americans, generally speaking, are ready. So the more laws they can implement to reduce the legal amount of gun operation, the more that a tyrannical sort of government perspective will succeed in achieving that goal of breaking apart the population, separating people into parties, and not diversifying in a good way, but diversifying in a bad way, to where there's no embodiment of a whole anymore. So we are the divided states of America, effectively.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're kind of like, I think your guys are stuck with a relatively elevated level of violence. I think it's in the DNA. I don't know how you get around that. I think it's just sort of baked into the cake.
Well, it's just called being trying to figure shit out, right?
For the majority, everyone in America is kind of like, they fought to have everything that they have. And I thought that's regardless of race. Because it's a capitalist society, and nothing is really given to you unless you're born into that. And not everybody is born into wealth, especially after 2020. And the increasingly large gap between the rich and the poor, and the elimination of the middle class. So that just because there's a difference in the amount of money, that gives them more power. Because what they're able to do with the dollar at the value of the dollar doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to them. It's just a number to them, and they can still get what they want through their political schemes and money laundering techniques, which is a lot more common than is said. Like, it is extremely common to try and, like, just the other day we were talking about opening a business bank account for government assistance. I know somebody who lives for free because of a couple businesses and applied and got going to be left behind, technically speaking, in this scenario. Exactly. Going to be left behind, technically speaking,
to that low trust society again. Like the whole, so the ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country is gone. That whole orientation to life it's just like, what can I get? What can my country get for me? And like, I don't care as long as or my family are whole. Everyone else be damned.
Yeah, you don't walk down the street and see fellow Americans. That's for sure.
And I think that's a cultural thing, right? And it's exacerbated by capitalism and stuff. I will push back just on the wealth disparity thing. Like, it makes sense, but actually, it's interesting that, you know, as we've seen the gap between those who have and have not increased over the last several decades, the violent crime rate has gone down. I mean, we're ticked up a little bit since the mid 2010s, or in the United States, the mid 2010s. That was 2015. The murder rate was the lowest it had been since the mid 50s, and it peaked in 1991. Was the absolute peak, and we've seen socioeconomic conditions in a lot of ways deteriorate for large swaths of the population, but there has been a decline. I don't know exactly why. I kind of buy into the lead theory that Gen X, young males coming of age in the 80s and 90s, that generation were exposed to the highest levels of lead, and that this is lead is, you know, lead exposure, especially in childhood and adolescence, is linked to behavioral issues, lower IQ, these sort of things. But I don't know. It's. I don't think we can.
Your problem with American people as a whole, what you're saying.
The culture. I don't know about the people themselves. Like, it's the. I guess they are the culture, but.
You're talking about biology, like lead, and how American males are exposed by lead. So you're talking about biological reasons why there would be a increase in violence.
Yeah, with regard to like where in the United States violent crime was in the 80s and 90s versus what it is today, because, you know, younger men like 18 to whatever 25 are like that's the prime demographic to commit.
Point about the lead.
Oh, it was just a counterpoint to, you know, because he's gone now, but he was saying socioeconomic disparities, and I was just making a counter that where there's greater socioeconomic disparities today than there was, say, in the 80s and 90s, the relative homicide rates and violent crime rates were considerably higher than they are now.
In the country as a whole?
Yes. Yeah, the murder rate in the United States in 1991 was substantially higher than it is today. Actually, it's still, right now, it's on the lower end of where it's been since the mid-50s. Like, it's considerably lower. It's amplified because of social media and stuff like that. But when you actually look at the per 100,000 homicide rate, murder rate by year, it's way lower than it was in the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, that's true, Adam, but it is actually trending back up now. We're starting to see a climb.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the low was 2015. It really popped off kind of late COVID, and some of it was really some skewed. Like, it was, you saw like Louisiana, like there was some really, really big spikes in places like Louisiana. There was a few enclaves where it just like really popped off. It's come down a little bit from then, but it's still, trending upwards from the low of 2015. But it's still, we're still looking at a pretty big gap to where it was in the 80s and 90s, which is positive. It doesn't seem like that, though, because of the way the media and social media amplify things. People get the sense like it's worse than ever, but it's actually a lot better than it has been. But I think, it's the culture. The U.S. is a highly individualized culture, highly materialistic culture. there seems to be this sort of general sense of fear and mistrust for others and institutions, and then there's this sort of founding principle of like, you know, tax revolts, rise up with tyranny, bear arms, and, you know, protect yourself and your family from the other and from the power that tries to impose its will on you.
Well, yeah. I mean, how are you liking your life in Canada?
I didn't get shot in the face.
Well, no, you haven't gotten shot in the face, but how was the rest of your life?
It's not. It's the socioeconomic conditions suck. It's gone downhill. Yeah.
Okay. What about?
But I mean, should we raise arms and you know, go after mega people who promote Trump's tariffs? Like, is that like the answer? I don't know.
I don't know. Do you guys have a
My insurance should be $2,000 a month, $3,000 a month. And if it was, guess what I would do? I'd be putting fucking smoking because I can't afford insurance. But because I have you, the American tax dollar, subsidizing my bad health, I'll smoke for another hopefully 20, 30 years, and you'll be paid for my health, my hospital here. I'm going on mute.
Yeah, like we got a lot of stresses in Canada for sure, and the healthcare system is buckling. A lot of it has to do with availability of healthcare professionals, which isn't unique to Canada, but it's definitely happening here. But we still have better outcomes. You know, we live longer, we live healthier lives. We have lower obesity rates, we have lower infant mortality rates, all those things.
What do you think they will say? What do you think they
yeah. It's part of its food culture. Like, our food kind of sucks. I think you guys have awesome food, from what I understand. I've been to the States a few times, but and we also have less shit in our food. I think you guys really amp up the ingredients lists on your food, which I think doesn't help. But it does make the food look better and probably taste better. So you kind of have to make a choice. We're here for a good time or a long time.
Yeah, think about that. If your health insurance was relative to the way you take care of yourself, imagine the amount of people that would get healthy because of the motivating factor instead of just simply looking good.
Yeah, well, maybe Ozempic, or whatever it's called, Ozempic, is going to, I don't know, maybe that's going to help. I don't know if there's consequences to that. I don't know the details, but it sounds like it's helping a lot of people lose a lot of weight, which I think is probably a good thing.
Yeah, I know personally probably about 7 or 8 people that are on Ozempic right now. They've lost a shit ton of weight quick, but I've been doing a little research on it. There's some adverse health effects that could possibly come along with it. So I don't know, man. We'll see long term how it works out.
You know, the doctors have said it's kind of like being quit smoking, which I'm getting with your something any day now. Just sick of it. It's like my wife mentioned a lot of days ago. I mentioned weight. She's like, look, I'd rather you gain 20 pounds and be a non-smoker. My point is, to Ozempic, your ass and get in shape if I get my shit together, health-wise. If I wasn't on health insurance, but the government subsidizes it for me via being so involved.
That's interesting what you're saying. I mean, years ago, and I remember, I think when I was really little, my parents only had catastrophic health insurance to cover just hospital bills, because hospital bills, no matter what decade, could grab somebody. And we just paid for our doctors, and the doctors' prices were not, $500 a visit. They were moderately priced, so, there's a lot of reasons why health insurance, because people could profit off it so much, went through the roof. But I think, I love what you're saying, but we need a cultural shift in this country, like other countries, because I'm extremely healthy. But yet, and I have a lot of time off due to my job, but most people, there's other things that come into play with wanting to get healthy. Is not like being a slave to your job, like scheduling time to actually actively do things. Preparing food is not that hard. But what I was going to say is that, when you look at, I went to Italy and I move there tomorrow, like their culture and value of personal time and health in other countries is so much better than ours. And I'll land my plane is that I'm a teacher. It's disgusting, the lack of physical education and health we have in this country starting young, because kids are consumers and they're sold a lot of crap to eat. And I'll just say one last thing. Yes, I think businesses, food companies need to be held accountable, and we need to change those policies of what are in food, because as much as we can make personal choices, if we believe in that ideology that it's all personal decisions, then when you go to your store and there's only like a tenth of the produce aisle is organic or healthy food, then we really don't have a lot of choice. So I think it's like a combination of things, but I really like this conversation.
The problem with more government interventions and problems. For example, like you're healthy, you haven't been to the doctor, do you? I think it should be required that you have to have an annual physical for your health insurance. And so forth. But if someone has been to the doctor for 3 years, with the exception just physical, why are you paying health insurance more than $100 and $200 a month? It's just, and the health insurance would only be a couple $100 a month if just get it out of the way and let the private sector pick it up. And having the government dictate what private companies can and can't do, with the exception of having honest advertising. Maybe toss some labels on there, whatever. But I just trust the government.
Privatized.
The post office isn't privatized. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's part of the federal government.
Yeah, they have to adhere to certain rules and stuff, but they're all privatized, so they can pretty much do whatever they want within a certain limit. And people have been, like, businesses refuse to do business with them anymore. They'll spend more money with FedEx and UPS because there's insurance with it that it will be delivered. There's a surety, and it's sad. So many people have it can't be relied upon anymore.
Yeah, but you're, in terms of the healthcare, just to go back to that, you're talking about charging healthcare like we do life insurance, that your lifestyle and personal choices and age obviously comes into play. There's a lot of things with life insurance, And I totally understand what you're saying, and I agree with some of it. Like, yes, government regulation of food, they're corrupt. Like, there's lobbyists, then they go in, they sway these senators, the senators profit. I totally get that. So I guess my question is, what's the solution to encourage people to pressure companies to provide healthier options? And I just don't see the general public really, because there's two sides of the coin. It's like, well, who are you to tell me what I can or cannot put in my body? Like you're saying you smoke. I agree with you. I don't think I should subsidize your insurance. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't take drugs. I maintain my weight. I go to the doctor every year. I just got blood work for cholesterol again because I'm probably bordering hypochondriac with health. Like, I want to live till 100, and I want to be healthy and not on any medication.
Everybody was like, oh my God, we would have a healthcare crisis.
Yeah, but I maybe I'll get a little socialist. Like, I think I agree with you. Like, you should be charged, except you should be charged your lifestyle for health because we're all subsidizing each other. But then it gets very murky with genetics. But, you know, in terms of like a larger discussion. But the thing is that, like, you have to start, I think it's generational. Like, who's going to pressure people to say, hey, I don't want red food dye in my candy? Like, I love him, Robert F. Kennedy, for what he's doing with food. Like, I just see, like, people are going to turn around and be like, I'm free. This is a free country. I could do whatever I want to do. I should, like, that. There's a great line in Parks and Rec, and where Ron is like, well, I could have steak and smoke a cigar and, like, do whatever. Like, that whole character was brilliant. Like, people don't want to be told what to do, but maybe what you're saying is the solution. Like, there's no, like, I remember growing up in the 70s, like, there were organizations, there were public organizations that pressured, you know, pollutants, EPA, you know, whatever, all those organizations. I don't see that happening. I just see it would be like a civil social war, not physical war, between people that think they shouldn't be controlled and people that think that they shouldn't be subsidizing. Like, listen, offense to anybody who's boomer, but the entire millennial Gen X is subsidizing boomers right now. So it's like, I don't know. I'll land my plane. It's just, I love this conversation, but it's like, what are the solutions? And I think there would be a ton of compromises on this issue. But I think it starts that if the teaching in schools, I'm done. These younger kids, they don't give a crap. Like, you go into a school and see the amount of garbage that's all over the place. Not every school, but I'm just saying, like, kids don't care. Like, maybe it's a maturity issue. Maybe, like, I remember growing up caring about my little neighborhood and cleaning up. I'm like, totally done thinking that there's going to be any changes happening. So, like, when you talk about health, the amount of kids that are out of shape, obesity, like, that's been going on for decades, and no one seems to want to do anything about it, like, seriously. By instituting 2 gym classes a day, like, getting outside, like, it's unbelievable. And I know, and this is going to sound really offensive, I think if your whole family is really heavy and your children, you're raising your children to be super obese, morbidly obese, like, I'm not saying police parents, but that is like child abuse, in my opinion, as far as food. Like, that, I know too many people whose kids are like 18 years old and are morbidly obese, where they're having serious health issues internally. And I'm not skinny. Like, I could lose 10 pounds. I don't want to sound like one of these, like, skinny, prejudiced people. Like, I've always had to watch my weight. My whole Italian family is super heavy. Like, I grew up always having a treat, but I'm a little probably controlling with myself. But it's sad. It's, as a teacher, as an educator, as a parent, it's sad to see parents making really poor decisions for their kids. But it goes back to the healthcare. They live at the doctor, and everybody's subsidizing it.
I remember growing up on Coca-Colas. My parents bought it like it was water. I don't think they fully understood what was going on with the Coke. Like, now, I'm a 19-year-old, 14-year-old, 2-year-old. Cokes, no salty drinks in my house. There's no way.
Listen, I just visited my parents, and I can't eat anything in their house. I like peanut butter. I buy all natural peanut butter. I go in their closet. They have Peter Pan. It says peanuts, sugar, and around 2% of hydrogenated oils. And I said to my mother, who's on got a pacemaker, it has tons of health issues. I've witnessed it in family. They pretty much kill themselves, and modern medicine is keeping them alive. And it's I can't eat anything in your house, but they were raised in the 50s, where they thought everything post-World War II was healthy for you. They believe in the food pyramid. It's how do you get through to people? I bring my own food. I have to bring my own food to their house because I won't eat anything with chemicals in it. I'm sure I do eat some. That's why I don't like going out to eat, because you don't know what oils they're using. I don't know. I'm probably obsessive, but I read labels like a scientist. But again, I don't know. I think we could pause. I'll spend $2 extra on things. Yes, it might be a luxury to do it, but then I eat less of it. So I don't know. It's hard.
They have rice on everything. They meat, rice, garden. You have your opinions about rice, but at the end of the day, it's all natural stuff. And they were all tall and skinny.
Well, it's funny. I was just having an argument with my parents about every time food comes up, my parents always bring up a Mediterranean diet. So then I brought up, I really do think, and I tend to eat this way, I don't know, more of rice, fish, and vegetables. If you have protein, I'm more pescatarian. I don't eat a lot of meats at all. But just saying rice, I was thinking that. But I try to avoid now, there's too many things on social media. I don't know what to believe. So I tend to just no chemicals, listen to my body. I don't know. But it's funny that you brought up the rice, because I was just arguing about different international diets, which have changed thanks to commercial globalism and trade. But it's interesting with that. But I don't know if anybody believes in, I do believe in that blood type theory. On eating for your blood type, because everything I gravitate towards tends to actually fit with what the science or so-called science says.
Yeah, it makes sense. Casey, what's this cat gift? So silly. I do. I agree. What else can we talk about to solve the world problems? Roger, here's your coffee.
Let him sleep.
Sorry. God. Y'all are so fussy.
Right.
Again, just accordingly. Change it up, though. Do you want to change it to something?
I don't know. What's on your mind?
I'm going to change it to this.
Whatever's on your mind cannot include dicks and cocks and loaders and percussions and all the things.
Okay, I changed it. There you go. That'll solve it.
No! Oh, no!
Okay, fine. I'll change it again. Let's see. Changing it. I'm having a delay. Is anybody else having a delay with their response buttons and stuff like that? I wonder if there's a whole lot of usage on Clubhouse right now. Okay. Do I have your permission now?
Let me see. There you go. That's better. That's more up my alley.
Awesome. In the muff with goody two-shoes, Sunday school.
It definitely fits my angel persona better.
It's very angelic, virginal persona. Very innocent.
Do you have multiple communities on Clubhouse?
Me?
Because I do. And it gets to be a little uncomfortable sometimes.
Yes. I see that Casey has a specific thing on his mind. Thank you for communicating with the rest of the class. And my vision impaired folks will not enjoy it as much, but we can describe. I will.
Not very ladylike.
I know. I'm not a lady. Who said I'm a lady?
Oh, okay.
I'll beat their butt. They said I'm a lady.
Go ahead, Kristen. Describe that gift.
There's a nice piece of grapefruit that's been cut in half. Then there's a person who's using their finger to juice it. I can't help it if you have a dirtier mind than I do. I just see a nice piece of fruit.
You should have described the fruit.
The fruit? Well, it was round and pink and
Go on, say it.
What? That's about it though.
It was okay.
I mean, if you don't know what a grapefruit looks like or smells like or anything, then get yourself a grapefruit from the store. Educate yourself.
Casey got what I was going for. You left that part out. I hate that word. Do you have any words that you hate, Kristen? I don't like moist, and I don't like the word menstruation. I hate that word.
Really?
I hate it. That's a horrible word.
I don't like the word especially. I don't like the word what's my favorites? Irregardless. That's one of my favorite. But you know what I love about the irregardless? is those who use it are definitely douchebags, and so I encourage it because then I can weed out the douchebags, and it makes me happy. Oh,
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, cool. Casey, thank you. Casey says always a good timing.
Was that a dog barking that interrupted you?
What, earlier?
When you said always a good time in that?
Oh no, I just keep my mute button open while my dog is sleeping.
Okay.
Because it seems to not be working properly. So you don't like moist?
I don't like the word moist. I appreciate moist. I just don't like the word.
What about wet wipe?
I don't care about wet wipe.
What about moist wipe? I don't blame you.
No.
I know. Yeah, I think it's also like the association of like, oh, I don't want it.
Ugh.
Yeah. I don't like the word lunch, and I don't like the word kitchen.
You don't like the word kitchen?
No, it's such an ugly word for such a wonderful place.
I can almost get on board with the whole lunch thing. That's kind of a dumb word.
Lunch.
Lunch. I can get that one. I can feel that one.
Time.
Not one I've heard before, but definitely one I could get behind. Now, here's some that I've heard. These are some of your more common. Flesh. A lot of people don't like the word flesh.
Yeah.
I don't mind flesh. It doesn't bother me. You know what I don't like? I don't like the word manila.
Yeah, what the fuck is that word? Are you vanilla or are you anti-vanilla? What does that even mean?
Well, like a manila folder. Who's manila? What is that?
Who invented that? Couldn't say vanilla colored. No, you had to say, my name is Mike, and I'm gonna make it vanilla. See how I get in there? See what it
I was going to say, ladies, the first part of vanilla is M-A-N, so you just like the patriarchy for that.
Well, you know, the first part of menstruation is also M-E-N. And then you got menopause. All ladies' problems involve men.
I know. That's why I'm fasting. But I love men. God, I love men so much.
Me too.
Damn.
Damn it.
Yeah, but I just know. Sorry. Not that it's much that anybody really misses her. Okay, so Mr. J says it's called a vanilla folder because the original paper stock used to make it was produced from fibers of the avocado plant, also known as vanilla hemp. That's so cool!
Right? You learn something new every day. I still don't like the word.
So do they still make it like that, or is it just now? Because I bet it lasted longer too if it was made from hemp. Anyway, I think the United States would do better by legalizing the cannabis plant and utilizing it in more products such as paper. We get most of our paper from China, and we can't do logging much anymore because it's destroying our land and doing it and destroying, getting wood and stuff like that from Brazil. It's just not a thing anymore because we're destroying the rainforest. So why not fucking hemp? Why aren't we doing that? Anybody want to go into business?
Can I make pretty hemp jewelry?
Yeah, no, I don't like that color. I'm sorry, that's my prejudice. Sorry.
I like that color, and you can put pretty little beads on it. And instead, she went on the last Grateful Dead tour.
I mean, good for her, but damn.
I know.
If I looked at my mom wrong. They didn't know what to do with my sisters. In fact, I think I'm just mad at my sister, the one that's.
Yeah, my sister was definitely hippy dippy. She went through that little phase of I'm not gonna shave my legs and my armpits, and it was, yep.
I mean, now you can just Photoshop that shit out, When I got married, I was a blonde, and I'm a natural brunette, and it's not the best look on me, but it was fun. And you know what? It just happened, and so it was a moment in time. And my husband at the time was like, "Yeah, cool. I mean, that's what she's doing right now, so I don't care." And but my mother-in-law was like, she wanted to make sure that I went to a nice salon and got because I would do it myself, and I guess she wanted me to look not cheap for the wedding. Sorry.
That hair did not come from a bottle.
No, she was very kind. And she did, and it was glorious because I had real long hair, and so it was beautiful. It was very light blonde. It was beautiful. Not gonna do that again. Just too much money, but it's fun, and people were nicer to me, dude. They were nicer.
I think people were nicer to me. I am blonde, but I went brown, and I think people were nicer to me when I was brown. Really? My skin complexion looked a lot better when I was brown because my eyes popped. Like I'm just kind of all washed out and like, like it's just all basic white girl. But when I went brown, it kind of like, I don't know, just gives you a pop. But I'm not about that maintenance, girl. I don't like that maintenance.
Just the time and the money, and it's not healthy. And if anybody else wants to talk about anything else, they can just freaking go ahead and do it. But we're going to talk about this right now, okay? That's what.
Yeah, because nobody else is interjecting. You guys geeked out on guns, and it was the way of the land for quite a while.
Sunday school. We're going to teach you Sunday school right now, and that's the way that it is. If you don't like it, tell me. But I think it's nice to have a little bit of innocent conversation once in a while. Especially talking about her.
Carpet matching the drapes.
I mean, if I'm going to be honest, I haven't looked down there for a while. I can imagine I'm probably still brunette. I mean, I'm aging, so maybe a few grays. I don't know.
You get gray down there?
No, I mean, when you live in a subtropical climate, you've got to be as hairless as possible. And also just as hygienic and clean as possible because ew.
Yes.
Too much information, tough shit. Come up here and tell me. Was that goody two? That was not goody two shoes. I apologize. That was not representative of the goody two shoes Sunday school. I think what the problem is that I keep my mute off, but then I try to get back to the back channel, and then.
If it's doing that, exit out of Clubhouse and come back. I think it's a glitch.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. I'll be back.
I'm getting serious chat lag these days. It like takes forever.
Okay.
Is that better?
Oh yes! Excellent, thank you!
You're welcome.
I have a new trauma response.
Oh no. Are we trauma bonding now?
No, just the whole like, red bar. I wouldn't do that to you. Not on purpose. The red bar of death.
Oh, come on. A little trauma dumping's fine every now and then.
Once in a while, but...
We are ladies.
That's true. Well, you're a lady. I don't know about me. I just that's up for negotiation. Discussion. Will C says men like all things in the must. You got that right.
That was more appropriate with the earlier poll.
Shoot, I cannot be getting attention from Sunday school. I'm gonna get kicked out.
Okay, you can change the title if you want.
I'm not complaining. It's just I'm having a really hard time being a good girl. Okay, I'll be it.
I have no problem being a good girl. I just have that really bad problem of setting myself up for the worst possible. Like, sounding like I'm not a good girl.
Accidentally being...
You know, like, I had this great new bucket list item come to me last night.
Okay.
Somebody mentioned billboards. And I was like, oh, there's a bucket list I could add to my list. You know, a picnic on the billboard. It was completely misinterpreted.
How was that misinterpreted? Explain.
Well, think of it in the context of the elevator conversation that we had this morning.
Oh. Okay. I'm up. See, that's what happens. I go in Sunday.
Did you say no meals on the billboard?
I did.
Okay, I'm not going to touch that.
I think we're getting really good at talking about stuff that we're not talking about.
Yeah.
I can't believe that Mojo's allowed me, but I can understand you, but has not allowed me to go as long as I have. At least I'm not talking about knitting or cats, so I guess I'm safe. Thank you. I think he does enjoy hearing my voice. Let's see. Will C says, don't go chasing billboards. Stick to the sheet. Oh, don't go chasing billboards. Just stick to the sheetrock and the taping that you used to. Well done. Well done. Why am I hearing white women talk?
I just feel obligated to open my mouth and word vomit ridiculous shit.
It's like hearing the light harmonic strokes of soft fingertips on a harp.
Oh, are you calling out there?
Wow.
Oh,
You like that poetry?
that's so cute.
Okay, seriously though, did you see the ad in Zig's PTR?
The ad?
Yeah, click on his PTR and look at it.
What do you
Stage
mean?
profile. Check it out.
So, Jessica, 39, 5'7", love cooking, fitness, travel, and long brunches with deep conversation. No
deep conversation.
Deep conversation. Oh, is that a new sex thing? No single dads. Oh, wow. If you were truly worth keeping, she wouldn't have walked away and left. Oh, damn.
Right?
Okay. Well,
with her baby in her profile.
Right, exactly.
I mean, in response to that, I just want to hold up Sig's sweatshirt that he dons in his profile picture. The little stick man fucking your feelings. regardless, then you're like, okay, ow, cringe, but awesome. Next. Great. They can filter themselves out. Perfect. Although maybe the convation and the irregardless people need to date.
I don't know. I think people that like to have deep conviction should know how to spell deep conviction.
I can't. I'm just, I mean, I guess I'm kind of a snob. Does that make me a snob then?
That makes you smart.
That's okay. You can call me a snob.
Yeah. I mean, Rohan was allowed to be a snob. Coffee snob.
Oh, but he's so right about the coffee.
Well, sure, but we're just doing the best we can here out here in the sticks.
Girl, you need to get you one of those mochas, I'm telling you.
I'm not. Forget it. Do you know how much cleaning there is with that? No, I need a housewife.
As long as you do it right away, it's really not that bad. You just, you gotta, you make the coffee, you drink the coffee. By the time you're done with the coffee, then you go and you clean it right away. It's really not that bad.
No.
Okay, fine, have it your way, but you're missing out.
Well, there is that whole, the pour over. What is it? The French press. I could get down with that. Right.
I haven't done the French press yet, so I don't know. I think my son's got one of those that does the French press thingy-me-bobber. But
it's very nice.
I didn't notice a difference in the coffee, though. There's an actual difference in the coffee.
Yeah. No! Sick! Don't leave!
He's a working man.
I know.
Who is Cindy? I feel like I know Cindy. I heard that Cindy's a dude.
I think they are.
I like Mr. J's definition of convation.
Okay, I have a new topic. Because the goody two shoes is making everybody go away.
Hit me. Let me look. Coffee machines better in Australia? I don't know. I'd say they're definitely better in Europe. But they're probably the same in Australia.
Oh no, but see, I do that. Okay, just something you don't understand. Just a minute. Well, that's the question. I pose a question. Is it better in Australia? Does the coffee machine come from Australia? So
I don't even know. You don't really hear much about the Australians and their coffee. All you hear about from the Australians is their Vegemite. Ugh.
Well, that's even British though. So that's the thing where they tell.
I'm sorry, this is how my brain works. Do you watch Shark Week?
Oh wait, that's the because he's talking. Okay, do I watch Shark Week?
Shark Week, yeah, like all the little Shark Week shows.
Yeah.
I started watching them last year, and they were really, really funny. Especially the one where the dude didn't have like a leg and an arm because of a shark attack.
Oh
And like he still likes to swim with the sharks all the time?
I mean, occupational hazard.
I guess. I'm not afraid of the sharks.
I am.
You won't go in the water?
I can't. It's weird. I didn't have this when I was younger, but now I do. I know it's in there. Forget it.
I'm not afraid. I'm the first one that will die in the water meeting.
No, I will cheer for you on the shore. And everything. Yay, go get him! I really want to learn to surf before I die. I really want to do, but the reality is, when I went snorkeling, it took me an hour to get off the stupid boat.
See, that sounds like so much fun to me. I haven't been snorkeling.
It was, and to see like the little things on. Oh my God, it was magical. It was truly magical, but I couldn't shake that whole fear. And then I saw the barracudas swimming around, and I was really grateful that I didn't have a shiny bathing suit, because at that time that was a thing. Was like the shiny bikinis, the shimmery.
Ah.
Yeah. New topic, Shark Week.
Shark Week, are you afraid of the sharks? When is Shark Week?
He's totally gonna kick me. I'm surprised Roger hasn't kicked me out. I'm treading on delicate territory. Dangerous territory. I can't even say words. Today I'm having bad brain word day. And that was very nice of Sig to give us such a nice compliment. That was cute.
I'm going to stick with the convation word. We're going to make this a thing.
It's been nice conversationing with you. with Serenity. Convation with Serenity and Christiane.
It's serendipity.
No!
I know. But do you want to know what's funny about that? The people that annoy me call me Serenity. It's like a thing. It wasn't even like intentional. I just started noticing the people, and they just roll with it, I think, because you can't see the whole name.
Yeah.
But the worst is actually Serene. Serene. Just Serene.
Hi, Serene.
Hey, Serene. It's like, okay. All right, let's just keep going.
Uh-oh, who changed the hand raising? Uh-oh, somebody changed it. Somebody's awake.
Did you change it?
No, but I see that it's changed. So somebody's awake. So it's either you or Rohan or Mojo. Shit. Oh my God.
Chivalry. Why can't I say that word?
That
yes. I don't know. Chivalrously. There you go.
Swords and shit. You should have a podcast.
Because 2 whole people would probably listen.
I know. Maybe Sig, because he likes hearing white girls talk. I don't know why, but it's interesting. It's so funny. What's up, Wilsey? You were very witty.
I'm excessive. I need to be throttled.
What? Well, yeah, all of them do, I think. That's the whole problem, why we're on here.
Perhaps that's true.
I'm waiting for Roger to throttle me.
Oh my goodness, these words today. These words today.
Oh, I'm pushing it. Oh my God.
My back channel this morning?
Oh my God. I thought you were Miss Innocent.
I am. It was
autocorrect.
It was an accident.
You said it to Brian?
It was an accident.
I was more surprised than you are.
On behalf of my fellow Georgian, I do apologize profusely.
I know.
For the autocorrect.
It's awful. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it was actually a back channel back in the original days of back channel, and you couldn't edit it, you couldn't delete it or take it back or anything, and I was just
you could delete it. You chose not to.
No, you couldn't. You could not delete it.
Did you guys?
Okay, I'll quit gaslighting.
Well, did you see that bus come by? Because I didn't. That bus came out of nowhere. He just threw her right under.
Yeah, he did. I mean, I did assault him verbally. Sort of.
No, you merely requested something that he wasn't really able to deliver.
Assault somebody who's assaulted the earth type person. I see how it is.
Exactly.
Right. It was definitely my most mortifying Clubhouse moment ever.
Thank you for reliving it for us.
As for my fingers, it's got to be like a hand-eye coordination problem, right?
I'm not sure that's a problem. I have been told that that's a talent and a skill.
Yeah, that request would have taken some skill. I'm sorry.
How you doing, Mr. Mose?
Doing really good. Party till 3 a.m. Got up to start feeding cattle, and I only got like 300 in left to feed, so we're winning.
Those babies doing all right?
Well, I don't know. I go check pastures later. This is all the feedlot fatties.
No, I mean your babies. I'm talking about the one that got
I thought you
stitched
said
up.
ladies.
No, babies.
Yeah. Yeah, they're doing okay. The one's still pissed. We won't let him go swimming in the dirty slough water yet. But his 3-inch long gash needs to heal a little bit more so it doesn't get infected.
Yeah.
Oh, poor thing. What happened?
He was farming.
Yeah, he climbed into a gravity box that he wasn't supposed to climb in and climbed out of it via not the ladder and gashed his shin open about 3 inches. And it was more than my duct tape and baling wire would fix, so we took him into the dock. But he's all healed now. He's just pissed that he has to sit around and can't, like, go swimming and run through the trees and all that, boy stuff. Barrel farm kid things.
Yeah. Oh, no. Farm kid. That's so cute. All right, now, so I don't. Hey, Serene.
Did you just go there?
Yes, I did. I wanted to get your attention. I just wanted to see, and now I see.
Do you know Drunk Bruce? Do you know who I'm talking about? Okay. He calls me Serene all the time, and he always tries to start out saying serendipity, and he's like, Serene. He can't get it out.
Poor little angel. More than one syllable is difficult. What's up, Mother?
Morning, Bobby.
You were still open?
You're always going to be Poppy to me.
Oh, that's okay.
Actually, I'm just getting up. I slept in.
Yay!
yeah, I needed to get some sleep. I was just like, oh, like, I woke up at 7, and then I was like, you know what, I'm just going to roll back and go back to sleep. I had this class I was going to go to, this Pilates class, but then I just canceled it, and I'm happy.
Oops.
But I feel much better. How are you, man?
Pew-pews, and about, we were solving the world's problems. It was Canadians against the U.S.
stuff.
Well, you gotta make sure it racks smooth.
Yeah, that's what I heard. And long barrels and short barrels, and yeah, it was a whole thing.
Silence barrels.
Then there was gender wars. We did gender wars to appeal to all the gender war people.
Yep.
Yep. And then we talked nonsense.
Hey, we weren't supposed to have any wars under the Trump presidency. How dare you start wars?
Sorry. You know how
no wars on my end. I love the man.
I do too. I love him.
I have mixed views. I like some of them.
Oh yeah, of course. Do I wish I was gay? Yes. Although, grass is not green, right? Grass.
You always want what you don't have.
I think the gays are evil. That's my view. I just.
Really?
Yeah, I don't like the gays. Most of them.
You don't like the gays?
No, I don't like most people. So it's not like that is outside of the norm of my norm.
All right. So you have a special opinion.
I'm very particular with who I actually like.
Nice.
No, you say the grass is greener on the other side, but don't grab a hold of the fence or in the middle of the night when the grass is dewy. It's a shocking experience.
Well, you know, that grass could also be fake as fuck.
I'm not even gonna say it right now.
I'm just saying it could be plastic.
No, I'm talking about shocking.
Oh.
I'm not doing it, Ryan. I'm not gonna do it.
Okay.
Ryan, Sunday.
Although I do have a funny story here. So a bunch of us were partying, drinking, relaxing. My two oldest boys and a bunch of guys went, hey, this fencer just doesn't seem right the way the gate handle's set up. What do you mean it's messed up? Well, let's go look at this hot wire gate handle. So, all the guys get up and my two oldest. We go down, check out this pasture fence that has electric fencer on it. And it's midnight, 1 o'clock. So we, of course, have high humidity, so the grass is wet. As you walk through it, all the dew is collecting. So, you're good and grounded. One guy, well, I unhooked the handle, so now it should be dead over there. I'm like, okay, grab the wire. I'm not so sure. Let me think about it. After he was really sure the fence was going to be dead. So we talked my second oldest into grabbing a hold of it. So he grabs it. Ouch, that is odd. Okay, no big deal. It's like, okay, let's go check and see what's going on, see if we can fix the situation. So you can hook the gate handle up without getting the shock every time. To which the owner of the property goes, unplugs the fencer, comes back around, and I unplugged the fencer. This is the only fencer. So how you grab a hold of something, like if you grab a hold of a hot curling iron. So he thought the fencer was unplugged, but it got plugged back in. He grabbed a hold of it and got a full shock of the fencer.
So you're okay with sacrificing your firstborn?
Oh no. The owner that got shocked, he goes, I'm pissed, but I'm so impressed I can't be mad at you. Because you literally plugged it in right behind me unplugging it. So yeah, it's fine. All is fair in shenanigans.
Serious farm shenanigans. They said
it was just a little 30-mile fencer. It wasn't like it was a 100-mile fencer. It's fine.
What's the difference?
Way hotter.
So a dispenser is only like 4,000 joules instead of 7,000 joules.
So are you trying to keep things in or out, or keep things out?
Well, they're trying to keep cattle in the pasture instead of out in the crop ground.
Ah, what are they growing?
Well, we grow corn, soybeans, wheat in this part of the world, mainly for row crops. But the cattle in the pasture, you don't want them in there because they'll eat the row crop, and then when you can't harvest the row crop, you can't pay your bills.
Right. Isn't that kind of like having a room adjacent to a kid's room that's full of candy and telling the kid not to go over there?
Yeah, so you make the door handle electrified like on Home Alone, so the kid won't go in the room.
That is cruel. So the whole
They
time,
learn after the first couple times to touch the door handle that it's not a good idea. So yeah, good old shenanigans had on the barn fight hall. Even the one who grabbed the belts. You can't help but laugh at that when somebody gets you that good.
that was sneaky.
It was sneaky, and we may have had a few drinks in too, so you aren't paying full attention either. But nonetheless, hilarious.
I'm just glad you guys didn't have a peeing contest on the fence.
Yeah, all of us are too smart for that.
Thank God.
That was the joke, though. We did tell him initially to pee on that side of the wire since he unhooked it. He didn't even want to grab a hold of it because he knew better that it could possibly be hot. Because somebody had messed with that fence since he put it up. So it was not in its original state. It's just like the DIY home person electrifying their house with new wires, and they're not to code. That's kind of what the fence was like last night.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's how I lost my refrigerator, dishwasher, and almost the dryer. I can't remember sometime there. And the home inspector was crap. So I was doing laundry and I was doing something else while the dryer was running, and I smelled smoke or something. Smelled something. And I just smelled. So, anyways, I looked on the wall, and it's actually above the socket is above the dryer. Not usually is below it, so you can't really fire in. Yeah, his thought, but because of that, it shorted out the kitchen electronics.
Lost a leg. Yep.
Yeah, and so now at that time I didn't have money to replace it, and I'm not going to get into all the details. Boring as all could be because there's so many insurance things, and you know how boring that can get. So let's just say there was a big deal. At the end of the day, everything is fine. Nothing happened, but it did cost about to replace the dryer and it was a to-do. So now I have a washer and dryer, and I'm very grateful. But
you aren't supposed to let the magical smoke out. If you would have hired a wizard, he could have put it back in for you.
I know, but I'm not on very good terms with wizards. I'm mad at them right now. They were supposed to do a lot of things in my unit, and they didn't do it, so now I'm mad at them. Of course, he did want sexual favors, and I'm just not interested in doing that, so... Actually, the guy who came in to fix the socket, he was quite flirty, wearing a wedding ring, and he never came out and said stuff, but still, it was like, can a lady just get her socket fixed?
Literally, not figuratively, yeah.
Yeah.
Kristen!
Yeah! I'm talking about the thing on the wall! What are you talking course, I'm surrounded by. But yeah, so.
Thirsty. I need more coffee.
I bet. Oh, that's what it is, though. That's what's so funny about him. It's so freaking dry. My grandma, she grew up in a. He's on a call. Okay. I'll wait until he's done. Hello.
I'm going to get more coffee.
Okay.
It's going to be a Starbucks run. Yeah.
We'll see. I told you that you could come up and speak. Come up. Wait, I sent them an invite. There you go. Yay.
I'm on my own Starbucks run.
You guys, why are you being mean to me right now? I'm so, here I am.
So easy. I think maybe we need to reconsider our votes on the poll.
What are the votes on the poll?
Well, the poll's gone. But you're being easy, Kristen.
I'm being too easy?
Too easy. It's too easy to be mean. It's okay. I can relate. Have you seen Superman? Did you think it was really woke?
About it.
I don't know. I just heard some people complaining that it was really woke.
Weapons is getting good reviews.
It's been so long since I've been to a movie theater.
All right, new poll is up. And also, I can't hear you very well.
You can't hear very well.
Well, was that Will Steve? Because I can't hear what he was saying.
No, that was Poppy.
Oh, okay. Poppy, I can't hear you very well. So much better.
The cost of movie tickets have gone up a lot, but I still enjoy going to the actual theater. I don't know, just take it out of the house.
Yeah. I don't know, you just, even new movies coming out, you don't hear about them like we used to hear about them. Like we used to anticipate the coming of new movies.
What's the Red Bar before?
You were totally Red Barring.
Yeah.
Not Red Bar. Don't leave with Red Bar. My question was, what is the last good movie that you saw in a theater? And to answer this question, I took well.
Right.
Transformer.
Wait, what?
Transformers.
When was that?
Oh, a long time ago.
Is this something you wanted to see, or do you have children that requested scenes?
Me.
What can you tell me? I don't know much about Transformers. What can you tell me about them?
but I don't know the movie.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a cartoon originated in the 80s, and they made a movie of it, and then and that was, you know when the Pirates of the Caribbean came out?
Yes, I do.
So
Never saw those on there. Do I sound like I'm fun already? I'm just wondering.
You sound 12. I mean,
I think he sounds movie snobbish. That's okay. He can be a movie snob.
Has never been in a movie theater before, I would believe it.
I don't get that vibe.
No.
The last movie I saw, this is really going to date me out. The last movie that I remember seeing in the theater was God's Not Dead. But, think. I mean, I think a lot of movies are okay, but that's not a good movie, you know?
Well, I never saw it. I can't tell. So, 2007 is when Transformers came out.
Wow, that's a long time.
I told you.
Yeah.
I saw Transformers at the theater too, Kristen.
I loved it. I saw it so many times in the theater. I just loved it.
What about this
Loved it.
What about this transforming next movie?
Well, it was really cool because they all fit together, and that's something I think would be very challenging. It's a very engineering kind of challenge that the animators and but it also was the cars were so pretty. I'm not a big car person, but these cars were really cool. I love Optimus Prime. Always have. I have a voice thing. I like certain voices, and I've always loved the voice for Optimus Prime, who is the truck character.
What's the sort of the arc? Is this like a love story or?
A cute little love story in there. Basically, it got a teenager boy purchases a car and finds out that it's a yellow and black Camaro world. And so the young boy, who then somehow, because he's got a love interest, and she's actually really into cars. She really knows her way around machinery. Helps to try to find this Allspark, and it is a battle of good and evil to try to find the Allspark.
So this is more kind of a Terminator setup. There's one party against another. It's not a menage a trois between the girl and the boyfriend.
Sorry.
I appreciate the detailed explanation on the Transformers.
You're welcome. I'm not very good at it, but you asked, and there you go.
No, I appreciate it.
And it's
I'll try not to make my age.
Me either. I know. I'm so. And she got work exes that she only has to go for half the day all year. Brad Pitt?
Baby.
She's the only girl.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wait, is she going to school, or is she going to, what's happening?
She is.
Okay.
She is. Her boyfriend doesn't go to the same school as her. He's actually doing dual enrollment with Georgia Tech this year. He's going to Georgia Tech for aerospace engineering.
Oh,
so she's probably going to go to Georgia State, yeah.
Okay, very cool.
Oh, hang on, I'm in Starbucks. That's why my service is bad. Can you hear me now?
Yes, but it's very important to get coffee. You must do coffee first.
Okay. It looks like I have service now. She's going for criminal behavior psychology.
Ah, there's the red part. Criminal behavior psychology.
Is she on the platform? She can study on the platform. On Clubhouse.
For real.
Criminality and behavioral.
You're absolutely not wrong, but I would never.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't recommend it either.
Bless her heart.
It's a little harsh for even those that are seasoned.
Right. Yeah, first day of school, I got my daughter, it's the first day of her last year, and my granddaughter, it's the first day of her first year. It's so sweet. Right? I just love them.
So proud.
Is it me, or have we gone silent?
We have gone silent,
Okay.
and that is okay. And
Silencio.
Silencio. Ahora.
More flavor.
Serendipity now.
So why do you ask about kids going back to school?
I just thought it was kind, topical, very neutral topic.
I blame Dippity. She is an instigator. You're supposed to be a very nice married man, but
I mean, talk about kids going back to school. My oldest is going to be a freshman this year. He can't legally drive by himself yet. He's supposed to have somebody with him, but like he's been driving for years and good things.
Yeah.
But like, I feel halfway safe letting him drive into town. A bigger town.
Sure.
It is.
Okay.
By himself. He does pretty good though.
So what age?
You're also just 14.
Okay.
But I mean, this is a kid that drives a semi down gravel roads, so
Yeah.
he has some idea of how to handle the equipment.
Wow. That's great. Farm life is just different.
Yeah, I trust a 12-year-old with $300,000 worth of equipment over a bunch of 20, 30-year-olds that I hire. So,
Yes.
I mean, granted, they've had conditional programming since they've been kids, and they'd rather do that than go to school, so I can force them to go to school. But I've actually, since this summer, been thinking about homeschooling the oldest two, so I have helpers. They do school in the morning, and when I get done feeding, they got their schoolwork done, and then we can go do whatever farmer stuff we need to do.
Woo.
Kristen, BTR real quick, because I'm going to take it right back down. Look at that sweetness.
Let me see.
Well, that's pretty cute.
Oh, look at you. Oh, my goodness.
I know. Isn't it the best?
The big bow. Let me take you, Tanya. Oh, I'm so happy for you. And she has her necklaces on and everything.
Okay.
That's correct. That's so cool.
Super cute.
I'll show you my chub. This is my flower. This is when we start to lose people. I won't talk about them much, but this is, and then this is my job. So my cat.
Yeah.
She So if you scroll back a few, you can see. I already posted them. Okay. So if you scroll back in the pictures, that's my dog, and then my little redhead is in there as well. Those are my children.
Look at them in there together.
Yeah, they're married. Her husband. In fact, I'll take a picture of what they look like right now. This is just for
today.
Yeah, 3. Wait. Stop. Oh, I can cancel it. Oh, did you guys know you can cancel your pictures? I didn't know that.
You can delete them, yes.
Delete that. I just.
Brian, you're a cattle farmer?
I'm, farmer / rancher, whatever you want to call it.
Sorry.
Crops and livestock.
Oh, wow. What region of the country?
South Dakota.
Oh.
Up in God's country, where we freeze the people out who can't hang. So it stays pretty peaceful.
For sure.
And the prettiest sunsets.
Aw.
Are you east or west of Missouri?
I'm on the good side of the state. Now I want to hear your response.
Well, I'm going to guess that you're on the western side of the state.
Absolutely not. There's rattlesnakes out there. And fluffy cows that take your pants off.
Ooh, naughty cows.
I'm kind of interested in that second one, but we don't need to discuss that here.
Oh my.
Just go to Custer State Park. There was only 2 biker people mauled by buffalo this year so far. Yeah, so that's the joke. Don't pet the fluffy cows, because everybody thinks bison are so nice and cool. And
No.
don't realize they're undomesticated.
They will kill you.
Would you be closer to Chamberlain or closer to Aberdeen?
Aberdeen.
Okay, PTR, you can see what's happening right now, which is nothing.
Those sweet babies.
They're snuggled. This makes mommy very happy. It means that they're satisfied and fed and clean and feel happy and content.
Yeah, kids never do that.
Well, our kids were passed out in the back seat driving home this morning at 3 a.m., so they were kind of peaceful.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
3 in the morning? What were you guys doing?
You know,
Sorry, no.
You know how they say work hard and party harder? We were partying.
Oh. See, okay, I don't know about you, serendipity, so he starts talking, then the Wisconsin the accent starts to come into.
Don't you know?
Oh,
so how's your cheese drawer looking?
Oh,
you gotta restock it.
Oh, we gotta. We gotta have more brandy there. No.
See, I don't know. I don't have that. I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna turn around and say quite the opposite. But I don't think I have that Midwestern accent. But somebody picked up on it.
Even a little bit. Sometimes when you say certain words.
You're a converted away Midwesterner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't grow up there, but my parents were from there, so I'm sure that had an influence on my dialect.
Yeah, my sisters and I are completely different. They are country as a turnip green, and I am very Midwestern. They have the Southern accent, the all of that, and
peanuts in your Coke.
Yeah. A lot of the miners back in the day, to have a meal underground, they couldn't really just eat peanuts by the hand, so that's kind of the originations from the miners and the oil well folk who they have lunch, they put peanuts in their Coke, and they kind of drank / ate their lunch.
That's so cool.
That's really interesting. That sounds delicious.
It is. It's that salty sweet, Nick.
Do I sound like I have a Midwestern accent?
No, you sound very generic American.
You sound Iowan.
I don't think I'm the Midwestern. I think Kristen sounds more Midwestern than you do.
Yeah.
I think he sounds like a Des Moines, Iowan.
Oh, yeah.
Not Midwestern, but Midwestern.
Yeah.
One of the big city folk, don't you know?
North of that.
Oh, you know what he sounds like? He sounds like he's from Ohio.
Oh, don't say that. Oh,
I know though.
don't you know?
Oh, doesn't he sound like that? My gosh. I'm sorry. I won't do that. I'll speak in my normal voice. I apologize. I don't mean to make fun. I just appreciate it. I'm not making
I sound like I'm from South Dakota.
I think you can do a great Shorzy accent.
A great what?
Shorzy. Don't tell me you don't know about Shorzy.
No, what is that?
Oh my goodness. You're gonna have to watch Letterkenny.
Okay.
It's a Canadian comedy.
I love Canadian comedy. It's called Shorzy?
Well, there's a new one out called Shorzy, but Letterkenny is the original one.
Okay.
10 seasons. And then they did a Shorzy spin-off. Just look up Shorzy Letterkenny on YouTube and you'll see.
I will investigate. Yes, I grew up with you can't do that on television. And what else? What was that fun? Kids in the Hall. Oh my God, that was so fun. I'll be back. I have to order lunch.
Must be a hell of a lot sugar.
Alright, I put a clip of Shorzy in the chat. It's good old-fashioned Canadian comedy.
Okay, I have to go in Starbucks for a minute.
Totally understandable. What does it look like?
It's peach with a really pretty flower on top.
That's very nice. Okay. Lunch has been ordered because I am a city girl and I'm getting it delivered.
Hey, I also get lunch delivered. But I don't even have to place an order.
I'm your wife, it doesn't count.
I mean, to be fair, it's not just my wife that's putting stuff together for today. So I get Sundays is nice. I get random smorgasbord because it's brunch at Grandma's. So I usually come back. She comes back with like some biscuits and gravy or caramel rolls or some kind of treat, as well as the staple of scrambled eggs and peppers and onions that the wife's been starting to make. So it's a glorious lunch.
I'm looking for the perfect biscuit recipe. I can make good biscuits, but I want like the biscuit recipe.
Yeah.
Like the KFC biscuits, but just a little heartier. Like buttermilk biscuits.
I want them crunchy on the top, but really fluffy and light on the inside.
Yeah, it's layers.
I mean, if they're fluffy enough, I don't even care about the layers. Like, I want it to be like a biscuit, you know?
Yes.
But, and like I said, I've made some really good ones. Like, they're crunchy. They just don't get very tall. That's been my big issue so far.
You gotta work the dough a little bit longer then.
Is that what it is? Because I'm always afraid of working it too much, because then it makes them really dense and heavy.
You guys, this is like a clubhouse after dark conversation.
Yeah. You're here and it's light out, so I mean. You didn't leave, but I like the
Although
passive aggressiveness.
I'm thinking that he may be a little bit alarmed because we haven't mentioned butter.
I did. Did you not hear it?
No.
Okay.
This doesn't hurt.
See how it is, anti-dairy, got it.
No, you gotta use an ample amount of butter. You cannot be stingy on the lube.
No, you can't be stingy on the butter, and it's gotta be ice cold.
Do you use lard in your butter? In your biscuit?
I've done one recipe where I used beef tallow.
Oh, how's it turn?
They were really good. Like I said, I've gotten to the point where they're pretty good biscuits. They're just, I want them to be pretty biscuits, you know? I want them to be all the same shape, and I want them to rise, and yeah. All the things. I mean, it only took me 20 years to figure out the rules. Eventually, I'll get the biscuits too.
Well, the bread stuff, getting that stuff right, that's a challenge.
If you want to up your game on being more consistent with bread, start weighing it out instead of measuring it out.
Yeah, I do weigh. Oh, Brad.
Maybe not. Hey, Brad, how you doing?
We weren't talking about buttering your biscuits.
We weren't. We were talking about naughty cows.
It was utterly poor decision.
I feel like you guys are milking this out, though.
I mean, I am a farmer. Just not a dairy farmer.
I'm a farm humor.
So witty.
Love it. Somebody's had their coffee. So, did anybody vote yet? Who's voted? Brad's
What are we voting for?
I voted.
Serene has voted.
I don't like how polls show up on your profile after the room's closed.
Oh, that's right. But it's funny. I like this one. I'm doing that. Okay, it's submitted. We need more options. Okay, so what are the... Okay. Should I add an option? No, I can't do it. Can't change it.
Yeah, I think you have to take it down and start over.
Oh man, okay, I'm just gonna leave my microphone open because this whole thing is weird. Okay.
Brad said, yeah. Not my combo, girls.
I was just about to tell him how we talked about the gun thing and the pew-pews and everything. Then he ran away.
I could have told you that was coming.
I know. I'm not surprised.
So do you think that Mr. John Kitover had a lunch with Hakima today?
No. Because his profile is in the room.
I know. Although he could have just left it there.
Yeah, that's right.
So we'll see. You are a pilot. Yes?
I should say that most of my profile is complete bullshit.
Okay. So you're a helicopter parent. Got it. And you love...
Let me see what I have in here lately. Man, there's 2 accuracies in that profile. The rest, it's like 2 truths and a lie.
2 truths and a lie.
Well, everything else is a lie. There's just 2 truths.
Okay. I'm going to say that one of the truths is the animal lover.
Yes.
What's the other truth then? That is correct so far.
The other truth is I want to be a smartass, but I'm not going to be. I'm going to say DM's open by appointment.
Well, you can be a smartass, but that was a good answer.
I really wanted to say that sheep consulting.
Sheep dipping?
Or the sheep ditching, yeah.
Wait, what version of sheep dipping? There's 2 interpretations of sheep dipping.
I don't know either of those.
Seem tight. Just give me a moment of time. You don't have to do this.
I know, I'm checking right now.
Go open book on this one.
I do believe that he's pulling the fleece over our eyes. You're welcome.
Ah, the cybersecurity context.
You know what? I hadn't thought of that context. There's maybe a third context that might not find its way into a definition, but it's probably like the cybersecurity adjacent context.
Okay.
But I'll give the second answer, which is spicy racketeering. It's the other computer analysis. A tall tale. I tell tall tales. Don't you know?
Are you all reading about sheep dipping?
No, I'm snuggling with my redhead.
You have a naked redhead on your lap, so you just said.
Yeah. She doesn't like when you call her. And she's very sensitive, so she doesn't like me yelling at the phone.
you are interested, you can PTR and you can see my little redhead is very satisfied with her mom.
She does look very cozy.
He's in a confined area with his piss and his poop, like just not in contact with his family, not in contact with anyone, not even getting his medication, and you dare to bring it into the same conversation as someone that is an attempted murder that went into prison, and your problem is with us and not with the indoctrination of children to go and kill people just because they're Jewish? Dude, you need to do a recalibration of morality and legality.
Look, I understand that throwing rocks is very dangerous. It can be a very dangerous thing, especially because they're objects, that could be used for those purposes by
you know nothing. You saw it tweet, man. You saw it.
Julian, if you throw
at the
rocks
same
at
time.
Israel, you would know that. Come on.
I just didn't hear the outrage for the American hostages that were in Gaza. I never heard Julian say anything about that.
Harry, Trump didn't make a point.
I am hostages.
We have Americans.
But at the same time, this American child.
The only person that actually cared about the American hostages was Trump.
So, Julian,
so I think
Julian.
No, it's not good. It's as an American.
I think you should hear Julian out.
Yeah, Julian answered a legitimate question, or asked a legitimate question. You saw the thing online. But Julian, I feel like your question has been answered. Let me try to just break it down what I've heard. First of all, he's 16 years old, so he is a child, but he is 16. I mean, I've been robbed by a group of 16-year-olds before. They can fuck you up. Well, he's only... Shut up. Beside the point. He has only been in prison for 5 months. That's not that long. Over rock-throwing accusations, so he committed a crime and he got arrested. He's lost 26 pounds, maybe. He's contracted scabies. That is not Israel's fault, And does that answer your question? He did something wrong, and he's being held for a couple months, and he has his head cut off, and he wasn't invaded in his home to have his head cut off or to be kidnapped into somebody's basement. He was on the side of the road, and he was throwing rocks at a moving car. He was with a group of other boys, hoodlums, who were causing problems, and he got arrested.